It's championship weekend in Saxony, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Welcome to Arena-E in Mulsen, Germany. We're just outside the city of Zwickau and the birthplace of Audi, the soul of German engineering. And this weekend, the roar of the past gives way to the fire of the future, because on this 1,315-meter monster of a circuit, the world's finest KZ, KZ2 and Academy Trophy drivers are about to do battle. This track, it's wide, it's technical, and it punishes hesitation. Overtaking? Oh yes, but only if you dare. Mistakes? One wheel off the grass and you're into that grass. And the weather in Saxony, known to throw a curveball or two. Expect drama, expect chaos, and expect brilliance here at this fabulous circuit that only opened back in 2019. It's a relatively modern track. It's the first time it's ever hosted an FIA Karting Championship round, and what a round it is going to host this weekend. The finale of the European Championships for KZ and KZ2. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. The sun is shining. We are ready to go racing. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Nicole, tell us, this track has thrown so many curveballs at us already this weekend with the weather, but today it's going to be a feisty one.
Absolutely is. To me, as an ex-driver, this looks like a fantastic track to drive. Really tight and twisty sections, long straights, pinch points, major pinch points, especially through sector number 2, where some of those drivers, the likes of Spagel, Hiltbrand, some of our academy drivers like Lemachard have said, really tricky to get correct. You really have to concentrate whilst you're out there. One small mistake, lap ruined. Also, I would say a bit of a circuit where overtaking is really going to take some bravery to get the moves done. I think maybe turn number 1, we can expect to see a little bit of a hot spot, but the remainder, you really are going to have to focus on getting the entire lap together to go for those moves. I think it's going to be tricky racing for our drivers this weekend.
It certainly will be, but the only thing they can take away is, yes, conditions today far better than what they've had over the previous days when we arrived. Well, when I arrived here on Monday, torrid weather. We had a major storm here, rain, wind. It was awful. Then we went into the next day. Again, it was the same sort of conditions on and off with the rain and the wind. Then the drivers started to go out and track on a wet circuit. And as you can see from today, the brollies are out, but not because of the rain, but because of the sunshine out there. Temperatures are set to soar at around 26 degrees today. It is going to be a mighty warm day for the drivers to deal with. And of course, that plus the tension that they're going to have on circuit, this is going to be an almighty challenge for themselves. There is a lovely view of the circuit, and you can see what we mean about some of those tight and twisty sections here. That infield straight, we can see some of these drivers coming down now. That's where it really pinches into one of those chicanes. There is the track itself. Fabulous, fabulous circuit. Total track length 1,315 meters. It's a long old circuit for the drivers to race on. 14 turns in total. 8 to the right, 6 to the left. It is a demanding one. It's a clockwise circuit, but it does throw them a little bit of a curveball, as you can see, in through some of those chicanes. You've got the sort of 6, 7, 8, and 9 going into sector number 2. That chicane is, well, pretty feisty. Big curbs, a lot of undulation change. They dip down and then they come back uphill through that. It's not a level circuit. There is quite an elevation change between turns 1 and turns 14. There
is a bit of an elevation change, but a different circuit completely, I would say, compared to the last track we visited, which was, of course, Sarno in Italy. It's not bumpy out there. The tarmac is very smooth, so it means you're not going to experience too much hopping on the tyres as the track starts to get rubbered in. And it will start to get rubbered in even more as more rubber gets laid down on the track. First race today, then our Academy Juniors. This is going to be a feisty one. Direct drive category this weekend. Completely different driving style required for the Academy Juniors compared to the KZs and the KZ2s, but it's going to be fast and feisty nonetheless.
Indeed. Now, this is not their finale. This is only their second of 3 rounds for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Junior category. There is Lemachard, currently your championship leader, 69 points to his name for the Frenchman, and pole position again this weekend here in Germany. We caught up with him after time qualifying, and here's what he had to say.
Mael, great lap out there. It was very fast indeed, but tell us about how you put it all together.
My lap is very good. I am solo on my lap, and I finish in pole, and congratulations to me.
And coming into this weekend, you're our current championship leader. What's the pressure been like when arriving in Germany? Are you feeling good about the lead? Tell us a little bit more.
It's a second race, but I have no pressure this week, and maybe the third week I have the pressure, but this week I have no pressure.
Well, it's a great lap, and it looks like you're going to have a strong lead. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat to Milan Wichard there, who is very much looking forward to today, but he's not on his own on the front row of that grid. He'll be joined with Nick Bretzel, who'll be starting alongside him. And again, for Nick, this is going to be a really, really busy day for him in the Academy Trophy. I mean, for himself, he's had a tough season so far. Only scored 3 points to his name in the qualifying heats back in Valencia in Spain. So today, starting on the front row, this could really put him in a good situation. There is the back of Gonzalo Planta, race director for the Academy Trophy. He's on his gantry, ready to watch the racing ahead of this one, and is looking fine, ready to go racing. Obviously, for today, it's a tough track for these drivers. They've got a long run from the red line to the yellow line, or the start line, effectively, for their starts. Now, if anyone's thinking, what are you talking about, Anthony? Right, in karting, there is a red line. From that point onwards, no overtaking is permitted. You should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. And usually that's a few hundred yards or so from the yellow line, where it's the acceleration line, and then they go racing. The red line on this one is what can only be described as 1.2 kilometers away from the yellow line on circuit. It's quite far away, but they've got a long stretch that they've got to do it on, which means they're going to be in formation for quite some time at a relatively slow pace. So these starts might be a little bit tricky for them, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that final corner is very fast as well. So that's really going to catch some drivers out. They've got to ensure that they're not putting their foot in too early on these race starts, because if it is too fast, they won't be able to go racing. Let's focus on our front two rows then, Anthony. We've got Lemachard alongside Bretzel. Then we have Frigg and Chikaraski there on row two. All drivers then, other than Lemachard, on those front two. So Nicola, Thomas and Nick had really difficult outings at Valencia. Frigg ended with a P21. It was a DNF for Thomas, and it was P18 for Nick. So actually they've come here to Germany and have really picked up the pace, really have put in some hard work, I would say, in between these two rounds. The people who have put in the hard work are the amazing marshals here at the Mulsen circuit at the Arena-E track. They've been out there all weekend, come rain or come sunshine. So they have done a fabulous work so far this weekend, and will continue to do that. The same with the medical crews as well. And all the officials that are here this weekend. So much hard work has gone in to deliver this event for the drivers, as they're about to go for their very first race of the weekend. They have only had warm-ups, they have only had qualifying. Now it's time for those qualifying heats, and here is how they will line up. It is Milan Lemachard and Nick Bretzel on row number 1. Nicola Frigg and Thomas Chikaraski go from row 2. Hernan Rodriguez and Julian Rivera go from row number 3. They'll have Eric Poulsen and Kalun Giashev on row number 4. Finley Lines and Nikolai Karyukin go from row number 5. They ran at the first half of the grid on row 6 with Kalia Sodu and Nasser Nas. Part 2 of your grid for Latvia includes Jack Collinson and Tudor Jurken on row number 7. 8 will be Amir Zanchi with Dominic Braden. And from 9 we have Japan Suzuki Maeda with Paul Becker. 10 is Iago Lampin with Zaza Kugnadze of Georgia. 11 for Malta we have Daniel Abella with Raz Tahan of Israel. Rounding out your 12th row of the grid after another really difficult qualifying for the USA, it's Gage Korn. Gage Korn then at Valencia was actually your fastest driver in that qualifying, was disqualified for being underweight, has then come here to Germany and couldn't get that lap in. It was a DNF out on circuit, so the young driver, who's typically races in a KZ category back at home, just not the qualifying luck that he needs heading into this weekend.
No, indeed. But like you say, it's only the midway point of their season. They will have their final round, which will be at Cremona in Italy for the Academy Junior. That will be at the same time as the FIA, the OKN World Cup. That'll be on the same weekend. That will see the likes of the OKNs and OKN Junior racing alongside the Junior Academy. That's going to be a pretty interesting one because the Cremona circuit, dramatically different here to Mulsen, much more compact, shorter straights, less time to really push it out on circuit, versus here at Mulsen, they've got the incredibly long straights, of course, down in towards the likes of turn number 1 and on the infield section. I've been walking around and kind of pacing my steps and doing it. It is 200 meters down on that first start-finish straight. So then they've got the little kink, and then it goes in towards turn 1. So it's a long old stretch they've got. Right, they've passed that red line, so now hopefully no overtaking, should be in 2x2 starting formation. They are somewhat in that. The pace is a little quick, but it looks good from me at this point of view. But let's see what our race director thinks of it. Gonzalo Planta on the gantry, ready to get this race started as they enter into the tram lines. Are we going racing? First time of asking. Lights are not out. They are going around again.
Just highlights then the challenge of that last corner. It's tight and these drivers get really close to that wall on the exit, so they need to make sure they're nice and slow through that final corner to get themselves into formation and for Gonzalo to send them racing. Within this one though, the drivers can use this as an opportunity, get that extra bit of tyre temperature into the rubber, make sure that everything is functioning as it should, so that when they do go racing into turn number 1, they've got enough grip underneath them to really go in nice and hard, nice and late on the brakes and try and pull off some moves, especially in that mid-pack section, which includes the likes of Finley Lines, Kalayan Gaishev, Nassar Nas, Clelia Sodu. Those are the drivers that are really going to try and pick up some places in the early stage of this heat. Eyes on our race control then. We've got the FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret. He's joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester today to watch these drivers. And of course, it is none other than Chris Lambret's birthday. Happy birthday, Chris.
Yeah, indeed. He's been in there for a while, but we'll let him out soon and he can celebrate his birthday, I'm sure, at some point today. Right then. Second time for the drivers then as they make their way into the final couple of corners. And this corner they're going into now, turn 13, is actually a lot tighter than it looks maybe on screen. You can see there, it is quite a tight little hairpin, and you can see how quickly they can bottle up. And already, oh, this is drama at its finest. Now that is our pole sitter, Merlin Machard, stalled his cart out of the corner, and unfortunately, has stalled every single cart that's behind him, meaning only half the grid is going. There's no way this is going to get started, and if anything, this might be a stoppage, and I think it is. The red flags are out. This is quite dramatic. That all started with Merlin Machard. They came out of the corner. I thought he's going a bit slow there, and it did. It ground to a halt, and that is so unfortunate there for the drivers behind him. Now, this is going to cause quite a bit of a delay. Now, technically, because the race hasn't started, this is just going to be a case of get these karts going, and then we're good to go. There shouldn't be any damage there for any of the drivers.
Maybe some nose cones. You can see that they're quite close together. Probably a bit of a domino effect of drivers bumping into the back of each other. But, of course, should be a restart. So they, if anybody has got that, should be reset. But that's the thing with the direct categories. You drop those revs too low and the kart is just going to stall on you. And, even the quickest drivers just demonstrated how easy it is to get that wrong.
Right, and I think they're going to try and squeeze these karts around the side of these ones. They don't want them to stop behind them. Now, they have Neron block the circuit there, but this is a very dramatic moment. So all the officials will be out there. Of course, Pasquale Lupoli is out there. Nigel Edwards, you can see on your screen here, is out there with some of the officials from the circuit. So let's just watch this here. Now, keep an eye right in the front row, the 507, Merlin Machard. He comes into the corner. He looks down. He knows his kart's not going anymore, but unfortunately he stops right on the apex. It just blocks absolutely everyone else behind. And of course, as soon as these karts grind to a halt, they stall. There is no clutch on these karts, which means there's no button to get it restarted. As soon as they come to a stop, that's it. The engine will die, and they need a push start assistance to get it going. And this is going to make it, quite a moment. So all the mechanics now will have to come onto the circuit. They will, of course, maybe go out to collect their karts. There are marshals out there at that part of the track, but the problem is there's only 3-4 marshals, and there's about 12-13 karts there to try and get restarted. So, yes, that's going to be a bit tricky for them to get that done quickly. But if they can get them started, they can bring them round to the front of the grid, they get them reordered, and then we can go racing. But that's brought quite a bit of a delay then to the start of our day here, Nicole.
Yeah, not maybe the start we would have liked to see for our first race, but we will get racing nonetheless. Drivers in this grid then, Anthony, will have a bit of chat about them. I think Finlay Lyons was one of the drivers involved in that queue of karts that stalled. Finlay actually in practice this morning was 2/10 quicker than anybody else in the field. So maybe he's one to keep an eye out as we head into racing. Maybe one of those drivers that can pick off a place. This track maybe doesn't resemble any other that Finn might be used to racing back at home, but with that pace carried in this morning's warm-up, I'd say he's in for a good one today.
Yeah, certainly so, and I can see that some mechanics have gone out to assist the marshals getting those karts restarted. You can see them getting it started now. Of course, they'll push them, and then they're going to stop again. This is one thing that these karts don't generally tend to like. They don't like to be started and stopped over and over again. Of course, they got started, they did some warm-up laps, they got the engine stuff up as well. So we're a bit off-centre here, Nicole. There you go, that's a bit better. Yes, so they got it started. But then, of course, they stalled again. Now they'll stop again. Now they'll stop again. These engines don't like that, and that's what it means when it comes to doing that restart again. Some of these cars might actually struggle to get going once more.
Yeah, if you've got a bit of overfueling going on in there because of the consistent stop-start, that might play into things. So maybe you might find some drivers struggle to get going again. The mechanic's really going to have to push these karts hard at that three-step starting process. Yeah, indeed. Well, right now they're heading back down. Now, this is one of those sort of things where I'm like, right, where do we fall in terms of regulations? Because right now, if a race starts, if it's before the first 2 laps, it's a full restart. Of course, there's a 15-minute repair window for any people who have had dramas or damage or anything like that. They can get sorted out. They head back to the grid. It's like the race never happened, and away they go. That red flag came out before the race even started. So where do we lie in this one? Is it literally just a case of put them all back on the grid and here we go again? But like you mentioned, because, yes, they did kind of bunch up a bit there at the hairpin, there might be 1 or 2 nose cones out there. Yeah, potentially. But I can see Mayor Lemachard then on your front row once more on the track. So he has been allowed to get back into position. So I'd actually say everybody now will be starting where they should be. It's more than likely going to be a full race restart, but he has just had a discussion with one of our race director out there, probably just told, you know, the first one too fast, the second one way too slow. Yes, I think that's quite evident on that one. Yes, with half the grid stalling. My only question is now, is there a repair window? Now, obviously, I'm not seeing any karts going out. I don't know if that rule comes into it. You can see, obviously, a lot of people having those discussions out there of potentially what will happen. Now, I'm seeing all the karts on the grid. I'm not seeing any gaps out there. So I think we saw a 3-minute board go up there at the front of the grid. So I think, Nicole, we are just going to be going straight for a restart on this one. No repair window. So, yeah, well, that's good, at least for drivers not having to wait too long, and as well for any spectators here that are at the circuit. And, of course, anyone watching from home. And a big welcome to anyone watching from wherever you are around the world. If you are only just joining us, you've not missed anything so far in terms of race action. We've not started our first race just yet. We are a bit behind. We tried to get it going. Unfortunately, a stalling of all the, well, half of the grid on that one has brought out a red flag before the race even got going. So now they've kind of got that dialed in. They know what they shouldn't do at that one, but I'm not sure. I don't know what happened to Mayor Lemachard's kart, because he was obviously at the front. He had all the pace. He could have all of that. I don't know if he was just going too slow that it just, like you say, oiled up or anything like that, and then it shut off, or did he go too slow or anything like this, or was there a more mechanical problem with it? You know, I would say by eye, he actually just dropped his revs too low. He was going too slow out of that penultimate corner, and the kart just stalled because he did get going again to get himself back into formation with the push of a mechanic. So I wouldn't say there was any kind of technical gremlin out there, and by the looks of it, where he's lined up on that front row, he will go racing once, well, I say once more, we've not actually had a race just yet, but it looks like he will lead the way once more. This is a tricky bit for our drivers then, Anthony. They have that spike in adrenaline going through those formation laps. These drivers really concentrated now with the red flag. I think sometimes drivers can find themselves, you know, in a drop in adrenaline. A sudden stoppage is, wow, okay, So now these drivers really need to focus, really need to get themselves back in the zone as we head into this race.
Well, a good indication of that one, of course, here at the circuit this weekend, and for most weekends that we've had this season, of course, Formula Medicine have been here. They've been helping the drivers out with their fitness and keeping strong, of course, going into their racing. Now, they've been here, and they showed in one of their morning briefings to the drivers earlier on the weekend a heart monitor, a heart graph of what your heart rate does over the course of multiple different sessions. They showed it from a practice session. They showed it from a qualifying heat from start to finish and a final. And there were dramatic differences in what a driver's heart rate does over the course of it. Obviously, like you were mentioning, it peaks right at the start, right when you're on those formation laps, kind of settles down a little bit in the races, and then it peaks again when you get into those last few laps of a race, knowing that those last little overtakes that you want pushes forward. Yeah, again, it's very dramatic to see what a driver's heart rate does do over the course of this one. They like to fit a heart monitor on some of these drivers who are out there on the circuit just to get that data and to help these drivers hopefully improve that as they go forward. Right then, engines have restarted up. You can see the grid going through on your screen once again. For this one, this is going to be hopefully a start this time around. Yes, we will wait and see. 2 failed starts, I'd like to say right now. Third time's a charm, Nicole.
Yeah, third time lucky. Let's hope that we can go racing within this one. Let's hope that France's hopeful Le Machard can get these drivers going out of those final 2 corners. Needs to find the balance now of speed, not too fast and not too slow either, because we don't want a domino effect of stalls once more. These drivers then getting themselves warmed out of sector number 2 through turns 11 and 12. Those last moment kind of tyre weaving moments just to get that temperature up in the rubber. Of course, we had a 3-4 minute stop, so the tyre temperature would have dramatically dropped. Drivers now need to work hard just to ensure that that rubber is warm enough to go racing. Penultimate corner being led by Le Machard, then are we going to go racing on this third time of asking?
Well, let's find out as they exit out. Only 1 formation lap for the drivers this time around, as they put us a little bit behind now as they enter into the tram lines. It's Le Machard and Nick Bretzel on the front row. Lights are out, we're racing down and towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the entire field, but Le Machard holds on to the race lead with that inside line. There's drama in the background. Yellow flags are out, and already 2 drivers off the circuit. There I can see the 522 of Erik Mulsen of Sweden is out of this race and has unfortunately been caught up with another driver who is off there at turn number 1, but I couldn't quite see the number. But crucially at the start of this race, it's still Le Machard who leads the way as they exit out of that first infield chicane and into that final sector of the lap. It's a clean start for the Frenchman. Now there are 3 drivers off the circuit there. Erik Poulsen is one of them. Nassar Nass is another one. And it is Suzuka Maeda of Japan is also out of the race. But eyes will focus back here at the front, Nicole, because look at that. We've got 4 karts now with a clean breakaway right at the start of this race.
That is big drama for Poulsen, who came into this weekend after a strong result at Valencia. It was a podium for him, but finds himself in trouble in the early stages here in Germany. Eyes on the front end of your field, though. It's led by Le Machard, Bretzel in second, Frigg in third, and then we have Chikorashki there in fourth currently. Moves down the inside, then that's through turn number 3. So overtaking opportunity there for our drivers as our mid-pack section just getting busy, getting each other caught out, and it looks like maybe that's Rivera being overtaken for 5th place. Through this second sector they go, and now we have a change further up in the field. Frigg looks like he's made the move stick on France's Le Machard, and Chikorashki now looking strong, looking down the inside at the penultimate corner. Goes for the lunge and makes it stick.
Well, nice little overtakes there, but unfortunately Nick Bretzel is under investigation for a potential start infringement, so we'll have to keep a close eye on how that progresses, but he'll be heading to the stewards at the end of this one. Again, moves happening further down in the order. So now Frigg leads the way, clear by 0.4 of a second from Chikorashki, who has pushed himself up ahead of Le Machard. Machard now, who is technically still championship leader, still looking strong, is now Gage Korn, setting the fastest lap of the race, who finds himself currently down in 15th place. Eyes on this one, though. Chikorashki closing in on Frigg. The gap already down 0.2 of a second. we could see a fight here for the lead. Now, Chikaraski did that move here in towards turn 13 last time out on Mila Machard. Not this time, though, on Nicola Frigg, and stays behind as they exit out of that final corner. They whiz past the pit cam as they head up to speeds very, very quick into the braking zone at turn number 1.
This circuit then, long straights, as we've got moves going on into turn number 1 then. Long straights for these drivers, the longest that we will see throughout this year. But the unique thing about this direct drive category, they hit the limiter quite early. So actually the gain that you're going to get in the toe is going to be very limited. The drivers are really going to have to be brave into the turns, like we've just seen then from Rivera on Le Machard. Gets the move done, gets himself into P3, but Le Machard returns the favour, takes the position back. So actually the moves are really going to need to be set up on the entries to the corners, on the brakes, needing to be brave and trusting that you can get the kart stopped on the rubber that's out there. You know, towing down the straight, it's not going to exist too much round this circuit. Drivers then heading to that start-finish gantry once more into turn number 1. They go. Frigg still leading from Chikaraski. These two drivers looking really strong in the early stages, have actually broken away from Le Machard in 3rd place.
Yeah, indeed, opening a gap of around a full second between themselves. So Chikaraski maybe just thinking, right, so let's hold back just a little bit, suss out Nicola Frigg just a little bit in terms of track positioning, where could be a good place to overtake. And of course, suss that out, because this track, yes, it is a little difficult to get those overtakes in, but we have seen them, like you were mentioning early on in this race. We can see them down in towards turn 13, in towards turn 3 as well. We did see some side-by-side action in the warm-up sessions through turn 14. That final flat-out corner for the drivers. Very risky to get that done, though, because, like you say, that pit wall comes up very, very quickly to the drivers and has caught out some drivers over the course of this weekend. Eyes on this field then. We are the halfway point of this race with 6 laps to go, 4 laps to go or so. We'll see some close racing still. Here's a look at the start. So this is how we lost, of course, the likes of Erik Poulsen, Nasser Nassen, Suzuka Maeda. And again, just looked like a 3-1, didn't go. And that is very unfortunate. And there you can see very upset there for Nasser Nass of Bahrain, who was unfortunately not going to be seeing the end of this first race of the weekend. Mila Machard checking over the shoulder here. Nicole has got the likes of Julian Rivera for company right behind, but not yet going for the moves. But now we're starting to see a defensive posture here from Mila Machard. Could we see an attack? And we are. Down into towards turn number 1. Julian Rivera steps up into 3rd place and could now hunt down the 2 in front, who have also changed position. Chikaraski now leads the way as well, which has brought them all close in together once more.
I think that was a poor decision then from Le Machard to go defensive that early on. Sacrificed some of that pace, some of the rev going into the kink down the straight, and that has allowed Rivera, the driver that finished P4 in Valencia, to get the run on him. Now then, we really have got a battle, I think, about to heat up, because it really has bunched up going into that penultimate corner of 13 towards 14. Le Machard just gets it wrong on the exit of 13, runs off the track slightly, and that's going to leave him vulnerable to the driver behind of Bretzel. Is Bretzel going to get it done into turn number 1? Not just yet, but now we've got a change for P2 because Rivera has made the move stick on Frigg. Down the inside at turn number 1, really did just go in nice and hard on the brakes as Le Machard gets aggressive into the turn then, but a mistake by Le Machard. He got the move done on driver behind of Frigg. Frigg's now dropped to 4th, and Bretzel has picked it up. He capitalised off of the switch of positions and now finds himself in the top 3.
Well, Frigg's down to P5 now with that one. So, yeah, like you're saying, though, Bretzel taking full advantage of that situation in towards turn 3. A 2-for-1 special there, but remember, is still under investigation for a potential start infringement. Will be heading to the stewards at the end of this one, so his race certainly not over as there's side-by-side action there in the background. I think that was the likes of Karyukin, Yerkin and Jeshev battling for position inside of that top 10. Clelia Sodu is on the charge right now as well. He's up 1 place. Big movers throughout the field. Gage Corn is the biggest mover out there. 8 places gained so far. Tuna Yerkin has also gained 6. So there is some battles happening thick and fast out there on circuit. Back with this one, though. Bretzel and Mülsen. This is 3rd and 4th place. They don't want to scrap too much because already, as quickly as there was back to a group of 1, the field has opened up again. Chikaraski and Rivera are breaking away now, but there is 0.3 of a second behind them. What will it be at the end of this straight? Is there any slipstream opportunity for the drivers? There is the gearing. Of course, these karts are identical. May make it a little bit different. There is a slight gain there with the toe because it's down to 0.2 of a second as Mülsen there pushing very, very hard and almost getting a wheel on the grass.
I was just thinking something in my head, and Lemachard has just proved it. Looks really strong pace-wise, but he just looks like he's over-pushing slightly, maybe over-driving because he's fallen off the track 3 or 4 times within this race, and I'd actually say it's cost him a top 3 result. Final lap of things then, these drivers will head into the final sector. Chikaraski still leads from Rivera, who Rivera is your fastest driver out on the circuit.
That's an interesting one because Chikaraski went defensive and slams the door on Rivera. Rivera now will have to fight with Bretzel. He's side by side across the line. Chikaraski takes it. But my I saw him go defensive into 13. I thought, my goodness, why have you done that? Because you saw on the exit how much it just dropped his speed. He had to go defensive there. Rivera squeezed onto the grass, and I've got to say, Julian Rivera will not be happy with that at all.
Absolutely not. That could have been a big moment through that final corner. Chikaraski, that was an interesting decision for him to do it. I could see what he was trying to do. Suffered a bit of pace out of turn number 13, tried to cut across and defend his line. Rivera then very lucky not to completely end up over the grass. Does luckily manage to finish in P2. Lucky to hold on to that second position from Bretzel in 3rd.
Yeah, indeed. Well, what a little ending to that race there for the Academy Junior. Here's how they line up then. Thomas Chikaraski then does take the win on track, then ahead of Julian Rivera, Nick Bretzel from Lemachard, Nicola Frigg from Hernan Rodriguez, Judy Yerkin from Nikolai Karyukin, Finley Lines from Kaloyan Giashev, Jack Collinson as well with a good race there, going up to 11th place. Claire Lesodu from Dominic Braden, Paul Becker from Gage Korn, an 8th place gain in that race for the American. Jaga Lempin finishing in 16th place ahead of Miyazaki, Daniel Abella from Jaja Kikinadze, and Raz Dern rounding out the top 20 that finished that race. Eric Poulsen, Nassar Nass, and Suzuka Maeda unfortunately not seeing the end of that race. Those 3 drivers all having drama on the opening lap of that race. And there you can see the cleanup operation underway at turn number 1. But very feisty little ending to that race there, Nicole. And like you say, Tomasz Chikaraski coming away with that one, but yeah, very dramatic little ending for them.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these drivers then actually looking like they're struggling to keep it on the track, pushing so hard that they're falling off the circuit, especially between 13 and 14. A tricky one then. Obviously, in between practice and qualifying, we've seen limited overtakes, but actually, I'd say you can overtake in quite a few places around this track, Anthony.
Well, yeah, like you say, it's high speed into heavy braking zones. That always promotes a move down the inside. And, of course, you can get those up and under moments on them as well. So very, very interesting sort of style and format on this track. It's quite a thin circuit. It's not as in track width. The track width is 8-10 meters or so. But the whole track is very narrow. But it's very long out there. That's what gives us these really long straights into tight, heavy braking zones. Here's a look at some of the starts in this one. This was the initial moment at the beginning of the race. This was the second attempt to get started. You can see half of the grid stalling there in the opening stage. That put a delay on, and you can see some unhappy drivers in that one. Third time was a charm for the Academy Trophy. They got their first race started down and towards turn 1. Drama just happening at turn number 2. Unfortunately, out of the race, Eric Poulsen, Nassar Nass at turn number 1. And then, of course, you had Suzuka Maeda at turn number 3. You can see what it means to the drivers. It's the halfway point of the season. First race of the weekend. You don't want to end it at turn 1.
Absolutely not. And, of course, all of these drivers have been selected by their ASNs to represent their countries, which turns the pressure dial up on these young drivers. They really want to represent their nations well. Some drivers that did just that, though, within the race. Bretzel had a good one, made turns it moves into turn number 1, and Julian Rivera, the driver that went purple, and also picked up a number of positions to finish within the top 3, challenged your championship leader, had a good one as well. Moves continued to flow through turn number 1, through that first sector, and through sector number 2. This was the move then by Rivera to jump into P2. I'd say Rivera, early on, the driver that finished in P4 in Valencia, looks very, very strong.
Yeah, certainly so. As you can see, these moments there, that was the 2-for-1 special for Nick Bretzel. Fortunately, Merle Bachard and Nicola Freak having a bit of a moment. This is that final lap, that defensive posture there, forcing a driver off a circuit. That is a hefty moment there, and I can only imagine that Rivera will want a little bit of word with that one. And yeah, you can see how he's pointing to Chikareski at the start of that one, or at the end of that race, thinking, yeah, that's not over just yet. But a good race for them. Great position gains for a lot of the first group for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Second group coming up now. That was groups A and D. This is groups B and C that'll be heading out onto the track. And this one will have the Finnish driver, Oiva Ventonata, who will be starting this one on pole position. Fastest in group yesterday, and looked mighty quick, actually, throughout the course of this weekend. Again, showcasing that some of the drivers who had maybe a tricky start at the Valencia circuit have really stepped up here in Germany. Absolutely.
Oiva, then there on your screen, finished in the top 10 at Valencia. So he's not had too tricky of a start to the season, but has picked it up here in Germany. And let's hear what Oiva had to say yesterday after he was fastest in group.
Oiva, great lap out there, great track position. It's not quite enough to beat Group 1's time, but a fast lap anyway.
Yeah, I think that's good for me. So I didn't have good qualifying this year, so I'm happy with this.
And to improve on previous qualifyings then, and to come here and be fastest in group, what have you done to improve your pace and improve the skill out there on the track?
Nothing special. I just came here and I had good pace at the start, so we didn't make anything special.
And in Group 1, it was championship leader of France, Merle Lemachard, to put that fastest lap in. What's it going to take this weekend to try and beat your championship leader?
Yeah, I'm gonna try, but...
Well, fastest in Group, Oiva, congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff to hear from Oiva Venturata at the start of this one. Like you say, really strong start to the weekend, but as we always say, not alone on that front row of the grid. The Argentine driver as well, Bautista Panetta, joining on that front row of the grid, has got a chance here to push forward. But like we're saying, that front row of the grid for the previous race didn't get away at the start there. Nicole, the drivers from behind, managing to find that little bit more pace today and push forward. There is Bautista Panetta on the front of the grid. Sun shining. Fantastic helmet livery he's got there. The gold, the black, the shiny helmet there ahead of this one. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do here. But like I say, a lot of work ahead of the field here.
Bautista then typically races on a CRG machinery at home. Of course, every driver within this grid is on an OTK product, so that provides a new challenge for these drivers. They have to adjust the way they drive when they arrive to each circuit, when they arrive to each round within the academy. But so far, so good for Bautista, and so far, so good as well for Philip Planeta, the 5-2-9, sat on that second row. It was a P16 at Valencia for Philip, but he's come here this weekend. Big improvements throughout qualifying. He's looking strong so far.
Yeah, certainly so. And crucially, he's got that inside line going in towards turn 1 as well. We've been talking about that over the course of the season. Of course, with you starting on the outside of any of these rows, you've got that difficulty of trying to get your kart to that inside line. If you can manage to get that done, yes, usually you can get the start. We saw that try to get done for a couple of drivers in that previous race, which ended in tears a little bit at turn number 1. But for all these rest of the drivers, the job is simple. Try and squeeze your way through. I think one driver, a lot of the home falls will be watching this weekend, will be starting on the 4th row of the grid. Germany's Emilio Bern in his home country had a relatively decent qualifying at 8th fastest for this session. And let's see what he can do in this one. He's got that sort of home field advantage a little bit. You always say that one for a home driver. But let's see what happens here at the Mulsen circuit. The yellow light flashing on the pre-grid, indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds. In fact, we've got less than that because the green light is flashing. Engines are fired up. And the drivers head out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through then that full starting lineup then. Academy Junior qualifying heat B versus C. Oiva Venturata and Bautista Panetta on row number 1. Dalla Flynn Panetta and Jack Moore on row number 2. Hamish Campbell and Mark Reistrup go from row number 3. What can Denmark do from that 3rd row? Then you've got the likes of Turin Ludigan on row 4. You'll have Emilio Bern for company alongside Louis Nunez and Edward Godfroyd on row number 5. They round out the top 10. First half of the field on row number 6, we'll see Facundo Hernandez and Rafael Basato of Brazil on row 6.
Row number 7 includes Noia Stasionis of Lithuania and FIA Women in Motorsport Commission back driver Emma Dowling alongside him. From row number 8, we have Bink van Scheidel with Louis Sifre, and from 9 we have Mario Silvalora with Zakari Slipchenko. 10 will include Geronimo Corral and Sihan Zheng, and from 11 we have Sam Velhenberg-Svarmian with Rosalind Schreier-Isa. Your final row of your grid for the 2nd Academy Junior qualifying heat of the day, we have Martin Omdal and the Thanos Zahos of Greece. As we've got drama out there, Anthony Jordan, that's the 5.10 and the 5.32 not getting going. That does include Emma Rose Dowling and Noia Stasionis, the 2 drivers who were supposed to be darting from the 7th row of the grid, failing to get going off of the pre-grid and onto the track. I do think, though, both drivers, by the sounds of it, have managed to get that 3-step process completed and are now heading out of turn number 1.
Albeit now at the back of the grid, and they're going to lose out on a chance of starting in their original spots because the field will be heading to that red line very soon, which means they will not be able to overtake and get back to their original starting spot. So that's a big shame for them, especially for Noia Stasionis, who currently sits 2nd in the championship standings, only 9 points behind Mia Limachard. But that is going to be a tough race now for the driver of Lithuania. Needs to really push forward in this one. Right, now let's see what happens. Are we going to get a race start? First time of asking. The field heading out of the penultimate corner through turn 14. They'll be heading into the tram lines and into the watchful eye of race director Gonzalo Planta for the Academy Trophy. Are we going racing? Lights are not out. They're going round again, and crucially, that is a good thing for 2 drivers. Emma Dowling and Noia Stasionis now have another chance to get themselves back into their starting position.
Absolutely. I can see Emma already trying to pick off some positions further back in the field. There you can see she's just heading down the straight, trying to overtake, is getting moves done. But really, these drivers need to be careful of that red line, because once you hit it, that is it. Where you are in the lineup is where you will need to stay. Both drivers started alongside each other on the pre-grid, so maybe questioning, was there a bit of a blockage? Was there something that went wrong on that 7th row that caused both of them to not get going?
Yeah, indeed. We're not too sure. But the crucial thing is now is that I think they're roughly back into place. Oh dear, I may have seen 1 or 2 position gains there, maybe after the red line. But of course, the official stewards will be looking at that red line to make sure there was no overtaking at that point. But we'll have to see whether or not we're all good for a start this time around then. So, front of the grid, Oiva Venturata and Bautista Panetta on the front row of the grid. It is Finland versus Argentina. Down in towards turn number 1. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a sort of start for the inside line of Venturata. Planetta and Campbell will get the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Bautista Panetta has gone down to about 3rd or 4th place there. Not the start he will have wanted, and it is P4 for the Argentine, who at this moment is holding on to it. Down the inside, that's Planetta going for the move. That's a nice one up into 2nd place. He is pushing forward now to try and close in to Oiva Venturata, who has broken away. Whole field still in this race as the battles continue down into that chicane.
Completely clean start then from our whole field, but some drivers having to cut the track there. That was the driver ahead of Emma Rose Dowling, just cutting the curb through turn number 7 and 8. Moves going on then into the penultimate corner of turn number 13. And this is further up in your order for third place, so a change for third. Currently low, leading the way for this second race is Venturata ahead of Campbell. Then we've got Panetta and more. Moves down into turn number 1 though. Mid-pack getting busy as well. This includes Hernandez, Unlodiger, Nunes and Stasionis all getting involved with each other. Through that second sector these drivers go, and actually quite a few of them, Anthony, taking a really defensive posture early on, really sacrificing the pace to the drivers ahead, the pace to your front pack, and dropping away quite considerably. Venturata still doing a good job to lead, leads by half a second ahead of Campbell. Campbell looking strong so far. Panetta still sat there in third, but is under a bit of pressure by Jack Moore, sat there in fourth.
Indeed, and Jack Moore certainly looking like he wants that third place away in this early stages, as you can see how close they get to that pit wall right on the exit of that final corner. Moore's going to line it up down the inside. Nicely done then for the driver representing South Africa, and steps up now into the top 3. Has got a bit of work to do here to close into Campbell and Venturata, who are breaking away quite considerably at the front. But Felipe Panetta, who was quick earlier on this weekend, showcasing that pace. Fastest lap of the race. He's there in P5 right behind this. Oh dear, but it looked like it was a bit untidy through that chicane there. Had a big lip of that curb there, and I think may have lost out on all that advantage he just gained with that fastest lap.
I think it's a bit misleading on the TV screen then, Anthony, because between turns 7, 8, 9 and 11 and 12, the track dips away from these drivers quite a lot. They really need some good kart control, hold on to that wheel well so that they don't lose that rear end, they don't slide around the place, which we just saw from some of our front drivers. It is really difficult to you know, keep it in a steady line. It's easy to get it wrong through that sector of the track. Still though, this battle for third place is continuing between Moore and Panetta, but Moore there, sat there in third, looking like he's really chasing down Campbell there in second. Nunes, fastest driver on the track. Nunes currently sat down there in P7 and is chasing down Hernandez for P6. Still some drivers at the back end of your field, they're dropping a smattering of positions. Godfroyd has lost 7 places, Bisato 6, and Big Bang Schneider has not had the start he would have wanted, has lost 9 positions in these early stages.
Indeed, but other drivers who have gained positions in this one, Nordal and Thanos Zahos looking pretty quick out there, currently circulating in around 13th and 15th place right now. They've gained 10 and 9 places apiece. As looking to the inside here, down the inside at turn number 3, Jack Moore stepping up into second place, gets past the likes of Hamish Campbell and steps up into P2. Fastest lap of the race, utilising that pace right now, and is closing in on Oiva Venturata just ahead. Nicole, we were thinking there was going to be a breakaway here, but something tells me we might have a fight for the lead in a couple of laps' time.
Oiva then had half a second to his name. Now it's dropped to just over 4/10, and we'll see if it drops any more out of that fast and final corner of turn number 14. Drivers looking like they're taking a different approach to the kink that leads them down the main straight. Some drivers turning in a little bit early, driving less distance off the track, which will help them to set up that entry into turn number 1. Battle still going on further back in the field. That's that mid-pack section, which includes Hernandez and Nunes fighting it out for P6. Venturata then, that gap that he'd got himself that was just over 4/10, now dropped by another 10th, because Jack Moore now finds himself 3/10 of a second behind Venturata as they exit out of sector number 2. And you can see these drivers in that front pack ducking their heads under the wheel, really trying to push forward, as we've got pressure now being applied by Panetta on Campbell once more out of that final corner. And Campbell is absolutely aware that Panetta is right there on the entry to turn number 1.
Panetta not going for the move there in towards turn number 1. You can see the body language of Campbell, kind of just push as hard as he can, feeling that the pace isn't fully there, and again, looks to the inside slightly, does Panetta. Doesn't commit to the move. Now, you can see that, yeah, he's got to get that done sooner rather than later because Venturatto and Moore are breaking away. He's probably hoping that Moore goes for the move on Venturatto and they start fighting to bring them back into play. But the crucial is, if that happens and he is still behind Campbell at that point, then he's in a bit of a moment. Under investigation, Slipchenko potentially causing a collision. The driver of the 533 will be heading to the stewards at the end of this one. Won't be too happy with that, I'm sure. Campbell now going defensive. Has Panetta got the pace to get that move done? The answer is yes. Gets it done through turn number 1. Communicates with Campbell to say, right, let's go. As they can see, Panetta as well starting to close back in on this fight. So nicely done, but he's made a mistake on the exit. Has Panetta of turns number 4 and 5. He tried to carry too much speed through 4. He ran out of track at turn 5 and had to take to the grass.
I think that just highlights how tight that part of the track is. It's so easy for the drivers to run wide, struggle to get the wheel moving to get into turn number 5 and end up cutting the grass. As we've got drama out there now for one of the drivers completely parked on the second straight towards turn number 3.
Yeah, no, I think
lost?
that's Samvel Hambasumyan, unfortunately, who is out of this race. The driver from Armenia, I don't think will be going any further in this one. Indeed, his card has been pulled off the circuit and he is out of this race, which is a big shame. Fabulous work from the marshalling team out there to keep the drivers nice and safe. Right, eyes on this as, Mark Reistrup now setting the fastest lap of the race. Is pushing through nicely. Here is that moment out of turn 4. Yeah, for Panetta, just too much speed. I think clipped that curve initially at turn 4, bumped him up, and then away went off the track. There was the confirmation then of Samvel Hambasumyan, unfortunately not seeing the end of this race. Right then, Venturatto has still got a 7/10 lead here going into the final lap. Jack Moore, despite his best efforts, was not able to close in and will have to settle for second place here. Venturatto looking for the lead of the intermediate classifications here, Nicole, because of course out-qualified Chikarashki in that race. So again, he would lead both of them on 50 points.
Smart racing by Venturatto out in the lead then. That gap that he had dropped to 0.3 of a second.
Oh!
Whoa! Drama in the front end of the field. That's Panetta parked then on that second sector. Oh my word, Anthony, that was a big moment between our drivers in 3rd and 4th.
Well, Campbell trying to go for the move and it didn't work out. Checker flag comes out though and it's all worked out for Finland. Venturatto takes his first win of the season in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. That's a deserved win there ahead of Jack Moore. Hamish Campbell 3rd, but is under investigation for potentially causing a collision, which you saw there on your screens. Unfortunately, Panetta dropping out of the race on that one. Planeta finishing in P4 ahead of Nunes. Burned from Hernandez. Stasionis 8th from Reistrup. And Dowling, who rounds out the top 10. Good race for some of those drivers further back in the field there, Nicole. Bit dicey at the sharp end for some of our other drivers.
Dicey at the front end of the field then, right on that last moment between Campbell and Panetta. That was almost a big one through turn number 10. Both drivers, I think, lucky to get away with that without being collected by anybody else in the field. But the story of that race was Venturatto takes the race win, a second clear of the remainder of the field, a second clear from Jack Moore, and some smart racing then by him. That gap dropped to 0.3 of a second, but he picked it back up and gave himself some more room to breathe.
Indeed. Right. Well, results there on your screen. The top 10 we have gone over. Martin Omdal finishing in 11th place with a 12th place gain. Same for Thanos Zahos of Greece, also a 12th place gain to finish in P12. Rafael Bezzato and Turin and Ludvigan finishing in 14th place. Louis Sifri finishing in P15 with a 1 place gain ahead of Zachary Sipchenko. Of course, he is under investigation. Xian Zheng finishing in 17th place with a 3 place gain ahead of Edouard Godefroy. Then it is Geronimo Corral finishing in 19th place ahead of Mario Silva. Bautista Panetta not finishing the race, of course, finishing that one in 21st, with the other retirements, Roslyn Serra, Samvel, Hamba Zumyen, and Bing van Schleindel not seeing the end of that race. Here's the highlights from that one, Nicole. Relatively clean start for these groups in the Academy Trophy. Turn 1 seemed all fine for them for the first opening lap.
Yeah, I'd say they'd learned a thing or two through turn number 1 from what they saw of Erik Poulsen in Heat 1. All drivers getting through that first sector on the first lap, nice and cleanly. Moves going on through turn number 13. Then this was the change for P3 in the early stages. These drivers really can set things up through turn number 13, as they can then through turn number 1 as well. That was Hamish Campbell overtaking and really getting that corner correct. And we saw similar stuff then from our mid-pack section, who did get busy early on through turns 2, 3 and 4, but decided to sort themselves out in the remainder, and we didn't see too much drama for them. Still, moves continued to go on through turns 4 and 5, and once again into turn number 1, this was a change. This was an overtake on Hamish Campbell. Campbell, who of course I think is under investigation slightly. Big moment there out of turn number 5 for the 5-2-9. That was almost a big one, and just highlights for Philippe Lanetta how easy it is to get that incorrect. Hamadamian found himself with drama through turn number 2, parked on the inside part of that kick down that second straight, and drama once more for the 506. So that was with Hamish Campbell, and that caused Bautista Panetta then to end up with a DNF.
Yeah, very shaky end to his race, but a brilliant start for Finland and for Oivo Metrata coming away with that first win of the season. Brilliant work by him, and brilliant work from the Academy Trophy. For now, we will see them out later on today for their second and final qualifying heats of the day. They'll be starting around 12 o'clock. And then after that one, it's all down to the gearbox categories. And speaking of those categories, KZ qualifying Heat 1 is coming up next. These are the premier class, some of the fastest karts in short circuit gearbox racing here this weekend. And it starts with that man there on your screen, Mateusz Bagel, who at this moment has put it on pole position for him, sits second in the championship. He sits some 47 points behind Petra Hiltbrand in the championship. The fight is on. It is possible. Still mathematically, there are no drop scores available for these drivers, and of course 101 championship points available to them. We caught up though with our pole sitter, Mateusz Bagel, at the start of this weekend after time qualifying.
Matteo, it was a pole in Sarno and now it's a pole here in Mulsen. Can you tell us how you put the lap together?
Yeah, honestly, I did exactly the same thing as Sarno. Just try to find the gap behind the fast driver, and it's what I did, and yeah, I managed to do the pole again.
And this isn't a circuit that we've visited before with FIA. Can you tell us about what it's like to drive out there in the KZ category? What's the challenge of the track?
Yeah, of course, it's a really good track. The first sector with 2 long straights, and then technical part. So yeah, it's there is all the type of corners. So yeah, I really like it.
And of course, last round this weekend, you are in championship contention at the moment, but what's it really going to take as we head through the heats and into the finals to maybe come home with a good result at the end of this championship?
Yeah, we will do our best. There is a bit of gap with Pedro, but yeah, everything is possible. And I think we can take the title with a lot of chance, of course. But yeah, we will do our best and we'll see.
Well, Matteo, it's another pole this year. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Mateusz Bagel, who will be starting this one, like we were mentioning, on pole position. Again, not alone, drama for the driver starting alongside him, Giuseppe Palomba, last year's FIA Karting World Champion in the KZ category. He had drama in qualifying, got the good lap in, then at the end of that session, decided to go into the pit wall. I don't think he decided to, but yeah, he had a bit of a moment to go into that pit wall. But yes, it's a very tricky final corner there. But let's see how he can do for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Drivers then on that second row include Senna van Wonstein and Danilo Albanese. Senna out at Sarno did not have the final that he would have wanted. It was a DNF for him. Similar story for Batuka and Emilian Denner as well. So drivers going into this weekend, Denner, Van Walstein and Batuka hoping for some good points to be collected and try and add to these last moments within this championship. But final round and championship fight, like Anthony Jordan said a moment ago, is absolutely on.
Oh, certainly so. Looking forward to seeing what will happen here. They're looking alongside. You can see a couple of members from the Brill team there. So Florescu, she's got her headphones in, so she can't listen to us, which is absolutely fabulous. That's completely understandable at this point. But yeah, she'll be out in the KZ2 classes later on. And again, she's shown some really good pace over the course of this season so far as well, hasn't she?
Absolutely has. Didn't join us at the first round in Valencia, but was there in Sarno. Maybe had a bit of bad luck. Got caught out in a few minor incidents, but keep an eye on Zoe, young driver within the category and a fast driver as well. But for now, let's turn our attention to our KZs, who are pushing off the grid for their first heat of the day here in Germany.
Indeed, they do. Engines fire up, and it is Matteo Spagel and Giuseppe Palomba on row number 1. Senna Van Walstein and Danilo Albanese go from row 2. Then have Jean Blanc and Emilian Denner on row 3. Christian Batuka and Paolo Ippolito will round out the first half of the field.
Row number 5 includes Daniel Vasile and, of course, your championship leader, Pedro Hilbrand, starting from P10. Row number 6 is David Trefilov with Victor Gustafsson of CRG. And then from 7, we have Matthias Torrigiani with Torsten Simon. Rounding out your 8th row, your only driver on your 8th row in P15 is Alex Marigliano.
Indeed. Well, for all these drivers then, they'll have time to get these tyres up to temperature. These tyres, of course, will have done qualifying earlier on yesterday, so there will be a little bit used for them. And they actually put quite a few laps in, didn't they, in qualifying? Usually we'd see them only put maybe 2-3 laps maximum. No, these drivers did about 5 or 6 laps over the course of that session and really put in some interesting times out there. But we'll see what happens over the course of this day. Of course, you may have seen the news that was released from the FIA. Dunlop no longer the tyre supplier into this one. Back with the LeConte tyres for the end of this season and the remainder of the season, of course. So for these drivers, they'll be going into the FIA World Championships in Franciacorta later on this season, all on those LeConte tyres as well. Grandstands filling up nicely here at the circuit. Great to see so many people here at the Mulsen circuit, ready to see some of the finest gearbox racing from around the world. Of course, KZ2 will be another group that'll be out on circuit next after this one. The pit cam wall, I've got to say, at the start of the racing, the speeds they carry through that final corner are absolutely astronomical. They top out down in towards turn 1 at around 165 kilometers an hour. That is well over 100 miles an hour. Incredible, incredible speeds for the drivers here in the gearbox category. A full field of 15 drivers ready to go racing, from drivers in Sodi karts, Maranellos, you've got Kart Republics out there, Formula Ks, you've got Birrells, you've got the Charlotte Leclerc, you've got the likes of, you've got an Intrepid out there as well in the form of Alex Marigliano, who's out there at the back of the field. So you've got some really good chassis out there, all vying for a chance to stand on the top step of the podium this weekend. Lights procedure gets started by Pasquale Lupoli as the lights go out, and it's a brilliant start for the Frenchman. Spagel holds on to that lead as he covers off the attack from Giuseppe Palomba as they go down in towards turn 1. They go through the gears now, they re-accelerate down the next straight as that was Alex Marigliano on that Intrepid chassis going onto the grass and the dusty part of the track in the early stage. But crucially here, Nicole, it's been a good start for the Frenchman and for the Sodi kart team. Matteo Spagel holds on to the lead.
Absolutely does. Torsten Simon did not get off the line very well at the race start, then really struggled to get that kart going. Further in the front of your field, you called it, Anthony Spagel has jumped the gun really well, has really lit things up in the early stages and actually leads by quite a gap from Palomba, sat there in second. And there you go, that is the shot through that final corner, close beautiful as you like to that wall. Highlights how fast these drivers are going out of that final sector. As we've got a move down the inside, that's Batuka getting the jump on Albanese for P5. Albanese suffering some pace now and has lost a couple of positions, I think, because of that move by Batuka in
Denner.
that Birrell. Denner has got in front. I think Vasile there maybe has taken advantage as well, as we've got yellow flags out there on the track.
Now that is Paolo Ippolito and Pedro Hiltbrand, championship leader, is off the circuit.
Look
he
at
did
the
not
yoke.
want that, and that's a lot of damage there. That's a complete front end has been deattached of Paolo Ippolito's Kart Republic machinery. That is drama in its finest at turn number 3. No idea how that happened.
No idea what happened, but drama again into turn number 1. That's Senna van Walchteen trying to go down the inside of Palomba, gets it wrong, clips Palomba, drops pace. Now Batuka is going to get it done down the inside of turn number 3.
Oh no! And that's drama is straight off the track. It's Daniel Vasile and Senna van Walchteen through the barriers and nearly onto the other side of the circuit, and Senna is not happy whatsoever. Neither is Daniel Vasile. Well, yeah, I can imagine they're going to be having a conversation with each other. They are having a conversation with each other out of my commentary box window. Hopefully they keep it civil. You can see the marshal there is telling them, get to the marshal post and keep it clean. But that is not what you want to see at all. And of course, for these drivers, they cannot get it restarted. It's not on the opening lap. So there's been huge moments here. Down the inside, Emilian Denner trying to get that move done on Knissia Batuka, not going his way at all.
Denner then, that was brave, and he was so lucky to keep that going, catch it and not fall off the circuit, then lost a position from the exit of that, but that was almost your third big moment within this race. You've spotted something, Anthony, out there?
No, I think it was David Trefelov, who made that move there in the other Formula K machinery. So it was Alex Marigliano who has pushed his way through nicely now on a 7th place gain, who's managed to get that move done. So that was the other one of those Formula K drivers. Let's take a recap then as we go on to lap number 4. It is Spagel who leads the way from Jean Nombler. Palomba is still there in 3rd place from Christian Batuka. Emilian Denner in P5 ahead of Daniel Albanese. Victor Gustafsson from Alex Marigliano. David Trefelov from Matthias Tonanjani. We have 5 drivers in this race. Van Walchteen, Vasile, Simon Torsten out of the race, Paolo Ippolito and Pedro Hiltbrand out of the race as side-by-side action here. Nicely done there. That is Daniel Albanese getting through past Emilian Denner. And Denner, unfortunately, having to settle for P6 now. Yeah,
good move, though, by Albanese to keep it held, though. But you can see through that penultimate corner how fast these drivers are going in, how fast they exit out of turn number 14. The notification came up on the board then. Van Walchteen, for that incident out of turns 3, 4 and 5, is now under investigation as we've got a battle going on further back in the field. This is all heating up through that second sector. Spagel continues to go faster as Gustafsson now makes himself your newest driver to be watched by race control. Gustafsson, there you can see him on your screen in the CRG. He's chasing down Denner and Albanese, currently sat in 7th. Not quite sure what he's under investigation for, but is being looked at nonetheless. But what a race to start off our KZ day here today, Anthony, and I think we just need to highlight the impact on that incident between Hiltbrand right at that start. I'd say that was huge because you could see the damage to the kart, that the yoke had completely snapped off the chassis. That shows, big crash out there through turn number 3.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Jean Nomblot now setting the fastest lap of the race. We are halfway through it now. Mathieu Spagel maybe in the lead. The gap's 1.4 currently, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. Daniel Vasile also under investigation there for potentially causing a collision. Of course, that would be that moment at turn number 4 and 5. There is your race leaders just going through your shots. Spagel leading comfortably, but there's Jean Nombler. The gap still holding on to around 1.4 here, so despite the fact he's set the fast lap, we might be talking about thousandths of a second faster from the rest. This is still the Albanese and Emilian Denner battle on your screen. Victor Gustafsson on that CRG, wanting to potentially get involved in this one, Nicole.
Yeah, well, maybe these drivers then dropping really low in the gears through turns 4, 5 and 6, as they do here through 6, 7 and 8 and 10 as well. Drop to about 2nd and then really have to play with the kart nicely, be gentle with the karts, not stress them too much to get back up the order of the gears into around about 6th as they approach the penultimate corner here. Then they drop once more and then pick things back up again, pick the pace back up again to hit the fastest part of the circuit through that final corner. This was the moment where it all kicked off then for Van Waldstein. Went down the inside of Palomba. Palomba got aggressive, returned the favour on the exit of turn number 1. And this was into turn number 3. Down the inside, the drivers went. That was your Leclerc driver. And Van Waldstein very found himself parked then on the exit of turn number 4, out, but is under investigation nonetheless.
Well, you could see how vocal Daniel Vasile was for that one, you know, saying, hey, I had the inside line there, you know, but it was a robust positioning of that inside line, because you saw initially that, of course, Christian Batuka made that initial overtake. Dan Vasile then tried to follow through as well. It is a very tight, narrow part of the circuit. It's risky to try and get it done there as, nice side-by-side moment there over the start finish line, and is that Giuseppe Palomba, the number 5, going slowly and grinding to a halt. Mechanical Gremlins striking the world champion from last year in the last round of the European is not going to have a good start to his day, and unfortunately I think that kart is going to slowly make its way back to Parc Ferme, and no, he's even going to not even make it there. He's going to pull off the circuit at turn number 4. Disaster for Palomba.
Disaster for Palomba, but great news for your race leader, Matteo Spigel, because his 2 rivals within this championship so far, Pedro Hilbrand and Giuseppe Palomba, now both find themselves out of this race. So lap by lap, point by point, this is really helping out the Sodi kart driver that's out there with an 8/10 lead of John Nomblo. John Nomblo, different story completely for him so far in Germany. At Sarno, we saw huge mechanical gremlins for him throughout the entire weekend. Failed to finish, I think, almost all heats. Ended up with a podium in the end of the weekend, but has come here to Germany and completely night and day difference from what we saw from him last round. Out there now, out of that penultimate corner, turn number 13, looking settled and looking really strong this weekend so far.
Yeah, certainly so. And I think over the season, of course, the Sodi kart team have been really strong in the gearbox categories with their drivers, really showcasing some real speed throughout the 2025 season. And of course, all of this is effectively testing. It's setting up for what will be the World Championship, of course, at Franciacorta. All of these drivers will be trying to push as hard as they can setup-wise. Of course, development with the chassis and everything, these can change drastically from race to race. For the drivers, it is the experimental class, effectively. It is open to the categories. We saw dramatic different cooling measures in Sarno as well. I thought we saw, I think one car, I think, had 3 separate radiators on the machine as they went through. Now, the checker flag is out on my screen, but the live timing on our screen says we're on lap 9. My screen here in the commentary box does say it is the last lap of the race, and that is checker flag out. Mateus Rogel does take the win, then ahead of Jean Nombler. Christian Batuka finishes in 3rd place, then ahead of Emilian Denner. Danilo Albanese did finish in P5, ahead of Victor Gustafsson. Alex Margiano will be happy with that result. The Intrepid driver program driver stepping up 8 places to finish in P7, and David Trefilov would round out the 8 karts that finished that race. Nicole, the retirements: Giuseppe Palomba, Torangiani, Van Waldstein, Vasile, Torsten, Ippolito, and crucially, championship leader Pedro Hilbrand out of the first race of the weekend. Not the way they wanted to start it.
Absolutely not. Hilbrand then didn't even make the 2nd sector. That is huge drama for your current championship leader, but we said it before. Great news for Matteo Spigel, your driver that pulled it in qualifying yesterday, your driver that is your biggest hopeful to try and overtake Hilbrand for that championship lead, finds himself in great luck with the 2 retirements of Hilbrand and Palomba as well in the Maranello. Big mechanical dramas for Palomba. Really interested to see maybe what the issue was, what the issue with that kart was looking down at the engine, so indicates a failure down there potentially was going on.
It could be a multitude of things. The problem when you get to gearbox racing is that a lot more things can go wrong with it. The engine's far more complex than what it would be with, like you say, the Academy Trophy karts that are out there, which is just a clutchless kart, direct drive. It's just a case of accelerate, brake, and away you go. Yeah, a little bit more that can happen with these ones. There, though, Mathias Magel happy with that result. That is lights to flag finish then for the Frenchman. And we'll be wanting to keep that momentum up going through the course of this weekend to try and close that small gap between himself and Pedro Hiltbrand in those championship standings, with him not finishing the race and finishing stone dead last in P15, not the race he would have wanted. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one then. From the start of that race, the initial getaway for Spagel off the line, absolutely fine with it. You could see how Palomba got the good getaway as well. The start of that race, no mechanical gremlins inside. Really strong start for him. Senna van Walstein a little bit sideways in towards the braking at turn number 1. Holding on to third place. That was right at the start of it. Alex Marigliano just going on the circuit. You can see the heavy damage there to Paolo Polito's machinery. Big shame for him. Then there was this moment here. Well, Palomba defending from Senna van Walstein. Feisty at turn number 1. Then you had Batuka. He got the move down the inside, but then washed Daniel Vasile. He got the inside line through turn 3. Tried to hold it through 4. The door was closed. They both go off the circuit. Both very vocal with each other. That one, I can imagine, will go to the stewards, and it stays like today and moments like this where I'm very glad I'm not a steward out there, because I wouldn't like to make a call on that one. That was a very robust move in the background. David Trefilov trying to get those later lunges in the race. You can see Matthias Torngiani at that point was still in the race. He was trying to get involved in that fight. This was the battle between the likes of Emilian Denner and Danilo Albanese. Then we saw the drama for Giuseppe Palomba right at the end of the race. Unfortunately, his kart grinding to a halt. And last year's KZ world champion, unfortunately, not having the best start to his final European appearance in 2025. Checker flag going out, though. It would go to Mathias Magel and Jean Nimblon. The two Sony Cup machines, 1 and 2, out on track, and they'll be looking to maintain that momentum going into their second and third qualifying heats that will be coming up later on today. Well, that is KZ done for the time being. We'll turn our attention now to KZ2. Two races to go before we get to the initial first break of the day, and it is qualifying heats A versus D that'll be heading to the circuit first. And this will have the likes of Jaden Teen on pole position, his first ever FIA pole position in KZ2 gearbox racing. And I suspect he was very happy at the end of that qualifying session, because he was in the first group. Immense pace from that first group. There were 3 groups in qualifying. The second 2 groups were some half a second off the pace from the first group. Dramatic differences, but there was a slight shift in the weather. The sun came out, and there was a big shift in that one, so that may have had something to play with it. But we caught up with our man starting on pole position, Jaden Teen, after time qualifying.
Jaden, you have just and only just pulled it in group ahead of teammate Maxim Orlov, the first driver this year to out-qualify him. Can you tell us about the lap? Because it was definitely a quick one.
Yeah, whole weekend is pretty good so far. We have been fast in the testing. I knew I could, well, have a chance for pole in group. Yeah, did a good lap. Yeah, well, made it to P1. Now just fingers crossed for the 2 groups after me, and hope we keep the pole.
And this isn't a track that we've seen on the FIA calendar before, so I think everybody is curious about what the racing aspect of this weekend is going to be like. Do you have maybe any inkling or any feeling about what we can expect to see when we go into that?
Well, for sure, it's a really good track. I like it. It's quite tight, of course, so the racing, I would say, will be pretty tough, but I'm sure there will be a good fight.
And we just want to highlight that this is a FIA KZ2 career first pole for you. That must be a fantastic feeling here at the final round.
Yeah, of course, I'm really happy. As I said, now I hope we keep it like this, but I think we started off the weekend great. Now we're all focused on the heats.
Great to speak to you then, Jaden. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, good to catch up there with Jane Teen, who starts this race right at the sharp end of what is set to be a very busy grid of 31 drivers. Once again, not alone on the front row of the grid. His teammate Maxim Orlov and championship leader starting this one on the front row. The driver of the 302 has got a very simple job here. Race, finish well, end the weekend, European champion.
Exactly that. At Sarno then almost maxed out on the points. Max, get it? Maxed out.
That's very good, very good. He is maxed out on the point. Oh, no, well, no, this is one.
Bar one for the fastest lap in the final. So not much more that Max could have done in Italy, but the job here is quite simple. Finish, get those points on the board, and he could be walking away with a European Championship under his belt. Row number 2 then, Anthony. We've got Noah Wolf up there alongside Tigran and Bonatian. They break up that Sodi kart trend of being fast. We've got a Birol alongside an IPK. Both drivers finished just inside the top 15 in Italy. So both drivers have got some good pace and have got some good potential to maybe find themselves further up in the order as we go racing here then for the first KZ2 heat of today's racing.
Indeed, as 31 feisty KZ2 drivers will be making their way out onto the circuit. This is going to be a pretty hectic little race then for the field, but as they make their way out, let's take you through that full starting lineup then ahead of this one. It is Jaden Teen for the first time in his FIA karting career in KZ2, starting on pole position. He will have championship leader Maxim Orlov starting alongside Noah Wolf and Tigran Bonatian going from row 2. They'll have Arthur Poulain and Lewis Speck on row number 3. Simon Reckenmacher and Jensen Graham go from row 4, showcasing some really good pace in qualifying. Alvaro Timotvara and Yuri Bachika round out row number 5. Manuel Lettner, one of the wildcards this weekend, will have Matis Prusa company alongside. Corentin Rousseau and Alessia Bacchini go from row number 6. Jesper Scheuberg and Louis Esser round out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Part 2 of your field on row number 9 includes Dion van Verven and Roderick Kindervetter. From 10 we have Valentino Fritsch with Christian Decline, and from 11 we have Pavo Tonteri with Alessio Lematina. From 12 is Kypros Yers with Maddox Verts, and from 13 on the Birol we have Samuel Luye with Luca Colella on the IPK. 14, Eric Müller with Alexander Richter, and on 15 on home soil, an all-German lineup, we have Julian Bubb with Yannick Remet, both drivers joining us as wildcard entries. Row number 16, your final row of the grid, all alone there, we have Robert Jans Müller.
Indeed, so for Jans Müller, a lot of work ahead of this one, but he's got a very busy grid of drivers in front of him. Hopefully he can just find his way through. If he is out on circuit, though, Nicole, because he's not clocking up on my screen here, is Robert Jans Müller. So hopefully we will see the Team NKS driver out on track. Drivers making their way to their grid slots. This will be a full packed grid of drivers as they get the temperature into those rear tyres. You can see how they would drop into the lowest gear, light up the rear tyres, move it left and right, ready for the start of these races. They've obviously put the rubber down in their grid slots as well if they can. But this is going to be a very interesting moment. And again, this is going to benefit effectively the even side of the grid. Second, third, fourth, they have got, of course, the racing line on their part of the track. That's where the rubber has gone down a little bit more. The dirty part of the track over to that inside line with Jaden Teen and Noah Wolf and Arthur Poulain. But like we say, we've seen that inside line work out though still for the rest of the drivers. Right then, last karts get into position. Remat and Bub at the back of the field as the green flag waves at the back of the grid as 30 KZ2 karts are about to do battle for the first time this weekend. Lights are on, lights are out. It's a solid start for Max Orlov. He holds on to the lead of that one and claims the lead away from his teammate. It's same for Tigran Bonatian, who's got up into second place. Drama in the background. That is a lot of damage on board 2 of the karts there, but all karts still circulating right round the outside there. Big lunges for some of the rest of the field, but crucially at the sharp end, as yellow flags out again at the turn. One driver has gone off the circuit. Potentially could be, I think that might be Valentino Fritz, unfortunately, who is off the track. It is the 380 wildcard who's going to try and get it restarted. He does get it restarted. He's back in the race.
Fritz then, of course, first lap, so is allowed to get that kart going once more, but the drama that we saw at turn number 1, that was between Luye and Alessio Lamatino. Luye going over the front end of Lamatina's kart as we've got moves down into turn number 1, then that's team trying to pick off these places once more, struggled with that race start, lost the position to Benettian, but finds himself now in P2, and the next driver he will be trying to pick off, if he can, is his teammate of Orlov, who has given himself a half a second gap early on. Wolf now sat in P4 under a bit of pressure now by the 316 of Louis Speck towards turn number 10 and 11, but Wolf looking very quick here in this circuit. Spoke to him earlier on in the weekend, loves the track. It's a smooth track, it's not bumpy, you don't hop around too much on the grid and on the rubber. He said it's really, really quick and fun to drive, maybe helping him and why he is this stronger. Watch what he can do into turn number 1. Grabs a bit of pace to Benattian there for that P3. Watch him into turn number 3. Looks over his shoulder, just maybe indicating that he is going to try and go for a move very shortly because he's trying to gauge that gap to the driver behind of Speck. As we've now got a big move by Team for that race lead. Maxim Orlov had a half a second gap just a lap ago, now finds himself in second position. Team has absolutely lit that lap up.
He certainly did, but again, Max Orlov doesn't need to be too worried about this sort of situation. Again, if you finish up at the sharp end in second, third, fourth, I mean, even into like the top 20, I think he's absolutely fine over the course of this one. He literally just needs to finish these races in a good spot, and he'll be absolutely good for the rest of it. Eyes on this, Benattian and Wolf have closed in as well. That's the fight for third place. Crucially, Tigran Benattian holding a little bit more of a defensive line there just in the background as Wolf is trying to get that move done. He has got the move done. He's got through. Atapu Lane now trying to get his nose down the inside. He's managed to get that done. Lewis Speck's gone through as well, but Benattian, after going defensive into turn 3, has ended up losing another 4 places from the drivers behind, and now Simon Reckenmacher has also got through as well into P6.
Reckenmacher right there, but as is your youngest driver on the grid of Jensen Graham, because he's on the back of this train, sat there in 8th place. Wolf out of that final turn, looking really strong, as is Arthur Poulain into turn number 1, gets it correct on the gears, then doesn't sacrifice too much pace to Reckenmacher, sat there in P6. As they head towards turn number 3, though, could be under some pressure. I think maybe there has been a change for 7th place. I think maybe Jensen Graham getting even more involved, as Arthur Poulain seems like he's got it wrong in that second sector there. Yes, he has dropped 2 positions there, now finds himself absolutely under threat by the Brit of Graham for P7. Yeah, change between those two then. This is your battle though, further up. Benattian still trying to chase down, still trying to find a little bit of extra pace. And extra pace has absolutely been found by Noah Wolf and Louis Speck, who have cleared off from this battle, as Arthur Poulain having to go defensive into turn number 1.
Van Verven under investigation, potentially causing a collision as down the inside. Benattian there on Reckenmacher squeezes his way through. That's going to allow, of course, Poulain and Graham to close back in again. These 4 karts now all fighting for P5, 6, 7 and 8 on the grid, all trying to push their way up the order. But of course, Speck, Wolf, Orlov and Teen are breaking away at the sharp end of that field. There's a big gap between themselves and these 4 here on your screen. But they tuck in as much as they can. Benattian pushing forward here, but now Simon Reckenmacher is under pressure. Arthur Poulain closing in, the Frenchman on the energy course machinery, wanting to get involved as Orlov now is setting the fastest lap of the race, is retaliating to Jaden Teen. The fight for the lead very much still on.
Very much still on, but Olaf will be smart about this one. This is his teammate. He's going to be more than aware. He doesn't need to go for a risky, silly move because he's got a whole championship to think about. Out of turn number 13 and 14, these drivers will go. It's currently just over 0.3 of a second that splits these two up, but Olaf, there you can see, he's not giving up. He still wants that race win because he ducks his head under the wheel to try and duck under some of that headwind that they're experiencing down that main straight, down that second straight, still absolutely trying to grab back that race lead that we saw from him in the first lap. But now Teen retaliates, turns the dial up once more, and he goes fastest now with a 46.238. Heading out of that second sector, these drivers go. This is the point in the lap then, but there's a bit of a bump between between turns 10 and 11. The drivers have to be really strong on the kart and the wheel to not slide around, not sacrifice any speed, and this is where they're not sacrificing speed, Anthony Jordan, because to that wall, out of that final corner, they're as fast and as close as you absolutely like.
Oh, indeed. And like you say, Maxim Orlov here just testing the waters here and now. You can see he's pushing his body language there, pushing his body through the thing there. He's set another fastest lap of the race. He is pushing as hard as he can. He does not want to allow his teammate to break away. You know, winning a title is one thing over the course of the weekend. The main thing you want, though, is to win that title while also standing on the top step of the podium in the final. And if he can showcase he's got the pace and he can get those moves done, yes, it should be all good. Here's a look at the start of that race. The drama that ensued right at the beginning of that one, like you were mentioning, Samuel Uye, and I think that was not Valentino Fritz, they had at the moment earlier on, but there you can see, 371 having the drama in KZ2. Yeah, that was the likes of Alessio Lamartina, the Italian, but like you say, not the start of the race they would have wanted.
This still is your battle for the race lead. Their team not dropping any pace to Orlov in second. You were just saying about Orlov's body movement in the kart then. Is this the case where this is a tight and twisty circuit that maybe because Orlov is slightly taller, is he going to start to stretch the tyre a little bit too much? Is he going to lean a little bit too much? Maybe that's a question as the weekend progresses, because Team is visibly smaller than Max when sat in the karts, but Orlov is doing a good job to manage the gap to the drivers behind of Wolf and Speck, because your front two are not dropping any pace to the remainder of the field. The remainder of the field that includes Manatian, Poulain and Rackenmacher. This battle on your street, which also includes Jensen Graham as well.
Yeah, indeed, on that CR Racing Team machinery, still not managing to find his way through just yet, and so Rackenmacher there for the Dürr Motorsport team. Big showing for the German team here this weekend at the Mülsen circuit. First time we've seen them properly in this sort of force in the FIA Karting European Championships in 2025, but showcasing they've got the local knowledge here at the circuit. And that brings me on to that sort of topic of knowledge and data as we go on to the final lap of this race. Not a lot of data with, of course, the LeConte tyres here for these drivers. They'll have been, of course, running on the Dunlop tyres earlier on this season. Not a lot of running on the LeConte tyres, as it's getting a little bit feisty right now. Tigger and Manatian right behind Lewis Speck, trying to get that move done on this final lap of the race. Eyes on the front runners, though. Jake Teen, Max Orlov, 1 and 2 right now. CPB Sport Team, 1-2. They just saw their counterparts for the Sony Racing Team in KZ go 1-2. They're going to do the same in this one, as out of the final corner to the checkered flag, it is Jaden Teen. He won at the end of his first race of the weekend.
Well, we'll have to check back in the results from previous races though, Anthony, but I'm not sure if this is the first time this year that Orlov has outright been beaten in a race. We saw him have a penalty at Valencia where he lost a heat. I'll have to double check, but I think by memory this could be the first time that Max has actually been beaten on outright pace, and it has been achieved then by his teammate of Team, who wins that race with 0.3 of a second over your current championship leader. And then Noah Wolf finds himself in the top 3. Strong stuff from Wolf, started on that second row, started in third and finishes there. So good stuff there by the Brit.
Yeah, indeed. Very controlled race then from KZ2. From lights to flag then for the field. Jaden Teen takes the win ahead of Max Orlov. Noah Wolf from Lewis Beck. Tigran Manatian from Artapur Lane. Simon Reckenmacher finishing a P7 ahead of Jensen Graham. Yerba Chica in 9th place ahead of Dean Van Verven. Mattis Bruges from Christian Decline. Colin Tom Rousseau from Albert Simmetsvada. And Alessia Pacini, who ran out the top 15. Robert Kindervata from Jesper Schoberg. Manuel Lettner from Maddox Verts. Eric Müller from Luca Kalea finishing in 21st place. All of them gaining positions in that race. Louis Yessa, Paviton Thierry, Caprice Yus and Yannick Remart round out the top 25 on circuits. And for that man there, Jaden Teen, nice start to his weekend. Exactly what he wants.
Absolutely is. Teen then, it's a KZ2 first for him this year. Hasn't competed in the category before, but has had some strong results. Not currently within your top 5 of the championship. This weekend, looks like he's lining up for a good one. Difficult start for Teen then off the line. Couldn't quite get it going, and Manatian did put him under pressure through that first kink down the straight. Lost out into turn number 1, dropped to about third, almost ran a little bit too wide. And other drivers through turn number 1 then did get caught out. That was Lier going over the front end of Lamatina's kart, and this is when we lost 380 momentarily during the race. That is Valentino Fritsch, but Fritsch did manage to get the kart going once more. Pinch point then through turns 3, 4, 5 and 6, and also pinch points through that second sector of turn number 10. Orlov momentarily was your race leader. It was 0.5 of a second that he led from his CPB teammate, but Jaden Teen decided he wanted that win, overtook Orlov, and Orlov couldn't return the favour for the remainder of the race. Poulain, your only energy course driver within the grid for this race, had a busy one. That was him getting involved with Jensen Graham. Overtook Graham, your youngest driver on the grid there through that second sector. Nicely done by Poulain. Still more battles going on into turns 3, 4 and 5. That really is, I think, going to be a hot spot, but also a pinch point as the weekend progresses.
Indeed. Checker flag goes out then, and it went to the 2 CPB Sport drivers, Jaden Teen, Max Orlov then finishing 1-2 on circuit ahead of the Van Amersfoort Racing Bibill driver, Noah Wolf, who rounds out the top 3. There, then, the next race heading out onto the circuit, and then the last race before we go into a short morning break, before we then come back with, once again, the Academy Trophy. It is qualifying heats B versus C for KZ2, and this one starts with the pole sitter of Marek Skrivan of Czechia. Brilliant run for him in time qualifying. Here's what he had to say after that qualifying session.
Marek, fastest in group and third fastest driver overall. The time wasn't quick enough to beat Jaden Teen, but it was quick nonetheless. Can you tell us about the lap out there on the track?
So I think the lap was good, but could be better. I did some mistakes, so that's maybe why it wasn't the best.
And the track looks like it's very difficult to drive. Can you tell us about where those mistakes happened and how you can fix them for tomorrow's heats?
So it happens on the braking, because the braking is really fast, from the fast speed, so that's the most.
And heading into heats then, Marek, you know, you've got quick drivers around you. What's it going to take this weekend to come home with a good result away from our final round?
So try to focus only on the result and not be distracted, and focus to be on the top.
And in the other sessions, your quickest drivers belong to the CPB camp. Does that put you off at all heading into racing?
No, I guess no. I try to catch them and fight them.
Marek, great lap out there. Well done, fastest in group.
Thank you so much.
Well, still spirits high there for the driver from Czechia, but not on his own. Germany's Maximilian Schleimer will be joining him on the front row of the grid. Home country, home turf for Max Schleimer. Let's see what he can do. This is going to be a pretty feisty one for the KZ2 category, as there we cut to the grandstand. Front and centre in the grandstand right there. You see Jordan Lennox-Lamb. He's in the grandstand watching. There he goes. He gives us a little wave to the camera as well. We'll be keeping an eye on a lot of his pilots out in this one. Of course, he'll have watched that, the last one, and we'll have seen the likes of Lewis Beck and the Brilliant Machine, of course, pushing his way through nicely. And, of course, Noah Wolf on that VAR by Brilliant Machinery in that previous race. But he'll be watching drivers in this one, probably in the form of Rasmus Andersen, who'll be starting on the third row of the grid. There, though, on your screen, Marcus Kayak for the Formula K SRP Factory Racing team. What can he do from the inside of row number 2? The Estonian is mighty, mighty quick this weekend so far, Nicole, and possibly could be one to keep an eye on.
Absolutely is. I don't think it's possibly, I think it's definitely, because it was a podium for him in Sarno, currently sat second in your championship as well. So keep an eye out for Kayak. Keep an eye out for the driver sitting alongside Marcus as well, of Timo Youngling in that 306. He's a Sodi kart driver as well, will be starting behind his teammate of Max Schleimer. So watch out for Timo. Quick driver around this circuit, quick driver in general, and a driver I think weekend on weekend is starting to grow it into the class as well. So keep an eye on the 2 CPBs there starting on those front 2 rows.
Indeed. Again, this is another packed grid. 30 drivers out on this circuit. They'll have a busy old race ahead of them here as they are moments away from seeing the green light flash and those engines starting up, which goes on now, which is good to see. Engines fire into life, but let's quickly fire you through then that full starting lineup as the last race of the morning is moments away from being started. It is Marek Skrivan and Maximilian Schleimer on row number 1. Marcus Kayak and Timo Youngling will go from row 2. Rasmus Andersen of Denmark and Ellie Goldstein of Belgium in his first year of KZ2 racing starts this on the 3rd row of the grid. Jay Owen, all the way from New Zealand, will start alongside Dominic Simek on row 4. They'll have Emmanuel Mai and Gerasim Skulanov on row number 5. They'll have Martin Rittinen and Kian Farden locking out row 6. The first half of the field being Zoe Florescu, Georgi Vankowski, Jean Louillet and Tom Dussel, who round out the top 8 rows.
Row number 9 will include Ue Valtonen with Nick Lamberg. And from 10, we have Jesse Kirkby with Simon Billman. Needing to do some work on row number 11, we have Mark Gartskorn with Eric Vess. And from 12, we have Roman Sharapov with Enrico Martinezzi. 13, Rick Hartman and Alejandro Leoff. And from 14, your penultimate row, we have Matty van der Broek with Ruven Vilk. Your 15th row and your final row of this grid for the final race before a short break, we have Mick Landgraf with Maurice Schenk.
There we go. Well, let's see what happens for this one. As the drivers pushing their way all the way throughout this one. They've just witnessed a pretty feisty first opening race for the KZ2s. Are we going to see a calmer or just as frantic race for this second group? As all dear, calmers in the pre-grid area. There's one kart that's not headed out onto the circuit. Now, I can't potentially. I can't quite see the kart number. He's got Billman on the back of his suit. So, yeah, that actually does work out. So, I'll apologise to you there, Nicole. There you go. Who's giving me a really smug face in the commentary box after that one. Simon Billman clearly having problems with his wagon. Trying to think what that problem is that requires it to be lifted up like that. So, clearly the mechanic's working on something there on the back of it. Now, not sure why they would lift it up like that. Is that something maybe to do with the cooling? Is that one of the pipes not working? Are they trying to feed some water into something? That's why they're lifting it up. Not too sure. Clearly drama there. And, well, for Simon Billman, he's going to miss the start of his first race of the weekend. And that is a huge shame for him because he would have been starting this one on the 10th row of the grid. The driver from Sweden not looking too confident now. Front of the grid then gets lined up. Marek Skrivan and Maximilian Schleimer on the front row of the grid. Let's see what they can do here. IPK with that Praga machinery with the Sodi karts on the right-hand side for CPB Sport. Let's see how this one will unfold. We saw the lightning reactions from Max Orlov on the even side of the grid in that first race earlier on. Are we going to see a similar story here as the green flag waves on the back of the grid? KZ2 qualifying in B versus C. is seeing the lights come on. Forward lights, lights are out, we're racing, and it's a good start for the front rows, but it's a better start for Schleimer. The CPB Sport driver holds on to the lead as round the outside, tries to go Marcus Kayak. He goes skyward, and it continues to be in this race, but crucially there at the sharp end, that's the 306 who's out of the race. Timo Jungling goes no further as he's out on the exit of turn number 1.
Big drama back in the field then. Pinch point of 3, 4 and 5. We've lost a few other drivers there.
Yeah.
That's the 323. So we've got 2 Birrells out of
what,
this.
Kian
And
Vardin's out.
Vardin finds himself trying to get it restarted as well on the exit of turn number 4.
And
Almost
Dale
attempted
there as well.
moves there going on between these 3 on your screen out of the final corners. That's almost big moments for these drivers further up in your field. Schleimer, though, leads the way from Kayak, Scrivan in 3rd, Anderson in 4th, Jay Irwin momentarily there in P5, but still drama going on towards the kink of turn number 2, towards 3, 4 and 5. Moves down the inside. This still is on that mid-pack section, and it is absolutely busy then for these drivers then, Anthony. And I think Vardin has managed to get going again once more out of turn number 4, but big moments. You questioned, were we going to have drama within this one? Absolutely, yes we are.
Oh, certainly so. Right then, so let's take a recap then on that one. So Schleimer leads the way, Kayak there in 2nd place, Alex Scriban 3rd, Martin Rittinen ahead of Jay Irwin. That's the 2 Birrells. You can see they're fighting for position. As they were looking down. That's a lovely Mach 1 down the inside. Mach 1 Motorsport with Emmanuel Mai stepping up into P5 now. That's a huge lunge down and towards turn number 1. The fight's still kicking off at the sharp end as well, because now that's Marcus Kayak getting the lead back of Max Schleimer. So Kayak now leads the way. The former Estonian champion in gearbox racing now leads the way here in Germany.
Absolutely. Irwin then lost that position to Mai, now loses position to Anderson as well, and has to settle where he started for P7 currently. Luye looking quick there in 8th place, has jumped up by 7 places as we've got retirement out there on the screen. Then that's the Sodi pulled over to the side, out of the race. Drama for CPB within this one. Moves going on into turn number 1, as I think one of the karts has maybe got some slight damage, was looking bumpy into turn number 1, unless that is the grip out there. But driver then in that midfield that we just saw on their screen looking like struggling with that front end. Drama into turn number 4.
Yeah, that is Gerasim Skulinov and Zoe Florescu, I think, had the moment. But I think the other Birrell out there, Roman Shaparov, was the one that really lost out the most there between the 2 of them. So those 2 out of the race. It was Tom Dussel we saw previously walking away from his CPB Sport machine as well. So CPB have lost a smattering of drivers in this race, and now so have the Birrell ART machine as well. So that's a big shame for them, as Goldstein sends it down the inside at turn number 1, gets past Jean Luye, steps up now into 8th place. There are battles happening thick and fast here, but Jean Luye said, no, I'm going to take that one back from you, and he has done so, and yeah, those 2 continue to fight for 8th place.
Goldstein then, it's a KZ2 year 1 for him, a driver well known in international karting, but maybe not well known in KZ2. And I've seen a theme from him so far this year, Anthony. He's in around about that mid-pack as we head through weekends, but continually starts to get better and better. In Sarno, he almost had a great result, did find himself with the disqualification in the end of things, but keep an eye on Goldstein, sat there in 9th place as the weekend progresses, as we head through these heats. But for now, let's look at your front 2 of Kayak and Schleimer, because there's absolutely nothing between these 2. Trading paint as they go through towards turn number 6, 7, 8 and 9. Fast part of the circuit where they really drop down the gears. They're in 2nd all the way from 6th to 10th corner. Very, very difficult part of the track to get correct. Here's a race replay into turn number 4 then. Almost a big moment there for one of the Birrells.
Yeah, indeed. Well, for 2 of them, Zoe Florescu having to make avoiding action there, and yeah, for all of them, and unfortunately, that's a big moment for Gerasim Skulinov. who lost out the most there. Roman Shaparov as well, who lost out on a lot of time also. Yeah, like you say, eyes on this one. Kayak and Schleimer line astern right now, but it's Marek Skrivan who I want to keep an eye on. Pole sitter, fastest in group in his qualifying. He is the one who is closing in once again. Fastest lap of the race is going to make this a 3-kart battle. We are only halfway through this race, Nicole. Long way to go. But that was a big opening there then for Kayak. Still looking confident at that sharp end, but watch them through the camera. Nothing between these three right now.
Absolutely not. And I think Schleimer is absolutely aware that Skriven is starting to knock on the door down into turn number 1. Then this is the battle for P4 between Anderson, Mai, Rittinen and Erwin as well. Down the inside.
This is the fight for the lead.
That was the fight for the lead. That was the overtake. What a move done for Skriven to get it stuck on Schleimer, gets into P2 and puts in that purple lap as well.
Yeah, nicely done. Now, we didn't see the initial overtake there from Schleimer, so it was Schleimer who was in the lead initially, so that must have happened in towards turn number 3. Then they switched again on the exit, so the fight very much on then for our front runners, albeit now it's opened up a little bit more, and crucially, Marek Skrivan has got himself up into second place, so Schleimer, who was initially trying to go for the fight, unfortunately has lost out on a position in this race, but still time for them to close in, but Marek Skrivan on the fight back. So this was Schleimer, this was down into turn 3, got the move done, not too bad, but left a slight door there, kept the nose in, did Kayak, and unfortunately for Schleimer, he lost out to Skrivan. Now steps up in the second place.
Yeah, just didn't look like he got the kart stopped quite enough at that inner part of the bend, went slightly wide, and like you said, Anthony, that just allowed Kayak to slot back through into that race lead for the time being. It's 0.3 of a second that splits up him and Skriven in second. That Schleimer visibly there, knowing that he made a slight mistake through turns 3 and 4 and is wanting to chase down for that second once more, but it's really close between these top 3 then. Kayak, driver in second in the championship, leading the 2 behind, not looking rattled, not looking like he's making any mistakes. As Schleimer now really turns up the temperature, turns up the pressure in third, puts in that fastest lap, and it's bunching up now as they head through turns 10 and 11.
Indeed, and we've already seen one attempt from Schleimer earlier on Marcus Kayak. Now it's the turn of Marek Skrivan to get a move down the inside. But let's see whether or not it will happen. That was so close to the pit wall there for Marek Skrivan, and that's put him under pressure from Schleimer. Schleimer saw that he got a little loose there through turn 14, and that could have been a lot worse there. But Marek Skrivan is down the inside. Schleimer does it, but Skrivan finds his nose back down the inside, and as just as quickly as he tries to get that move done, he cannot seal it on the exit, and they've lost out on an incredible amount of time to Marcus Kayak now.
I think Schleimer might have been having deja vu then through turns 3, 4 and 5, because that's exactly what he did on Kayak. Tried to go for the move, couldn't get it stuck, and the switchback was achieved by Skriven to get himself back into second. Skriven then out of that final corner, nowhere near as close to that wall this time as they head towards this final lap. Still the opportunity for Skriven there to stay in P2 is under threat, because Schleimer is still absolutely knocking on the door. Finds some pace through turn number 3. Schleimer really brave on the brakes, I would say, on the entry to 3, and he's absolutely there. Defensive posture goes for P2. This is that replay for your drivers in second and third, so close to the wall. Schleimer then through turns 10 and 11, still trying to push, still trying to find something. Can he set anything up through the penultimate corner of 13? No, he can't. Slightly tighter on the exit. Can he get the run down the straight? No, he can't. But your driver that's going to meet checkered down the start-finish straight as your race winner is Marcus Kayak, your Estonian driver, a driver who is a champion in his home country and is trying to chase down a championship here this weekend. Finishes his first heat of the day, 1.2 seconds clear of the driver in second, which is Skriven. and then Schleimer there in third.
Indeed, a very strong performance there for Marcus Kayak, who steps up to second in the points then, ahead or behind Jaden Teen from that first race of the day. Marcus Kayak can be delighted with that one. We said keep an eye on the Estonian from the second row of the grid. We weren't far off on that one, coming away with that first win of the weekend for him in that class. There we go then. Here's the results. Marcus Kayak from Medic Skrivan, Maximilian Schleimer from Ramis Anderson, Emmanuel Mai from Marty Rittinen, Jay Owen from Ellie Goldstein, Jean-Louis from Dominic Simic, Jesse Kirkby from Ruben Vilk, Nico Lemberg from Zoe Florescu. We did see initially under investigation, finishing ahead of Georgi Vakovsky, who rounds out the top 15. Eric Vess from Enrico Martinez, finishing, or Martinez I should say, in 17th place. Alejandro Leoth finishing in 18th place ahead of Maurice Schenk. Then it is Rick Hartman from Matti Vanderbroek, Mick Landgraf from Mark Gretenkorn. Then it is Roman Shaparov who rounds out the 24 finishers in that race. The retirements: Skulinov, Dussel, Youngling, Farden, Valtonen and Billman not getting to the end of that race. But for Marcus Kayak, that's a solid start for him. That is a P3 to P1 in his first race of the day.
Absolutely good stuff from Kayak then, but it doesn't stop there because we've got more heats coming up for all of these drivers. They will need to continue to push to try and get some points on the board. Replays then. This was the start of things, overtakes going on into turn number 1. That's going to be a hot spot throughout the entire weekend, as is turn number 3. There you can see where Kayak got into that race lead on Schleimer. Drivers really can get the kart going through the entry to the bend of turn number 3.
Tom Dussel retiring, in that
Dussel
race.
Joined himself along the likes of Youngling as one of the drivers for CPV to not finish the race. Pinch point catching drivers out through turn number 4, almost a big moment. I think that involved Zoe Flavrescu as well a little bit earlier on. Goldstein was applying the pressure throughout the entirety of the race, and this is where Schleimer tried to snatch back that race lead, but couldn't quite get it done, couldn't quite slow that kart down to get it back in to turn number 5, and ended up then in P3.
That amazingly close moment there to the pit wall for Marek Skriban. That was a very dicey moment. Allowed Max Schleimer to get a move done on him, but again was able to fend off that attack. As across the line, Marcus Kayak, dominant in his performance, claims a first win of the weekend in the KZ2 categories. The Estonian can go into his second race later on today with a little bit of an advantage from the rest. Well, we will see some more racing coming up very, very soon. I think we're going to be back on schedule for this one. Now, there was initially a report saying that there was going to be a 15-minute delay to the rest of the races to today, but I think that's been rescinded now, and we're going to go back on schedule, which means the Academy Trophy, I think, will be heading out onto the track next. They're due to start at 12 o'clock, which is in around 2-3 minutes time, so that's good. So we'll be back on schedule then for the races, which means there'll be no gap now in this morning section until we get to the lunch break later on today. That will be at around 1:30, between 1:30 and 2:30. So we find ourselves now on a complete reset, back with the Academy. This time, though, Groups A versus B that'll be heading out on to the circuit next, which will once again see two of the fastest drivers from qualifying, Mila Machard and Oyvind Veterata, on the front row of the grid. This will be one to watch. I can imagine the Frenchman, though, starting this one on pole position. A very confident start to the weekend, but did have those dramas earlier on. And, well, we'll have to see what the Frenchman can do in this one, Nicole.
Absolutely. Like you just said, we'll meet Venturati, your two fastest drivers, then meeting each other in this race. But Le Machard looking very quick throughout the entire season, throughout this entire weekend so far.
Indeed. Those results earlier on, though, Le Machard finishing that one in P3. So is on the back foot a little bit here. Lost out to Julian Rivera, who did, in the end, take the win. Tomasz Chikaraszki, in that moment, was disqualified from that race. So that defensive posture out of the penultimate corner which did promote some other drivers. There, though, starting a little further on the field, there is No Estaciones. We caught up with him at the start of this weekend before they'd even seen the track. No Estaciones, welcome. Firstly, to what is the second round of the Academy Junior in 2025. How are you feeling ahead of this weekend here at the Mulsen circuit?
Feeling pretty good. I'm really confident. I hope I can win. My first time at the track though. Really, it looks like a fun track. A lot of chicanes, pretty much a straight and a chicane. Not a lot of corners to choose from, so overtaking, as I saw, will be difficult. But yeah, it looks like a really fun track.
You posted the fastest lap and climbed from P5 to P2 in Valencia's final. What mindset and tactics do you focus on when coming through the pack like that in a final?
Probably just overtaking, and when you overtake, just keep the pace stable. Don't drop times or go faster every single lap, and pretty much, yeah.
The Academy Trophy uses identical karts. Every driver knows that, and for many of the viewers at home, they might not know that. How do you gain an edge over rivals like Le Machard and Mulsen in such an even field out there?
Probably just a lot of testing, and depends how much time you spend on a kart, because like the more you drive, the more you can be faster on similar karts, you know.
Well, good to catch up there to our man, Estaciones, who'll be starting this one a little further down in the order, but still looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. The driver from Lithuania starting this race in P14 after a tough qualifying. Green lights is on then, engines fired up, drivers now making their way out onto the track, and let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Mülsen Machard and Oyvind Venterata go from row number 1. They will have Nicola Frigg and Felipe Planeta on row number 2. Hernan Rodriguez and Hamish Campbell go from row 3. They'll have Erik Poulsen and Turin Lugian on row number 4. Finley Lines and Louis Nunez go from row 5. They'll have Claudia Sodu and Facundo Hernandez, who round out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 will include Jack Collinson and Noya Staciones. From 8, we have Mia Zanki with Bink van Scheidel. From 9 is Suzuki Maeda of Japan with Mario Silva Laura of Portugal. And from 10, we have Iago Lempen with Geronimo Corralal. 11 is Daniel Abella with Samval Hambad Zamyon. Hambad Zamyon then needs a good one within this one after a DNF earlier on. And then your final row of the grid includes Gage Korn with Martin Ondel.
Right, well, a packed grid of drivers in this one. And let's see what they can do in this second qualifying heat, which will be their last qualifying heat of the day. And we will not see the academies out later on, as unfortunately Iago Lempin having dramas at the start of this one. His engine not firing up in the first attempt. This is attempt number 2, but hopefully before the white line. That's not looking like it's going. That's not the white line. I'll stress on that one. That white line is a little bit later on. There's a cone that's helped them out a little bit in that one over this weekend. But I think he's got that one going. Has it screamed into life? It has, and I can see it slowly coming past my commentary box under me and onto the track. So it looks like we will have all karts out there, which is good to see. But of course, he'll be starting right at the back of the field. Right then, drivers are through the red line. Now they're still going mighty fast at the front of the field. Back of the grid's only just coming through that now. They should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. And of course, they've got to get through that hairpin now. So the pace is still pretty quick here at the front. But Mülsen Machard and Oyvind Venterata, I think, have slowed it down enough here to get them all into position, which I think they have done. Into the tram line, second time today, and last time today. They will not be starting. It is a false start, and they will be going around again. And that just gives them a little bit more time, crucially as well, for Iago Lempin also to close back in now on the rest of the field. But he is only just going over the start-finish line now, so he's got quite a bit of time to close in to the rest of the field. So again, this is kind of a similar story that we saw earlier on here, Nicole. The first one was too fast, the second one was too slow, then we saw that big drama. Hopefully this time it's just right.
Isn't there a nursery rhyme like
There's
that?
something like that. I was at the
Goldilocks.
Goldilocks and the Three Bears. There you go. That's right. temperature of the soup, wasn't it? Or the porridge. The porridge, there you go. It's been a long time since I've heard nursery rhymes, Nicole, believe it or not. Right, here we go then. These drivers now getting themselves squared away. This looks a little bit better now. Pace has come down, not too much, of course. It was Merlin Machado who had that drama earlier on. At this very point, you can see that he's trying to carry more speed through it now. He's done that this time. So all good to go, hopefully, this time around. Of course, Owen Vetrata, winner earlier on in his race, is looking to try and beat Merlin Machado on the front row of the grid for this one as they enter into those tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are out, and we are racing in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy down in towards turn number 1. Solid start for the inside row. Le Machado holds on to it as karts going backwards, back onto the circuit. There is drama in the background. 3 karts out of the race already at the start of this one as Merlin Machado is under pressure from Nicola Frigg, who is trying to pile on the pressure into turns 3 and 4. We will try and find out who the drivers are off at turn number 1. They're trying to get it restarted. They are allowed to do so. I think it might be the likes of Hamish Campbell and Eric Poulsen who's had drama out there. I think Facundo Hernandez has had drama, as well as Sanvel Havadunyan as well, also having drama. So for some drivers who had dramas earlier on, they've got it again in their second race, and it's not going their way at all. Eyes on the front though, it is the Frenchman who's leading the way, has got the driver from Switzerland on his tail though as they head down into turn 1.
It's France that leads then, but it is a 5-car breakaway from the remainder of your field. Le Machado leads from Frigg, Ventimata is there in 3rd. We've got Rodriguez in 4th, and Finley Lines then up by 4 places early on in this race to sit now in the top 5. He's your driver just on the tail end of this pack of karts heading towards sector number 2. Driver in front trying to go defensive from Lines. That's Rodriguez taking a defensive posture on the exit of turn number 5. And actually we had Lines signalling to say he wasn't happy as we've got to move through turn number 10 then for P3. That was Ventimata getting it wrong now and has to, getting it correct. Jumps into P2 and it was Frigg that got it wrong. Frigg now lost 3 places and has to settle for P5.
Yeah, indeed, he's lost out on a lot of time there, and you can see the big gaps, and now Lines is clear for an attack on Rodriguez, and he's going to look for that move down in towards turn number 1. That is nicely done for the young Briton. He steps up now into 3rd place. He will try and close in on Oivo Ventimata, but he is cleared by also a big chunk of time now. Philippe Planeta on the charge. Fastest lap of the race is currently closing in on Nicola Frigg, who lost out earlier on, and in fact is now going to lose out again. Planeta down the inside and steps up into P5 now.
Le Machado then doing a good job early on to lead comfortably from the second fastest driver throughout practice and qualifying. Ventimata is just under a second that he leads by. You actually can't see him on your screen because he has cleared off quite well early on in this race. That's that fast part of the circuit out of the exits of the lap. Turn number 14 drivers really on the limit, close to the wall as you like on the exit lines. There on your screen, doing a good job to hold off Rodriguez there in 4th, and is really trying to apply the pressure through turn number 3 and 4 to chase up down for that 2nd position.
This
is your race restart then. Pinch point on that curb of going down into the entry of turn number 1. Driver's just not getting it right. I don't know if maybe a driver was assisted going into that one, but just a domino effect on the inner part of the bend.
Well, it was Facundo Hernandez who was that driver going into the corner backwards there. Managed to find his way back through, and still having a pretty feisty race on that one. Unfortunately out of this race right now. Lines closing in once again now on Ventimata, so that's the fight for 2nd place. Only 0.3 of a second between the 2 of them. Rodriguez under pressure from Planeta, who looks to the inside now. That's Lines. Now that's not worked out for him at all. Too harsh on the brakes, too late on the brakes. Just outran himself on the exit there. That's a first attempt, but that's not gone too well for him.
Direct drive category then, Anthony, means your minimum speed needs to be really high. If you drop too low on the revs, you sacrifice so much on the mid to exit parts of the curve. So that's what you just saw from Finley just slowed it down too much and couldn't quite pick it up to make that move stick. Has picked things up well though in the remainder of this lap. He's not lost too much to Venturata, and he's not lost too much to Planeta set there in P4 either. Out of turn at number 1, these drivers go. This is your battle for P2. It's absolutely on as we head through the halfway point of this race.
Well, he's on this now, and Mila Machard looking so much more confident in this second qualifying heat as down the inside. Big move there for Nicola Frigg to push forward on Rodriguez, and that is going to be a move that will lose them a bit of time there in the background, but hopefully we'll see them close in. Lines again, now starting to close back in on Venturata. He's putting on the pressure, but struggled a lot there out of the corner. Planeta, lot more speed out of the penultimate corner, and now could Planeta go for a move here into turn 1? The answer to that is yes. Under braking, Felipe Planeta gets the move done and steps up into 3rd place.
Well read by Planeta, then saw the mistake that Lines had made through turns 13 and 14 and absolutely used it to his advantage through turn number 1. And now it looks like Lines could be under pressure once more, but to this time to Frigg in P5. Watch Nicholas Frigg then, the 502 heading towards turn number 10 and 11. Can he try and set something up on the entry to this final sector of the lap? This part of the lap is tighter than it looks on the screens. These drivers really have to dance on the brake, carry enough speed to then be fast enough out of the exits of the lap and get a good run down that start-finish straight, which is exceptionally long. It's around about 200 meters, I think, Anthony.
Yeah, the max it can be in terms of FIA regulations. 200 meters, a brilliantly long circuit, and on that start-finish straight. So, yeah, they can get a good slipstream there, good rest time for the drivers as well. So, completely different. That keeps them a little bit more fresh over the course of these races. Eyes on this one then as they step through. Still big moves here from Felipe Planeta, who's trying to pile on that pressure now to Ivan Venturata. Saw that Lines tried to do it earlier on. This time now, it's Planeta's turn to see if we can get this move done as we're nearing the end of this race. Out of the final corner, back over the start-finish line. No lost lap board for the drivers just yet. They go on to lap number 9 of this race as down the inside, but has he outbraked himself? The answer is yes. Planeta trying to get the move done, but Venturata is going to fight back. The two of them wheel to wheel. He switches sides, throws the dummy, but he can't get the move down the inside. And finally, Felipe Planeta steps up into 2nd place. Will not be able to close in to Mila Machard. The gap's 1.1 seconds. He is far too far up the road. He will not be able to close in. But for Planeta, this is a strong, solid start to the weekend. He can be absolutely delighted with this one. Last lap board will be coming out this time to the drivers, but the fight is still on now from that overtake. Finley Lines might have another opportunity here to try and gain another position back in this race. He sits down behind Ivan Venturata, who he tried to get past earlier on, but was unable to get his wagon down the inside. This time around now, he is going to try once more, but he's not close enough into 3 and 4. He'll have to stay behind for the time being, and he clips the curb on the exit. He might lose out on a bit of time there. The same for Nicola Frigg just behind as well. Copying each other through the circuit. It's so easily done. If you lock into the driver in front of you, you end up matching what they do. And then you start to just get involved in anything. If they make a mistake, you then end up making mistakes. So it's very difficult to break that habit. But for Mila Machard at the front of the field, it was a P3 earlier on. It's a P1 now for the Frenchman as he retakes the lead of the intermediate classifications then, ahead of Ivan Venturata, who finishes in 3rd place. Both of them on 91 points to their name. However, because Mila Machard out-qualified Venturata, he secures the lead of those points right now and will go into tomorrow provisionally on that top step for their last races tomorrow. He'll be one to really keep an eye on. Planeta finishing in P2. That's another solid result for Felipe Planeta. Oyvind Veterata finishing in third place out of Finley Lines. Nicola Frigg from Rodriguez. Collinson from Big Man Schleidel. Much better run in this one. Staciones and Clelia Sodu, who ran out the top 10. They will make their way back to Parc Ferme. A solid result for them. The top 10 there on your screen. Maria Silva finishing in P11 ahead of Louis Nunez. Gage Korn from Iaga Lempin. And Suzuka Maeda, who rounds out the top 15, some 19 seconds behind the race leader at the end of that one. Daniel Abella from Martin Omdal, Turin and Ludigan finishing in 18th place ahead of Miyazaki, and Geronimo Corral finishing in 20th place. The retirements are all there at turn 1. Hamish Campbell, Eric Paulsen, Facundo Hernandez and Samvel Hambadunyan, unfortunately all not making it to the end of the race. And for some of those drivers, that's their second retirement of the weekend in their 2 races that they've had over the 3 they'll have over this weekend. For Miele Machard, though, a third place earlier on, now a race win, secures those top points now, 91 points to his name. Hopefully we'll be chatting to him in a few moments' time. I know that Nicole Sutherland has made her way down to the scales there, and hopefully we'll be chatting to our drivers. But that is a very, very strong start to the Frenchman's weekend. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Because, well, initially, really good start for the inside row, able to break away for Oyvind Veterata. Had a little bit of work to do. There you can see, unfortunately, Facundo Hernandez going into turn 1 backwards. That's a scary moment for him. Amazingly, though, does manage to avoid contact with the rest of the drivers. The other drivers there, Hamish Campbell, Eric Paulsen, and Hambadunyan, all out of the race with them colliding at turn 1. Nicola Frigg trying to get involved in the fights there. Lost out to Oyvind Veterata, sent it down the inside. This was Lines on the charge for the United Kingdom. He got his move down the inside there at turn number 1, past the likes of Hernan Rodriguez, who pushed his way through. Later, seeing those overtakes as well from the likes of Philippe Panetta, who really showed some great performance at the end of that race. Started this race P4, did fight back though, stepped back up into second place despite his earlier dramas in that race. There was the robust move there from the 502 of Nicola Frigg to push back up in the order. There was again Planeta getting the move done on Lines. That move also robust. Not able to later close in to Oyvind Veterata, had to wait quite some time. Later got that move done in towards turn number 1. You can see it was side by side on the exit though. Crucially though, he'd have the inside line going into turn number 3. And for Planeta, getting that move done on Veterata, securing second place and holding on to it all the way to the end. But it would be Miele Machard of France, current championship leader going into this weekend, continuing that trend. A French champion, certainly looking mighty strong here in Germany. Well, that is the first half of the Academy Juniors done. That is the last time we see Groups A and B out today. The next time we'll see them out will be tomorrow. So, relatively short day for the Junior Academy. But they're not done just yet, because we'll have the next group coming up very soon. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme, because Nicole Sutherland is ready with our drivers.
Absolutely. Then, Anthony, I'm here with Maëlle. Maëlle is a P4 in your first heat, and now a great race out there as well to finish on the top. How are you feeling about today so far?
The race is good. At the first corner, I was P1, and I finished the race P1. It's good for me, and it's not easy, and good luck for other driver.
And you said it's not easy in the first heat earlier on today. We saw you fall off of the track a couple of times, get a few corners incorrect. Is the track out there actually very difficult to race?
Yeah, the track is difficult to race, and in the first heat I have no speed.
Well, Maëlle, the racing for you today is done and finished. You can go and watch the second group of Academy Juniors now. Congratulations on your results today. We'll head back up into the commentary box then, because we've got more academies coming up very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, very solid start of the day for Miele Machard, who will go into tomorrow points leader at the moment, of course, because we've got qualifying heat C versus D coming out as well. This will see the likes of Bautista Panetta and Nick Bretzel on the front row of the grid. A lot of these drivers a pretty dicey race they had on earlier on as well, and I'm pretty sure not all the drivers are actually on the grid for this one. The 552 of Rosalind Scheer-Eise, unfortunately, drama in the first race, I believe, has not been declared fit for this one and will not be seen on the circuit. The driver representing Algeria. We do wish the very best and hopefully see out later on this weekend. But like we say, this is the last Academy Junior race of the day. They'll be back out, like we said, tomorrow on the finals day. They'll be, I think, kick-starting our day before we go into the superheats for the likes of the KZ and KZ2 categories before those finals. There is your pole sitter for this one, Bautista Panetta, on the front row of that grid. Again, relatively dramatic start to his weekend, but still one to keep a close eye on here. The Argentine did deliver some good results in those first races, but certainly will have to push forward in this one. But for him, let's see how this race will progress in those early stages. But like I say, for him, 19th drop down into 21st place for Panetta. The fight definitely needs to be a good result in this one. Nick Bretzel as well for him, very as well, a dramatic little race. But again, the job is simple. Starts on the front row of the grid, will push his way forward, I'm sure. Same for Jack Moore and for Tomasz Cicaraski. Unfortunately for Cicaraski, his race, he did finish across the line of P1, unfortunately disqualified from that race for the manoeuvre out of turn 13. So again, his job is simple in this one. Forget what happened earlier on, focus on this race and push forward. Engines fire up then as the lights go green in the pre-grid. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit, albeit some drivers just struggling to get those engines fired up. But I think they have all done so now. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It is Bautista Panetta, Nick Bretzel on row number 1, Jack Moore and Tomasz Cicaraski on row number 2. Mark Reistrup and Julian Rivera go from row 3. They'll have Amelia Byrne and Kaloyan Giashev on row number 4. Edward Godfroyd and Nikolai Karyukin on row 5. They'll have Rafael Basuto and Nassar Nass on row 6. Emma Dowling and Tudor Yerkin go from row 7. They'll have Louis Sifri and Dominic Braden on row number 8. Zakari Slipchenko and Paul Becker go from row 9. They'll have Xian Zheng and Jaja Kikanadze on row number 10. Raz Dayan of Israel will be all on his own on row number 11. And Thanos Zahos will round out the field of 22 drivers on row number 12. Of course, Rosalind Scheer-Eise not out on circuit for this one. I think has been declared unfit to race in this one, which is a big, big shame. For these drivers now, like you say, a little bit of time they've got ahead of the field. A reminder of those intermediate classifications going into this one. It is Merlin Machard who at this moment leads the way. He is joint on points between himself and Oima Retrata. Philip Panetta currently third in those points with 82. Nicola Frigg fourth with 74. Hernan Rodriguez currently fifth ahead of Finley Lyons. Louis Nunez from Jack Collinson. Noe Estaciones and Hamish Campbell currently rounding out the top 10. And that's quite something for Hamish Campbell. That good result he had earlier on, despite the retirement in that previous race, still finds himself in the top 10 in the points. For Panetta, he had the DNF earlier on. He's got to fight back in this one. But at the moment, he is all fine and clear. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box of this one. Nicole, could we see a start first time around?
Yeah, I think judging by the drivers in the previous races, they've absolutely got it in the bag for this one. We'll see how they head out of the final turn then, being led well by Bautista Panetta and Nick Bretzel. Can we go? Are the lights going to go green? Yes, they do, and we are off. And we are racing. Into turn number 1 they go. All drivers looking clean so far. Can we get through? Are we going to lose anybody? Everybody through turn number 1 nicely then. Busy on the kink of turn number 2. Drivers going side by side, but everybody looking very settled for the start of this race. Your race leader currently led by Panetta and Bretzel. Calm stuff by both drivers. no real breakaway by anybody just yet. No real attempts for moves into turns 5, 6, 7 or 8 just yet. Calm and settled. That's Emma Rose Dowling in your mid-pack, trying to hunt down for position. Your FIA Women in Motorsport Commission back driver for 2025 in the junior category. Having a steady start to this weekend after maybe a not so good qualifying out of the final turn. They go for the first lap and we'll take you through your top 5. We're led by Bern then. Bern, 6th place gain in this race, missed out on those positions gained. Bern leads from Godfrey Reistrup there in 3rd. Then we've got Jack Moore in 4th, and Panetta then has lost 4 places, currently sits in P5 as we've got drivers getting it wrong on the exit of P3, being pushed out and almost falling off the circuit.
Indeed, so very dramatic start there for the front and for Amelia Bern and Reistrup going to the front of this field. And like you're saying, Edward Godfrey as well in the 501 machinery. Looking very, very quick. That is Panetta again getting squeezed out of the way there. It's going to lose out on another position. I think that's Passato going through as well. Godfrey as well fighting back for that position. Bretzel's still there inside the top 5. Is there in 4th place right now as Jack Moore holds on to 3rd place. Out of the final corner they go. You see the call to work together between Bretzel and Passato. Whether or not that will happen as Edward Godfrey, despite the fact getting up to 2nd place, has now tumbled back down to P10 on this 2nd lap. So big moves up and down the order here as still little overtakes happening thick and fast. Reistrup sets the fastest lap of the race. The battle for 4th place is on though. Bretzel, Passato, Panetta, Chikaraski all fighting for position, but the front runners is where we want to watch. Amelia Bern is under pressure from Reistrup. Jack Moore is there as well, all trying to close in here. But are we going to see a lunge from the likes of Reistrup in this early stage of the race? Amelia Bern has looked strong, the German driver this time around, dominating the start of this race. But can he hold on to it for the next 8 full laps, Nicole?
Well, Jack Moore sat there in 3rd place, has a small gap, so actually is going to be able to read this one quite well. Down they go into turn number 1 then. Bern taking that defensive line to try and fend off Reistrup, set there in 2nd. That's closed things up for Jack Moore there in 3rd. Moore taking that wider entry into turn number 3. Defensive once more goes. Bern doesn't sacrifice too much pace on the exit. Moore there, that slight gap that he's got is allowing him to be faster than the 2 ahead and is allowing him to be the fastest driver out there on the track. But these 3, Bern, Reistrup and Moore, all that they're doing currently is backing each other up potentially into the clutches of Passato, who has jumped up 7 places within the order in this early stage of the race. And if these 4 continue to back each other up, there's another driver that's on the charge as well, because we still have Bretzel still in the fight, still in the top 5. Bern now doesn't take that overly defensive posture into turn number 1, maybe learn from a lack of pace on the exit of the corner. Goes defensive once more though into turn number 3. A wider entry from Reistrup is going to allow him to carry more minimum speed through the turn and through the exit of turn number 5 and 6. Down the inside, Moore goes and makes it stick. Jack Moore now is in 2nd position, has overtaken Reistrup, who sacrificed that speed because of the defensive driving by Bern.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Bern now still holding on to the front of that one, but for Jack Moore, he's going to look to the inside at turn number 13. Sends it through. Reistrup gets through as well. And now Emilio Bern down to 3rd place. Passato is trying to push forward, but he is now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Down the inside, Reistrup goes to the lead. Bern goes through as well. Moore has found himself down, and Emilio Bern once again is vying for the lead here. Down the inside in towards turn number 4, and he's got it done, but he's not going to hold on to it. He goes off the circuit to hold back the lead. Oh, that might be one they'll look at for there, because he's clearly left the circuit to try and hold on to his position, but that's going to be a tough one to try and call there. So Amelia Bern holds off. Passato, Moore, Reistrup, Dowling, Bretzel, Panetta, Chikaraski, Rivera. Look at this long train of carts all fighting down to 11th place.
Whoa.
As Jershev is there as well. And it's all kicking off now because I think as Passato has lost out a smattering of positions. It's still Bern who leads the way. It's impossible to call here. So it's Bern, Reistrup, Dowling. Emma Dowling is up to 3rd place and is on a 10th place gain right now. make that 11 places gain. Emma Dowling for South Africa is into P2, but for not much longer. Rystrup's going to send it back down the inside at turn 3, and now they're fighting for second. Byrne's going to break away at the front.
That was well read by Dowling into turn number 1, but she just didn't have that run down that second straight to make it stick in second place. Has to settle for now for P3. In P4, Panetta, you called it, Anthony. He's there, he's looking strong. These two drivers, Rystrup, Dowling and Panetta, all feeling a bit of pressure as down the inside Panetta attempts it through turn number 13, but doesn't quite have the bravery to make it stick. That has allowed Emma to have a small gap now. We've got a change for P4, so Panetta, that sacrifice has allowed Bretzel to get back up in the order, and all of this fighting, we called it earlier on, has backed the pack up into each other, and it's all getting busy now for your top 10. Bretzel's involved, Panetta, Passato, Jack Moore, as we've got drivers off the circuit through turn number 3 and 4.
That was a big move there from Julian Rivera, completely outbraking himself into turn 3, and unfortunately just driving himself off the circuit, as once again they're still fighting for place here. Passato, Moore, Panetta, Chikarashki are all just tripping over each other right now, seemingly not being able to find a way through. Amelia Byrne has been caught back up now to Rystrup. So Mark Rystrup now, the driver from Denmark, is going to try and go for the lead here as they go on to lap number 9. The last lap board will be out this time to the drivers for the next comeback round, but this is all fighting for position. Amelia Byrne, looking for his first win of the weekend in his home country, is under immense pressure from the driver from Denmark. Rystrup looks to the inside, gets the move done through turns 4 and 5, and it is Denmark who leads the way, but not for much longer. Down the inside, Byrne retakes it, and now Emma Dowling is back into play. Could South Africa find themselves on the top step here in this race? But she's not managed to find the gap. And once again, Amelia Byrne and Rystrup are wheel to wheel down in towards turn number 13, and he's got to move to the inside at turn 14. It's not going to work out. Emma Dowling on the outside through 14. No way she was going to make that one work as she goes tantalizingly close to the barrier on the exit of turn 14, and now Bretzel steps up through now. So Byrne has done what he's needed to do. He's held on to the lead of this one. It's a fantastic drive from the German driver, but Rystrup, despite his best efforts of trying to take that lead away, is now under pressure from Bretzel, Moore, Passato from behind as well. Emma Dowling, unfortunately, has tumbled down the order now. She was fighting to get up into second place. She's going to have to settle for a P6 right now from the rest of the field. One driver we've not mentioned, Thanos Zahos, is there in 9th place on a 14-place gain. A brilliant run, but out of the final corner, checker flag is going to go to Germany. In Germany, Emilio Byrne wins his first race of the weekend and the last race of the day for Academy Junior. Emilio Byrne finds himself now being 4th in the points with 84 points to his name, ahead of Mark Rystrup, who finishes in 2nd place. Bretzel will finish 3rd ahead of Jack Moore. What a drive. Rafael Passato does finish in P5, a 6th place gain. Nassar Nass, also a 6th place gain. Emma Dowling finishing in P7, also on a 6th place gain. Thanos Zahos, 15 places gained. The driver representing Greece finishes in P8. That is an extraordinary drive from him. Jeshev Kleon finishing in 9th place. And Tomasz Chikarashki rounds out the top 10. Bautista Panetta from Tudor Yerkin. Then it is Nikolai Karyukin from Paul Bakker. Julian Rivera rounds out the top 15 from Stepchenko. Zheng Sifri from Godfroyd. Kikanadze from Braden. And Diana rounds out the 22 finishers in that race. An almighty feisty one then to end the Academy Juniors racing today. They'll have a long old break now because their next race won't be until tomorrow morning. The first races of the day for their third and final qualifying heats before their final for the Academy Trophy. So their day is done and dusted, and they will go into that day tomorrow with Merlin Machard leading the points ahead of Oiva Venturata. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Well, these might be a long old highlights reel because there were many of them. Racing for that one, Bautista Panetta at the start of that one, squirrely under braking down into turn number 1. You can just see losing out a little bit at the start of that one. And amazingly, for Emilio Byrne, getting into the lead of that race on the exit of turn number 1. The German showcasing some amazing pace in the early stage of that race. Other drivers vying for position, of course, Rystrup pushing his way through, Jack Moore as well. Nick Bretzel, who had to recover back in that one, certainly did so with getting those moves done in the early stages. Another driver who was fighting right at the sharp end, Edouard Godefroy as well of Belgium. He had a really strong first opening lap, would later though tumble down the order and would end up finishing in 19th place right to the back of the field. This is the first initial overtake from Jack Moore for the race lead that allowed Bautista Panetta to get through as well. Emilio Byrne immediately on the fight back though, sent it down the inside at turn number 1, retook second place. That brought in the likes of the 523 of Rafael Bassato as well, the Brazilian, looking very strong in that midway point of the race. Byrne back to the lead though, did have to go off the circuit here to hold on to that lead. That may come back to bite him a little bit later on today. But you see as he retakes that lead in that first initial overtake, certainly a very dramatic one for them in that later stage. There was the drama going into the corner, and unfortunately for Jack Moore, I think getting a little bit too confident there under braking, unfortunately dropping both himself and the likes of Bassato down the order just that little bit in the early stages. Then you had the brilliant drive from Emma Dowling. She was up into second place on a 12th place gain. She later tumbled down at the latter stage after she tried to go back for those top running positions around the outside at turn 14. Nick Bretzel again on that recharge as Panetta just slowly started to fade back into the field. Jack Moore re-challenging for the top running positions again, pushed his way up, but then later would find himself dropping to P4 at the end of that race. Unfortunately, moments there. I think Giasheva just going off the track. Bautista Panetta as well trying to find his way through, but just having those tricky moments in those early stages. This moment here, the Rystrup and Byrne battle for the lead. Rystrup getting in front, Byrne retaliating though into that final chicane, just able to hold on to the apex through that corner. This was the dramatic moment. Emma Rose Dowling right to that pit wall, as close as you'd like, trying to go around the outside at turn 14. You will later lose out on a further 2 places on that last lap as Emilio Byrne to the line takes his first win of the weekend in his home country. The German driver certainly looking very strong in the second half of the weekend. We'll see them out tomorrow, of course, for the Academy Trophy. That racing is done and dusted for the day. So we'll see them out later on. And that does bring us back into the Premier class that'll be heading out onto circuit next. KZ for their second qualifying heat of the weekend. A very dramatic one earlier on, Nicole, for KZ, which saw multiple drivers retire. Crucially, one of them being our championship leader, who has certainly struggled in this last round of the European phase. At the moment, he's still absolutely fine. He still technically leads the championship points because no other championship points have been awarded just yet. But of course, after the 3 qualifying heats and of course the super heats, they'll have already gained another 50 championship points. And remember, Spagel only is in second by 47 championship points right now. So it's still, the fight is on. But it was a feisty one earlier on, wasn't it, Nicole? So many drivers losing out. And like we did mention, Hilbrand was one of those drivers. We did catch up with Pedro Hilbrand at the start of this weekend, of course. We wanted to hear what the Spaniard had to say going into this round. Of course, he leads those points. He's one that really needs to focus this weekend. We did catch up with him, and here's what he had to say. Pedro Hilbrand, welcome to Mulsen, a new circuit on the FIA Karting calendar, and it's going to be an important one for you. Tell us, how are you feeling ahead of this weekend?
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, nice first time here in Mulsen. New track for me, never been here, but already make one session. It's really fast. I think we're going to enjoy, good grip. So happy to be obviously P1 on the championship, but we still need to make this race. Let's see how it goes.
I want to talk a little bit about what happened at the previous rounds. Both Valencia and Sarno, you executed near perfect weekends, pole, dominant heat wins and commanding finals. What specific technical or mental adjustments have you made this season with Birulat that has elevated your racecraft to this level?
Yeah, I think from last year, to be honest, we were missing a little bit of pace, of speed, but since Portimao, I say every time, I think we make a really good step forward. Already this year at the beginning, we didn't have the results on the first and second round of the Euro Series, but already Franciacorta we won. I think we are in a really good moment. I'm in a really good moment. I think I'm feeling really great again, but I think it's a team effort, like the chassis and the engine and me, everything at the moment is rising top level, so I hope we continue like that.
You're now on the brink of clinching the 2025 European KZ title. It's so close to you. With all your past successes, though, from OK World Championships, KZ2 Super Cups, how does this season, the campaign, compare emotionally and professionally to those earlier milestones? Is this a completely different you from back then, or is it you feel the same?
I feel different in the way it's not the first time, but I think we came from some years with bad luck or some bad decisions by my side also. And I think it's after a big effort and work a lot because the last 2 or 3 years wasn't been the best for me and for the team. So I think it's emotionally and we need to wait, but.
Well, good to hear there from Pedro Hilbrand, who will be back on this grid. And let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Mateusz Bourgel looking for another win in this one, ahead, of course, of his teammate who'll be starting this one on the third row of the grid. But it'll be Giuseppe Palombo who starts alongside him. Hopefully those mechanical troubles have been washed away. Senema Walshin and Danilo Albanese will be going from row number 2. They'll have Jean Nimblon and Emilian Denner on row 3. Christian Batuca and Paolo Ippolito. Hopefully that wagon's all been fully repaired. They'll be starting on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Daniel Vasile and Pedro Hilbrand, current championship leader and the driver we just heard from. Row number 6 is David Trefilov alongside Victor Gustafsson. And then from row number 7, we should have Matthias Torrigiani, but we are having reports that he is missing from the grid alongside Simon Torsten. Rounding out your KZ qualifying heat 2 then on the 8th row, all alone in the Intrepid, we have Alex Marigliano.
Indeed, so looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening on this one. Initial reports coming into the commentary box that Matthias Torrigiani, I believe, may have missed the gate coming onto the grid for this one, and he is not on the track, so the Kart Republic Motorsport driver will be missing from the field. Bring us down to just 14 runners at the start of this race. But let's see how this one unfolds. So, drivers getting the last bit of temperature into those tyres in this stage of the race. We saw the brilliant start from Mateusz Bourgel earlier on off the line. Palombo seemingly caught not sleeping, but not having the getaway off the line that he wanted earlier on. As drivers get those temps up. Senema Walshin as well. Big drama for him earlier on. He had the DNF, the same as, like you say, Danilo Albanese. We had Daniel Vasile, he lost out. Pedro Hilbrand, he lost out as well. So many retirements in that first KZ race earlier on. You would think this time around they'd be thinking, right, we've got to get this one right this time around. We've got a big chance of pushing forward and gaining those points. It's a big moment here for Mateusz Bourgel to go into this one with a really good chunk of points. But let's see what happens then as the green flag waves at the back of the grid as Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. 4 red lights are on, lights are out, we're racing once again in KZ. It's another brilliant start for Matteo Spergel, who holds on to the lead of this one. Palomba slots into second place and immediately covers off Daniel Albanese, who is trying to find his way there in third place, but will have to stay there. Senna van Wolfstein is wheel to wheel right now with the Formula K machine of Emilian Denner, who sends it down the inside and takes fourth place away from Senna van Wolfstein, who will now have to fight back. But where is the driver who finished in second place earlier on? Jean Nomblo is there, but he is well down in the order.
There we go then. There on your screen was Pedro Hilbrand heading out of turn number 10, trying to chase down Ippolito, who we saw he had that big moment with in heat number 1. On the front of your screens, though, we have got Spergel continues to lead, dominant force this weekend so far in both qualifying Heat 1 and so far within Heat 2. Giuseppe Palomba sits there comfortably in P2, and then Albanese is there in P3. It's a 1-place gain, a 2-place gain then for Emilian Denner, shortly behind in P4. Denner looking strong now, but is under threat by Van Wolfstein, who we saw. They traded places on that first opening lap. Half a second currently splits apart your race leader of Spergel and Palomba. Albanese there trying to tail round Palomba to see maybe can they work together to take down your current fastest and your current leader throughout this weekend. Into the penultimate corner of turn number 13, all these drivers go. And a completely different opening to this race, Anthony, compared to what we saw in Heat 1. Nobody having major dramas, everybody looking settled so far.
Indeed. Well, you say that, Danny Vasile sending it down the inside of Christian Batuka, and that's allowed him to get through, and Jean Nomblo as well. So Jean Nomblo back on the charge through the field right now, as Senna van Wolfstein sets the fastest lap of the race. He is trying to close in on Emilian Denner. Now, we saw how close he was going into turn 1. In fact, I thought he was going to go for the move earlier on as well. Spergel is under an immense amount of pressure here at the front of the field, has not broken away here. Palomba and Danilo Albanese are right on that rear bumper now as they go through. Look how close they close in under braking through turn 13 into the slipstream, down the start-finish straight. Defensive lines from Spergel. Game is on. Palomba could not look down the inside, but he count on the exit as Jean Nomblon goes wheel to wheel with Daniel Vasile. He goes skywards and now goes backwards in the order. Van Wolfstein looks to the inside of Emilian Denner, and that is again Daniel Albanese, who has lost out on a few places there to the drivers behind, and Daniel Albanese tumbles to P5 now. They lost a lot of time out of turns 4 and 5 there. So slow on the exit. It's allowed Spergel and Palomba to break away, and crucially given Senna van Wolfstein a little bit of breathing space now to go to work. There's a car going very slowly at the back of the grid. I think that's Maragliano, had a really good race earlier on, the intrepid driver, now seemingly struggling in this second qualifying heat of the weekend.
Well, for Senna, when he got that move done through turn number 3, I think it was actually 2 for the price of 1. Here we go then, battle still rages on for the race lead. Spergel going defensive through turn 3, 4 and towards turn number 5, and Palomba absolutely piling on the pressure. Palomba, mechanical drama for him for heat number 1, so within this one he needs to pull out all the stops to try and pick up some points. Spergel now, that defensive posture, looks like he's backing up Palomba into the remainder of the pack, into Senna van Wolfstein.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that was almost a big moment then. Spergel then cutting across the nose of Palomba. That caught out, I think it was Albanese in the background as well. Here we go now, close as you like. Van Wolfstein takes that wider entry into turn number 1, and it's all pulling in the remainder of the pack because Denner is right there now as well. Is a move going to be on into turn number 3 by Van Wolfstein? No, it's not. Spergel still going defensive into these corners, I think. Is this tactical by Spergel? Is he doing all of this intentionally to try and make this as big of a fight as he possibly can?
Well, I don't see why he would, because right now he just needs to try and break away at the front. He wants those good results. He wants those big scores. But of course, in gearbox races, if you get a bad entry, you can still get a good exit, especially if you've got good on the gears. So, you know, it's one of those where, yeah, backing them up into the back necessarily sometimes doesn't pay out in the gearbox categories. But it is so far as actually, I think Paolo Ippolito is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. The driver of the 22 machine currently sitting in 7th place. Sarno Mulsen definitely looks to be the quickest driver here in this front group. He is going for those wider lines, looking for the switchbacks here and there on the drivers in front. And now Palomba is having to throw a defensive posture here as Spagel has managed to break away. So maybe this attempt of backing them up into each other has worked, because that's an immense train of drivers all fighting for position. Emilian Denner is in a bit of a sticky situation there as well, because he's fighting for the position. It's down the inside. It's a big lunge for Sarno Mulsen, and Emilian Denner got massively caught out there, straight into the rear bumper of the two of them as they locked it under brakes, goes skywards on the front, and if ever I'm going to see a nose cone, it's going to be from that one there. And unfortunately, well, now Paolo Ippolito showcasing his frustration at Daniel Vasile there. And he puts his nose down the inside and gets through again. So this is all kicking off a little bit here now, and tensions are really starting to heat up here in KZ.
Absolutely is Ippolito. Then we've not seen him so far throughout the championship. As sideways goes Palomba through turns 7, 8 and 9 ahead of Albanese. But Ippolito, going back to him, we've not seen him so far within the championship this weekend, hasn't got too much to lose, as down the inside Albanese attempts it, overcooks it though, and gives the position back to Palomba. This is feisty in the middle pack. Albanese getting shown some elbows out there by Palomba. That gives the position, oh my word, 2 birds with 1 stone goes Emilian Denner, picks off Palomba and Albanese through turn number 1 in one go. Drama again.
That is Danilo Albanese down the inside of Giuseppe Palomba, and both of them tumble down the order. Disaster there, and that, well, again, it was on the inside. Palomba turns in, but there's a big cut there as now Daniel Vasile kicking up the dust there on the exit of turn number 10. Oh dear, again, these are feisty moves that we're seeing here, and these drivers are seemingly not giving each other the racing room around this circuit. It is tight, it is twisty, but it's so fast and open as well at the same time. It promotes the big lunges like that.
Absolutely, these are the warriors of your sport. These are the best drivers of the best, and you can tell that they're absolutely fighting it out amongst each other. There's no room to breathe for any of these drivers. Out of turn number 5 they go. This is Gustafsson chasing down Jean Omblo and Daniel Vasile there for that mid-pack position. Pedro Hilbrand, your driver that headed into this weekend as your championship leader, not managing to pick off any positions so far, and this was your big moment out of that penultimate corner over the back of the kart. Went Albanese very almost, and Palomba got it wrong there, going sideways, but did manage to catch that Maranello chassis. Momentarily it was going well again until this point at turn number 3 and 4.
Jean Nemblom again there, just as we were cutting back, going backwards in the order as to Gustafsson trying to get the move done. Well, that was a feisty one there on Daniel Vasile, but it's not worked out on the exit. Now Gustafsson's going to get swallowed by the pack here. Bertuca, Nemblom, Hilbrand, Trefilov, all trying to fight their way through. Pedro Hilbrand, who we've not even mentioned in this race so far, is there in 8th place and is trying to push his way through the field right now, but is still having an absolute drama out there trying to gain places. He has gained 2 of them right now.
Missed the corner
but
there.
again, just showcasing some tough racing in this stage. Through over the start-finish line they go. We're on to the final lap of this race here, Nicole. And right now, all eyes will still focus on this mid-pack right here, because while Jean Nemblom holds the pressure away from those 2 Birolak drivers behind of Hilbrand and Bertuca, all fighting for position. But at the front of the field, Emilian Denner and Paolo Ippolito are pretty close on track. That's them here for 3rd place. These are your front runners, Mateusz Bergel and Stefan Wallstein. Well, once again, it's 2 Sony karts on the front, but this time 2nd is different. But Bergel, 2nd in the championship, dominating the qualifying heats here in Germany, and goes into his last race today, later on today, I should say, with 100 points to his name. He leads the points massively from Emilian Denner, who sits second with 79. Jean Nomblo third with 74. Senna van Wallstein fourth with 70. At this moment, for the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand, he does not sit anywhere within inside the top 10. As he's had some real dramas this weekend, but it's now a better result this time around. A P9 finish for the championship leader. He is still looking good. We'll just have to wait and see what happens later on this weekend. For Spagel, he'll head back to Parc Ferme. Points leader going into his final race later on today, ahead of Senna van Wallstein and Emilian Denner, but in the top 3. Paolo Polito finishing ahead of Daniel Vasile, Victor Gustafsson from David Trefilov, Jean Nomblo from Pedro Hiltbrand, Christian Batuca from Alex Maragliano, Giuseppe Palomba from Simon Thorsen, and then you have Daniele Albanese and the non-starter of Matthias Tonangiani, who unfortunately didn't make the grid, which is a big shame there. But again, a very feisty race there, but 13 out of the 15 karts finishing that race. But crucially, Mateusz Rogel there on your screen, coming away with another qualifying heat win. That's a solid start to the weekend for the Frenchman. And I'm sure we will be chatting with him very, very soon. But cool, calm and collected. He congratulates there with Senna van Wallstein, who this time around does finish one of these races. Unfortunately, he had dramas in his first race, but seemingly not so much this time around. Here's a look at the highlights there originally at the start. Good start then for Spagel, Senna van Wallstein and Giuseppe Palomba. We then saw the dramas from Palomba, of course, that initial attack on Spagel not working out for him. Daniel Vasile getting the moves done on Christian Batuca. That allowed Jean Nimblon to push his way through. Not happy with the overtake, but it is what it is. A robust move nonetheless. Then you had the drama right at the beginning of that race as well, where you saw Daniel Albanese, who would later retire from that race, fighting in the early stages. That was that initial attack. Spagel slicing across the front of Palomba, kicking him up in the air. Later attacks there would throw drama for Emilian Denner, who would go skywards as well at one point. Van Wallstein trying to get his nose down the inside. That would later fail. That would bring everyone close in. This moment here, Van Wallstein to the inside, but look at that, under braking, just going straight into the back. Emilian Denner going skywards there, and that's got to be a nose cone at the end of that one. He went absolutely skywards. Then you had Paolo Polito putting his moves in. Again, seemingly not happy with the drivers around him with their performances. The big sideways moment for, again, Palomba, who did manage to finish this race, but albeit a little further down the order than I think he would be liking it. Giuseppe Palomba finishing it in 12th place. Still a dramatic one for him as he had the retirement earlier on. This is how it fell down for him. Daniel Albanese down the inside, unfortunately, retiring from the race. The failed attempt at the overtake between the two of them put them into a bit of a moment. There, Jean Nimblon trying to get the move done on Daniel Vasile, not getting it done. Gustafsson sending it through. And Nimblon again just going later on the brakes, not being able to stop his kart there through some of them. And again, the same for Gustafsson. He would later go down the inside of Daniel Vasile. He would later retake that position as well. Daniel Vasile holding on to 5th place at the end of that race. Checker flag would come out. Sodi Kart once again, 1 and 2. This time, Mateusz Rogel and Senna van Wallstein were your top 2 Sodi Kart runners in that race. Well, that's KZ done for the time being. We'll see them out later on today. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Matteo, another win for you out there, but it was busy at the start of things for you. You were under a little bit of pressure. What was it like in that stage of the race?
Yeah, this one was really hard. In the beginning of the race, I was not really fast, so I needed to defend. And then in the middle of the race, I had a little gap. So I was focused on myself, and at the end, I won the race.
And so far from what we've seen from the KZs, there's actually been a lot of incidents going on. There's been a fair bit of crashing so far. In your opinion, Matteo, why do you think that that's going on?
Yeah, of course there is a lot of crashes because it's the last round, so there is a lot of drivers who have nothing to lose. So I think it's why there is a lot of crash.
Well, Matteo, great to hear from you. A pole, 2 heat wins, and of course another heat to come up this afternoon. So well done. For now, though, we'll head back up into the commentary box because we turn our attention to our KZ2s.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, you are indeed correct. So back with KZ2, they'll be heading out onto circuit next, which will see the fastest drivers from time qualifying going wheel to wheel in this one. No more will Jaden Teen have to fight with the likes of Max Orloff. That will be later on. This time he'll have to deal with Marek Skrivan, who'll be starting alongside him on the front row of the grid for this one. Both of these drivers still very quick in time qualifying, very quick in their races earlier on as well. Certainly will be vying for a good result in this one also. A reminder of some of those races. Groups A and D earlier on did see Jaden Teen take the win ahead of Max Orlov and Noah Wolf. The top 3 would stay the same in that one. The second race of that one would see Marcus Kayak taking the win ahead of Marek Skrivan. Marcus Kayak is in this race to sit behind Marek Skrivan, so one of these drivers could win a second race or could lose their first race of the weekend indeed. But we'll have to keep a very close eye on that one. Jaden Teen, though, there on your screen, a very strong start to his weekend. Brilliant results so far, of course, over the season, but really showing a strong performance in this third and final round. He'll be fighting his way through the order as much as he can, of course, in KZ2. For Jaden Teen, he does not sit anywhere at that sharp end of the points. He came into this weekend 19th in the championship point standings. Hasn't scored a point in a final yet so far this season, but does have still 21 points on the tally. So we'll be wanting to add to that with potentially his best scoring points of the season so far, if, of course, he can end today leader of that intermediate classification. But that is going to be easier said than done because they will have another race later on today as well. At the moment, though, it is Jaden Teen who leads those points ahead of Marcus Kayak, both of them on 50 points to their name. Like you say, both in this race. Let's see how it will unfold as engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit, and we will quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Jaden Teen and Marek Skrivan on row number 1 will have Noah Wolf and Marcus Kayak on row number 2. Arthur Pulane and Rasmus Andersen go from row 3. They'll have Simon Reckenmacher and Jay Irwin on row number 4. Alba Timotsvada and Emmanuel Mai go from row 5. Keep an eye on the German driver. He started this one on the 5th row of the grid, had a really good race earlier on. Manuel Lettner and Martin Ruttanen go from row 6. They'll have Conaton Rousseau and Zoe Florescu on row 7. The first half of the field will see Jesper Sjöberg of Sweden and Jean Louis of Switzerland on row number 8.
Row number 9 will include Dion van Verven alongside Juho Valtonen. From 10, we have Valentino Fritsch with Jesse Kirby. From row number 11, we have Pavo Tonteri on the CRG alongside Mark Gertzhorn on the Viral. 12 is Kypros Yers with Roman Shapovalov. And from 13, we have Samuel Lier with Rick Hartmann. 14 is Eric Muller on home soil alongside Matti Vanderbroek, so an all-German row number 14, and an all-German row number 15 as well with Julian Bubb and Mick Landgraf. Final row of your grid, all alone on that 16th row, is Robert Jans Muller.
Well, again for these drivers, a second attempt at trying to get their name at the sharp end of the order. Like we say, for Jaden Teen, he has already done that once so far this weekend. The same as Noah Wolf, the same as Marek Skrivan, and the same as Marcus Kayak. Both of them, and all 4 of them, all finishing inside the top 3 in their races previously. So again, keep an eye on those drivers who sit there as well. We saw obviously great moves from Kayak in that race to push his way through. The Estonian champion in previous years gone by in the KZ categories has certainly delivered so far this weekend in Germany. But we did see some really strong performances. I'd like to see what Simon Reckenmacher can do in this one. He had a really strong start to his race earlier on. Can he replicate that or even better it in this second qualifying heat? Well, I'll have to wait a bit of time because the front runners are getting into their grid slots. The back of the grid still only passing the red line on the tail end of the lap, so they've still got a bit of time to wait until this field gets into their position. All that meanwhile, that the drivers at the front will be losing temperature in those tyres, as not what they want to see. As you can see from that picture there, wind looking like it's picking up a little bit here at the Mulsen circuit. It's a tailwind down the start-finish straight, meaning it's a headwind going in to the likes of turn number 3, meaning we should see a bit of a slipstream for the drivers there in position. It is a false start, and they are sending them round again. So I think there has been a bit of a drama in the background, but let's see what will happen then. So they're going to go round again. Gives them a bit more time to get some temperature to those tyres.
Absolutely is. Gives them some more time just to think about that first corner as well, how these drivers intend on really conquering, really coming out ahead of the rest of the field in front. Of course, a race start can really make or break a heat for these drivers, really something that has to be executed well. Of course, always helped by when you have that correct tyre temperature in the rubber as well, because you can go into turn number 1 with a bit more bravery, trusting the grip that has been laid down out there by the Lacon tyres. Of course, out there, temperature quite warm now compared to what these drivers experienced through testing and through qualifying. It's 24 degrees, so enough rubber will be getting laid on the tarmac without it being too much. There's a nice balance between, what is enough grip to be brave with the kart and which is too much grip to then experience hopping and over gripping, which then makes the racing and being on the incorrect line when overtaking really challenging for these drivers. So actually, I'd say the temperature and the air conditions out there for these drivers, very good, actually, I'd say.
Well, like you say, we're 24 degrees right now. It's expected to go up a little bit more as the day progresses. Local time, we're here 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Germany. So we're at that sort of peak of the day with temperatures. Remember, cast your mind back to Sarno for these drivers. It got to around 6 o'clock and it was still about 37 degrees out there. It was biblically hot there in Sarno in Italy. But let's see how this one goes as the field make their way back into the grid slots. You can see now front runners looking good. Jaden Teen again looking for his second win of the weekend. Can he get that one done? Alex Grivan getting into his grid slot. Checks behind him a little bit there just to make sure all is good. But right now still looks mighty comfortable over this weekend. But keep an eye on the drivers behind them as well. Noah Wolf looked strong in his previous race earlier on. So did, of course, Marcus Kayak. He took the win on track. But let's see what happens in this one then. It is KZ2 qualifying heat, A versus B. Back of the grid, gets into their slots. Green flag waves as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend in KZ2. Lights are at the ready as 3, 4 red lights come on, lights are out, and we're racing, and it's a solid start for Alex Grivan, covers over the nose of Jaden Teen, and holds on to the lead of this one. Noah Wolf has not had a good start either. He's tumbled back into the order. Arthur Poulain has had a good start, though. The driver who started right behind him has managed to get the jump on him. Down in towards turn number 2. You can see there the Formula K machine of Marcus Kayak is holding on to second place as there's karts going on the grass in the background, seeming that possibly the likes of, is that Corentin Rousseau potentially going off the circuit. But keep an eye on this entire field because it's a solid start for the front runners.
Entire field solid start, but we've got a sea of Birrell drivers in that mid-pack section. A school of them really getting involved with each other, but crucially a 4-car breakaway at the front end of your order for now. The driver that is leading the way comfortably, Max Grivan from Marcus Kayak. Jaden Teen has dropped into third. We saw a similar thing from him earlier on in his first heat, but can absolutely go for a move. And going for a move now down the inside at turn number 3 is Kayak. Kayak promotes himself to be your new race leader. In P4 we have Arthur Poulain. Jaden Teen looked like he was having a go in towards turn number 7 and 8. Doesn't get it done though. It's not somewhere where we see drivers really pull anything off. Poulain, like we said, sat there in P4, has had a really good start to pull away from the remainder of the field, and a not so good start then from Noah Wolf, who's currently still inside the top 5 and has broken away from Rakamaka in there in 6th, but is miles away from the back of that Energy course cart. Is now down the inside. Jaden Teen makes a move stick for P2. Scrivan, having to concede the position, allows him to make it go very comfortably. Still, Kayak leads the way comfortably. Under investigation goes Kypros Yurs. That's further down in the order, the 3-5-1. That's he's involved in that sea of Birrells that all find themselves following each other through that second sector. In towards turns number 10 and 11, your front pack go. I've said it a couple of times throughout this weekend, that's a point in the circuit that these drivers can really catch themselves out. They can really make mistakes. You drop to around about 3rd gear in that middle sector of the corner. And there is a small bump, there's a small dip in the track where the drivers really have to be strong on the cart and the wheel so it doesn't slide. There we go then, Team picking things up, picking the pace up, turning up that dial, turning up the pressure in towards turn number 3, has a look, but has to back out of it, and now bumps the back of Kayak then onto the entry towards number 4, and he's lost some pace now because of that. Really had to think against it, and that brings Scrivan and Poulain ever closer into that top 3 position.
Kayak seemingly parking it on the apex there of turn number 3, and that caught Jaden Teen out there a little bit when he was trying to get the switch over. That's lost him out on quite a bit of time, and now likes of Scrivan trying to push his way back through. Up the lane, still trying to get involved in this fight, seemingly not able to do so as they stay line astern. Poulain down the inside though, gets it done, and he gets up into 3rd place. Now Wolf is there for company, goes to the outside, 2 for 1. Noah Wolf special. You know what? I've said that several times over his karting career and at several different circuits. Noah Wolf seemingly is always able to find 2 places around the outside at any circuit he goes to.
See, that's Noah demonstrating that there is a lot of grip out there and you can absolutely pull off something spectacular like that. Trusted it, trusted that the kart was planted to the tarmac, 2 birds with 1 stone. Still, your front 2 go. It's Kayak from Team Tien. Not looked for a move just yet, but he is right there. He is right on the tail, shadowing around your race leader. But he's going to be aware that Kayak is playing games because previously through this part of the track, Kayak parked it. He really called Tien's bluff, making him think about it, making him work a little bit harder to try and snatch that race lead away. Out of sector number 2 they go. In this part, turns 10 and 11, both drivers fully in control of both karts. Still though, Tien hunting down, trying to hustle your race leader, trying to apply that pressure, trying to suss out where he isn't as strong. Is it maybe possible into turn number 1 because this is a hot spot and you can go for a move, you can get the kart stopped, but not just yet as Kayak just tightens things up slightly at the centre of the curb to not allow Tien that racing room.
No, indeed. Right now, still a long way to go in this race. We're only on lap number 6 of this one, Nicole. We've still got half a race to go right now. And for the likes of Marcus Kayak, he's going to have to fight all the way to the end of this one. Both of these drivers have not yet lost a qualifying heat this weekend. Both of them winners earlier on. So this is going to be a real test of who is faster out of the 2 of them. Seemingly out that final corner, that penultimate corner, sorry. They seem both very naturally fast. Big check over the shoulder though. Watch this though, Tien's going to try and switch to the inside if he can. No, he doesn't. Stays to the outside. That was a move he did on Scrivan earlier on, if you remember it. You could say forces kind of the driver in front of him to go to the tighter corner. Now he's going to look to the inside at turn number 3. This time he parks it on the apex, denies Kayak to get the move down the inside, and now holds on to the lead. However, Noah Wolf has closed in. He's already done a 2 for 1 special around the outside or a corner. Could he do it again at a different part of the track? We'll have to find out, because now it's that fight on as they head in towards turn 13. on lap number 6.
Wolf then looking strong in P3, and I'd say actually that Kayak is a bit rattled now, has dropped some pace to the CPP driver and is now thinking more so about Wolf as they head out the exit of turn number 1. Let's see a replay further back then. This is Poulain going defensive into turn number 3, and there you go, round the outside. Read the drivers ahead of him like an absolute book, and Noah Wolf picking off 2 places for the Price Av1. I think the drivers around him would have maybe looked at that and actually thought, do you know what? Fair play, because that was bravery on 4 wheels. And this was Jaden Teen returning the favour and saying, you can park it in the corner, and so can I. Noah into that penultimate corner of 13, brave on the brakes, carries loads of speed into the entry out of that final corner. These drivers have said it time and time again, so close to that wall on the exit. Into turn number 1 they go. Noah just really trying to hunt down for that gap, trying to reduce it corner by corner on the braking as they head through into that centre curb, gets the kart stopped really well, gets shifting back up the gears again, and that's what's helping him do things like this, makes the move stick, and now finds himself in your top 2 down the inside through turn number 8 and 9. Well executed there by Noah.
And certainly so. He's pushing his way nicely through this field. Big check over the shoulder there. But seemingly not having to worry too much about anything else coming in behind, because I think it's Arthur Poulain who's there in P4 in that Energy Course machine, who is seemingly all on his own, trying to fight back. So now that that overtake has happened, it's all back down the inside. Oh, look at that under braking. As close as you like, Marcus Kayak unable to get a nose down the inside there, and that is a locking up at the front. You can see how much it was shaking the nose cone there. It's something you don't generally tend to see on a direct drive kart where it's only got brakes on the rear. When you've got the brakes on the front as well, you can really stop it on a dime, and that's exactly what you were seeing there. Kayak great on the brakes there to avoid any contact between the two of them, but seemingly Wolf holding on to that one. They are going to lose out on closing in on the likes of Jaden Teen, who is seemingly driven away at the front of the field here as the field now goes on to the last lap of this race. I think it's pretty settled for the sharp end of this one as they go through. Oh no, it's not signed and sealed, because off the track goes Marcus Kayak. He is out of the race, and that is disaster for him. Is that mechanical in nature, because he drove off the circuit at turn number 1, and unfortunately will go no further in this race. That is a huge shame for the winner earlier on in his first race, and now finds himself broken at the side of the lines. But crucially here for Jaden Teen, it was a win earlier on. It will be a win again in KZ2. Out of the final corner, checkered flag goes out to Jaden Teen. He takes the win ahead of Noah Wolf, and if I'm right, it would be Arthur Poulain who finishes in 3rd place. It is Arthur Poulain. Unfortunately, I think there is a moment with the timing at right now, but we will try and get those full results to you as and when we can. But it is Jaden Teen who takes the win ahead of Noah Wolf and Arthur Poulain, who finished 1, 2, 3 in that battle. A superb drive, but certainly the fight on the hands. And what on earth happened to Marcus Kayak there, Nicole?
Yeah, like you called it then, Anthony, I'd say it was mechanical in nature, because he just pulled the kart over to the side at turn number 1, and I'm sure when Jaden passed that after meeting the checkered flag, he probably would have looked at it and thought, what has happened to Kayak? But it's great news for him, and he's not going to feel any kind of sympathy, because it means more points on the board for him, and it means that Kayak will be starting further down the order as we head into the remainder of the races throughout this weekend. But there he is, broken down at turn number 1. Will have to be part of the recovery then. Assisting the marshals is Marcus to get the kart up, but drama out there on the track.
That is such a shame for him as well, because that kart seemingly was absolutely fine. There was no hint of there being any problems, or it didn't look like he was, losing power down the straights. It didn't look like he was struggling out of the corners or anything. It was just seemingly down in towards turn 1. It just ground to a halt. Well, hopefully they can get that wagon fixed and repaired for later on. someone who I can imagine is feeling a little bit more confident going into their races later on today is that man there on your screen, Jaden Teen, who comes away with a solid result at the end of that one. Initially, though, at the start, Marek Skrivan was the driver who managed to get the whole shot into turn one. Drivers going over the curbs there in that early stage of the race. But it was a relatively clean start for the field. You saw the Door Motorsport drivers pushing forward in those early stages as well. Simon Rackemarker looking very strong as well. Emmanuel Mayo had a really good race earlier on in the weekend, seemingly not seeing him too much in that early stage, as this was the moment that Jaden Teen managed to fight his way back past Marek Skrivan. I mean, Kayak had already taken the lead at this point, and that battle was kind of kicking off for the majority of that race weekend, but not able to hold on to it. Arthur Lane sideways under braking there, Nicole, at turn number one. That was a superb bit of driving. This one here, though, absolutely love it. Round the outside, Noah Wolf, confident on the brakes, confident on the power, confident with the grip levels, got that 2 for 1. Later then, the fight for the lead. Jaden Teen down the inside, repeats what Kayak did to him earlier on, parks it on the apex, says thank you very much, I'll take that one. Wolf later getting the move done as well. He got up into second place. This was how close it got under braking. You can see the front there almost locking up, nearly shaking that front nose cone off, and then drama for Kayak. The car grinding to a halt. Now I can see that there was a little bit of water dripping out of the runoff pipe there. Maybe an overheating issue, maybe the engine seemingly dying at that stage. But absolute pandemonium for him. Elation though for Jaden Teen, who ends his day, or ends his second race of the day as the points leader going into their third and final races later on today. That's going to be an exciting one to watch. We do have one more race to go before the next one, the initial lunch break, before we go into the last 3 races of the day. Qualifying heat C versus D. That'll be starting this one, and we will see the likes of Maximilian Schleimer and Maxim Orlov on the front row of this one. There is Max Orlov, a driver who we did close in and did chat with in the early stages of this weekend. Here's what he had to say. Firstly, how are you feeling? This is a very important weekend for you ahead.
Yeah, it feels good, very confident for the final round because we did already pre-race here. I won, yeah, so I'm just waiting for the European, yeah, how it will be, but I hope doing good.
You swept both European rounds so far, including a massive 12-second win in Sarno. What's your preparation routine for maintaining performance across all of the things, heats, super heats, and of course those all-important finals?
Yeah, actually we did a lot of sessions, yeah, a lot of trying to find a lot of solution with the chassis, with the engine and everything. Yeah, but about myself, I don't know, after the race I tried to chill, take a relax, take a time, yeah, take it easy and do a next race with the full of me.
Looking ahead, do you see yourself staying in shifter karting long term, or is it a stepping stone towards maybe international single-seaters?
Actually at the moment I don't know, but we always trying to find another solution, trying to maybe another like single-seater, yeah. But at the moment, yeah, I think I'm a karting driver, professional karting driver, and probably the next year I will go to the KZ1. So yeah, we will see, but probably, yeah.
Well, great to chat there to Maxim Orlov ahead of this weekend, but seemingly seeing absolutely fine out there. Now, I have had reports of drivers being out of position at some points. I heard initially there was 2 drivers. I didn't catch the first number, but I did hear that the treble 3 of Eli Goldstein was out of position in the early stage of that one. Hopefully he's got himself in position now and is where he should be, and he should be starting on the 3rd row of the grid in that one. We will quickly run through that grid, but they are starting the race now. Maximilian Schleimer and Maxim Orlov going from row number 1 on this one. Timo Jungling and Tigran Banatian on row 2. Eli Goldstein and Louis Speck on row 3 from Dominic Simic and Jensen Graham. Gerasim Skulinov and Yuri Pachica from Kian Farlin and Matis Pruj on row 6. Jordi Fakovsky and Alessio Pacini on row number 7. Tom Dussel and Louis Esser on row 8 from Nico Lemberg and Robert Kindervatter. Then it's Simon Billman from Christian Decline on the top 20 in row 10. Eric Vest from Alessio Lamartina and Enrico Martinez ahead of Maddox Wirtz on row number 12. Alejandro Leoth and Luca Colea on row number 13. Then have Ruben Vilk and Alexander Richter on row 14. Maurice Schenk and Yannick Remart round out the 30-car field, and they will go from row number 15. Right, drivers getting themselves onto their grid slots now. This is going to be a feisty one here. Nicole, Schleimer and Orlov on the front row of the grid. Both of them had relatively dramatic races earlier on. Now they'll be racing against each other. Do you reckon they'll continue that dramatic phase, but this time with each other?
Well, at the end of the day, they're teammates, and from what we saw from Orlov, he played a nice, calm team game with Jaden Team earlier on, so don't expect too much drama between those two, because Schleimer is going to be more than aware of his teammates' dominant force within this championship so far. All drivers on your grid then, all 15 rows lined up and ready, all revving, all staring at those lights as we go green, and all drivers breaking formation cleanly into turn number 1. Orlov then bites the bullet and gets the run for that race lead. Schleimer having to concede for 3rd position, and he has given that position away, and Tigran Banatian looking strong, jumps into P2 comfortably on the exit of turn number 1. Looks over his shoulder to the gap of Schleimer there behind, as Schleimer now looking under pressure by one of the Birrells on the exit of turn number 6. Goldstein has had a good start, started on that 3rd row and looks comfortable sat there in that front pack.
Yeah, it certainly does so. So Max Orlov leads the way then as they go through. Let's see how they will line up at the end of this lap then, because it's all been a bit feisty at the sharp end of the field. Over the line they go then, and it is Orlov who leads the way from Banati and Jungling from Speck, Schleimer from Goldstein, Simek from Skulinov, Fakovsky from Prus, Fardin from Pachica, Graham in 13th place from Kindervatter in 14th, with Louis Esser rounding out the top 15. Smattering of those drivers have gained and lost positions, but it's still a strong start then for the top runners, and Orlov seemingly now leading by 0.3 of a second, looks just that little bit more confident this time around than what he did in his first race. But, like you say, long way to go in this race, Nicole. And for all of these drivers, their pace still looking mighty, mighty quick out there.
All drivers looking quick, one of which includes Timo Jungling, who's heading out of the final corner in P3. Timo had a DNF in his first heat, so in this one it indicates he's actually got nothing to lose. He's chasing down Banatian to make it CPB 1 and 2 for now. Into turns 3 and 4 they go. There you can see Banatian really shifting down on those gears. Maybe has got it wrong slightly, because Timo really has caught up there, is shadowing around now for P2. Schleimer has made the move stick on Speck, I believe. Finds himself now on the tail of his teammates of Timo Jungling. Will these two try and work together to push through on Banatian for that P2? Orlov then 0.3 of a second clear from the remainder of the field out of the final sector, as we've had drama out towards turns 3 and 4. That's one of the drivers having to retire and pull over. We'll try and update you on who that is very shortly. But for now, we've got Eli Goldstein really applying the pressure on Louis Speck to try and get into the top 5.
Yeah, certainly so. So we'll keep a close eye on this one, as once again, Orlov has not broken away here. Banatian still piling on that pressure, but he has got, like you say, Jungling and Schleimer just behind. There is Eli Goldstein on your screen, first year in KZ2 racing, really showcasing some strong talent here over the course of this season for the TP Kart Racing team. Has got Louis Speck for the Birrell team though in front. And both of them have been showing some really strong pace as into the wall goes Max Orlov on the front of the field. He clips the wall out of turn 14 as Goldstein sends it down the inside of Louis Speck. And Banatian may have a chance to close in here. Has that caused any damage to Max Orlov's machine on the outside of that one, because you could hear it audibly. He hit that wall on the exit of turn 14.
I bet Maxim's heart rate just spiked there, Anthony. That was absolutely as close as you like. That was a very, very close one. For now, though, pace hasn't dropped. Doesn't look like any damage has hit that safety car, but let's see. I think a replay.
It definitely hit the wall.
Look at that.
It ran wide. You could see it before he even touched the wall. He was going to go into it. Showcase. He had a bit of a wiggle moment there, just on the exit of it, and yeah, just sent him straight into that wall. Amazed that he is able to keep going here, because that could have been a nasty, nasty moment for him.
Hasn't been put off though, Anthony, because he's just put in your fastest lap with a 46.654. So really shows, you know, that big moment is because these drivers are absolutely on the limit out of that final corner. They're carrying so much speed, running so wide because of that pace being carried, and that's why he was as close to that exit wall as he was. This, though, is your fight between Goldstein and Speck that continues to rage on. Out the final corner they go. Goldstein really trying to apply the pressure. Is he going to have a look down the inside at the kick down start finish straight? Yes, he does. Makes a move stick before they even hit the entry of turn number 1. Clean stuff there by Ellie Goldstein, sat in that bright green TV, but Speck trying to return the favour. Gets a little bit aggressive on the entry towards turn number 3, gives him a small tap. Doesn't wave him too much, though, doesn't put him off, because Goldstein still sat there comfortably now within your top 5. But that overtake has opened things up slightly for Dominic Smeck, who now finds himself on the tail end of the Birrell in 6th.
Well, some nice little driving there. You can see how harsh it is on the gear shifter there, up and down those gears, as every time they go around that final corner, I'm going to hold my breath just that little bit between these drivers, as still Youngling and Schleimer have not swapped places yet, as oh dear, there's been drama out on circuit between two drivers and seemingly having a conversation with each other. Now there I was seeing a couple of names there. Now is that Tom Dussel and Yuri Checker? I think, no, Yuri's already out of the race. Is it Christian de Klein and Tom Dussel who are having that conversation? It was a Formula K driver and a CPB Sodi Kart driver having those words, and I think Marshall's quickly separating them out there. So clearly they're having a moment, and I think that was in the chicane of turns 6, 7, 8 and 9, as wow, that time around Timo Youngling was the next driver to go incredibly close to that pit wall.
Incredibly close indeed. I think Timo is more than aware that the driver behind of his teammate of Schleimer is the fastest driver on the track, and trying to pick up some pace, trying to turn the dial up slightly, and that's why he ran so wide, because he's trying to go faster and faster, and that's why you keep seeing these drivers almost fall off the circuit. Through sector number 2 they go. Timo still doing a good job to hold off his teammates of Schleimer there in 4th. No change, no fight between these two just yet. No change, no fight between Bonatian and Maxim Orlov either. There we go then, Orlov nowhere near as close to that wall. Timo Youngling again. It makes you nervous, don't you think, Anthony?
Well, it's Mulsen's Wall of Champions, I think, here at the exit of turn 14. It's already claimed one semi-victim of Max Orlov, who continues in this race, albeit he did hit that wall quite considerably out of turn 14. But still looking strong. Schleimer, though, has just set the fastest lap of the race, and on a lap where Youngling looked a little dicey out of turn 14, this might put him in a really difficult spot here for Youngling if Schleimer can try and get a move down the inside, but seemingly looks like he's backed off a little bit now as we're on lap number 10 of 12, but still looks like they're all in a good fight here. Bonatian still sitting behind as Algebrecht all fine that time around. They were close, but not close enough. But still, they're all pushing. But Bonatian seemingly not being able to find a way through. Tom Dussel under investigation. We saw it initially was under investigation as well for potentially causing a collision. Maybe under investigation for another thing as well. We did see how heated that conversation was between the two of them. So maybe a bit more has happened that we have not seen on screen than what happened off screen. And Decline as well, also under investigation as well, maybe for his moments after that incident between the two of them as well. So clearly a lot of work for the officials over the course of this race. But race nearly coming to a conclusion here, Nicole, and for Maxim Orlov, looks very comfortable now at the front of that field.
Absolutely does, and I'd say a bit of a different story within this race. There are no real dramas other than that moment we saw in the chicane, losing two of our field, and other than that moment with Orlov getting very familiar with the wall on the exit. Settled stuff, no major hitters further down in the order. It's only really the half of that is a big hitter, 7 places gained to be inside the top 20. Vilk has made up 7 as well, but nobody really lighting things up too much. Last lap though, led by Maxim Orlov, 3/10 clear from Tigran Bonatian there in P2 for the time being. But out of the penultimate corner, Orlov goes. Turn number 14 sees the wall, says hello once more, but will meet the checkered flag as your race leader for the first time today. Orlov takes a win. 3/10 clear of Bonatian. Steady stuff by Bonatian there. Good race for him, some steady stuff. And Timo Youngling, completely different story to his race from earlier today. He had a DNF in Heat 1, but finds himself now within the top 3 in this second KZ2 heat for the driver, who actually has German heritage, Timo does. He finishes ahead of his teammate of Schleimer then, who was your fastest driver on the track, and then it's Ali Goldstein that rounds out your top 5.
Indeed, so very strong performance from them. Louis Speck and Simek finishing in 6th and 7th. Skulinov in 8th place out of Bruges. Fardin rounding out the top 10. That's a good result for all of them, who all gained places in that one. Schleimer the only loser of positions in that one, to finish in P4 after he started, of course, on that front pole position spot. So rest of your results on that one: Alessia Pacini from Jensen Graham, Robert Kindervater from Georgi Fakovsky, Louis Esser rounding out the top 15 on circuit. Simon Billman and Enrico Martinez finishing in 16th and 17th place ahead of Alejandro Leos. Nico Lemberg from Luca Kalea, who finishes inside the top 20. Ruben Vilk and Maddox Wirtz finishing in 21st and 22nd ahead of Alessia Lamartina. Maurice Schenk and Alexander Richter in 25th place. Eric Vess rounds out the 26 finishers in that race. The retirements: Christian Decline, Tom Dussel, Jirba Checa and Yannick Remet, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. And crucially, handshakes there between Max Orlov and Tigran Bonatian, finishing 1-2 in that race. And for Max Orlov now steps up to 2nd in the points, 94 points to his name, as he has been absolutely nailing those starts in the second half of the season. If I cast my mind back to Valencia right at the very start, the one thing that Maxim Orlov was struggling with was those race starts. Now that's behind him. He's been nailing every single one since.
Absolutely has. Like you said earlier in the season, I think he was actually given a jump start penalty, just couldn't quite get it right. But since then, throughout Sarno and throughout this weekend so far in Germany, doing a good stuff to bite the bullet in the early stages. Ali Goldstein was trying to pick off places, attempted a move down into turn number 1, but just overshot the corner slightly, had to concede the position. Attempted it again though a couple of laps later. Once more it was on the barrel, and this time he got it done. This was a moment then between two of your drivers who I don't think are going to be on each other's Christmas card list for this year. This was big drama through the chicane section, but crucially throughout the race, after almost a big moment with the wall out turn number 14, Maxim Orlov takes his first heat win of the weekend, continues to be that dominant force in the KZ2 category for 2025.
Indeed, and that brings a close to the first half of the day. It feels weird saying the first half of the day because there's only 3 more races to go, but they'll be coming out on track at around about an hour's time. They'll be back with the 3rd heat for the KZ category, and also the 3rd heat for KZ2 as well. That'll be kick-starting at around 20 to 3 local time. Make sure you don't go anywhere. From myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we will see you in about an hour's time for the last 3 races of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. We are more than halfway through the day. We've got 3 more races to go, and they are all the gearbox categories. KZ and KZ2 will be heading out to the track next, and we've already had, Nicole Sutherland, some very dramatic races in the morning phase. We've got a very busy last 3 races to go before we go into the all-important finals day tomorrow.
We absolutely do, and what a busy day so far it has been, not only in our KZ categories, but for our academies. Of course, like you just said, Anthony, academies are done for the moment. All of our attention is on our KZs and KZ2s, first of which will be our KZs. And I think we're in for a treat because we've had a smattering of drivers within our field then experience some DNFs this morning. I think you've actually got most drivers mixing a bit of a DNF result or a back of the field result alongside maybe a top 3 or a top 5. So this one is really going to be busy. Qualifying heat 3 for our drivers then. 12 laps around this 1.3 kilometre circuit, which has proved to be very, very good to race on. These drivers demonstrating some excellent overtaking, opportunities into many corners, opportunities in every sector. But the driver that really has pulled the pin on the rest of the field so far this weekend, the driver who pulled it and then had 2 heat wins, was Mateusz Bugel, who we are going to hear from right now.
Mateusz Bugel, welcome. The final round of the European Championships, KZ. This is a big weekend for you. It's very close-ish. There's 47 points between you and Pedro Hilbrand right now. What is the strategy going into this weekend? Is it a play it safe, aim for maximum consistent points, or are we going all out this weekend? Are we going to be chasing every single win?
Yeah, of course. There is quite a big gap with Pedro. But yeah, everything is possible. So our strategy is just to do the best to win the maximum points that we can. And yeah, just let's see how the weekend is going to be.
You've been quick in the qualifying heats and all of that in the practice, everything. You've shown great pace. The finals have just been that Achilles heel a little bit into these weekends. How are you preparing to convert the speed from those into those finals? Because you know it's there.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. We will just work really hard to have the better pace possible. And yeah, we'll see.
And then finally, this weekend, Mulsen, it's a relatively new circuit for everyone to get on board with. What have you found out about this circuit, and are you enjoying the track here?
Yeah, of course, it's a really good track with many corners where we can overtake. So this is a good point. So yeah, it's a good track. Of course, I think it will be good battles on it. So yeah.
He talks about the many places to overtake. He's not really needed to worry about overtaking so far this weekend, as Mateusz Bugel has taken 2 wins out of 2. Someone who has been trying to take those away from him, though, is Giuseppe Palomba. But Palomba is having absolute nightmares so far this weekend. A DNF in his first race earlier on this weekend, and then came away with a 10th place earlier on after drama out on track with Danilo Albanese. They will not be on their Christmas card list, I can imagine, for a little bit longer. But of course, that was earlier on. This is now, it's a brand new race for them. And their last race, of course, before their Super Heats tomorrow. We're about to find out who's going to claim 25 championship points. But you've got to say, I mean, the person who's looking the strongest and most likely going to receive those is Mateusz Bugel, Nicole, because like you say, 2 wins out of 2, he's looked so dominant. Yeah, absolutely. He looks calm as well. Every time we've had a driver interview with him, he's just taking everything in his stride. So a driver out there that's very focused. Of course, championship contention is not over just yet. He's got a lot of work to continue to put in, but it's definitely playing in the back of the drivers' minds. More drivers then that have had a bit of a mixed up and down day so far. Sander van Walchteen, who's starting on that second row, had a DNF in his first heat and then a P2
in heat number 2. Albanese's had a DNF, Palomba, DNF as well, as has Ippolito, Hiltbrand, Vasile. Gustafsson's had a DSQ, so we've had a lot going on so far in the KZ category.
We certainly have. It's not been a settled day for them, but their engines are now fired up and they are making their way out onto the track. So let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. It is Matteo Spergel and Giuseppe Palomba on row number 1. Senna van Wallstein and Daniele Albanese go from row 2 with Jean Nimblon and Emilian Denner, who round out row number 3. Christian Batuka in his last race, who came away with a penalty and finished P12, will be starting this on row number 4. He'll be joined by Paolo Ippolito, who round out the first half of the field.
Row number 5 is Daniel Fasillo, who's had a DNF so far today alongside Pedro Hiltbrand, the driver who came into this weekend as championship leader and has so far had a DNF and a 6th place. Row number 6 is David Trefilov with a P7 and P4 previously today, alongside Victor Gustafsson, who had a disqualification and a top 3. Row number 7, Matthias Torrigiani, who we missed in that previous heat alongside Torsten Simon. And then on your final row for the final KZ heat of today, we have Alex Maragliano of Italy.
Indeed, so let's see what these drivers can do in this last race. But let's find out what happens for the rest of them, because like we were mentioning, the ups and downs, we don't want to see any more of that. We want to see a cool, calm, collected race from these drivers. But then also at the same time, it'll be nice to see if someone can bring that fight to Matteo Spergel. I think he would be liking the same thing. Now, we have seen him in close fights in the first half of these races, but he's always seemed to found his way kind of, you know, right to the front, not needed to worry about anything and just being able to break away right at that last phase. Like you say, for Palomba, he had that mechanical gremlin for him last time out. He then had the dramas where he was caught out in the incidences. So again, he's probably thinking right now, you know, after that brilliant qualifying that we had, I need to just get my nose down the inside, get into the lead, try and break away. But he's got to do that in the early stages of this race. If he waits at lap 2, lap 3, he will just get caught out with the drivers behind. We've seen how close his front grids have been in these early stages. He does not want to get caught out and stuck behind the likes of Matteo Spergel in these early stages. He needs to nail this start, and he needs to get that whole shot in towards turn number 1. Rest of the field get themselves lined up in. Alex Maragliano pulls into that final grid slot in P15 as the green flag waves at the back of the grid, indicating to race director Pasquale Lupoli to start the lights procedure as 3, 4 red lights come on. Lights are out quickly. We're away and racing, and Palomba did not get the start he wanted. He's gone down to 3rd place, and Wallstein's up into 2nd place. And once again, Matteo Spergel holds on to the leaders. Gustafsson drives over the top of Jean Nombler, and both of them are out of this race, and that must have been just slightly painful for Jean Nomblon there, getting a KZ kart drive over his helmet. But crucially at the front, Palomba's retaken that 2nd place. But look at the lead already that Matteo Spergel has got. He is clear by what looks to be well over a second in the early stages of this race. This is 2nd place backwards, the entire train, still line astern going into turn 13.
That was a mighty moment for Gustafsson and Jean Nomblo. Jean Nomblo just not having the luck so far in 2025. He had DNFs throughout the entirety of our round at Sarno, and now it looks like he could be having one within this final heat of today's racing as well. Through sector number 1 they go. Senna van Wallstein looking hungry behind Palomba, who snatched that position back away. Albanese there sat in 4th and tailing around. Emilian Denner there in 5th as well. All of these drivers have had DNF so far. They've also mixed it in with some good top 5 results, but who's going to come out with some good ones within this heat? 1.5 seconds clear, though, of the remainder of the field after only a lap. Anthony Jordan, Matteo Spergel has cleared off as we've got drama again for Albanese. Goes under the bottom of Palomba's kart. Palomba got it wrong out of turn number 13. Drama once more, for Albanese.
Yeah, broken track rod. Albanese once again is out after contact with Giuseppe Palomba. Marshall's on scene to try and clear that. That's going to be very difficult to break that one away, especially if it's still in gear, which I think it is. And yeah, that rear axle locked up then from being in gear. Hiltbrand now sailing the fastest lap of the race. Petter Hiltbrand has slowly just started to creep his way forward over this one because he now sits still up quite high in those points. But right now he's dropped back outside the top 10, but he's sending it down the inside, gets moved done on David Trefilov and moves up. But there we go, fights that one back, and David Trefilov now under immense pressure from the drivers behind. Right then, Spagel leads the way at this moment as, well, big sends once again down the inside. Chrissy Matuka this time with David Trefilov. Nicely timed there through turn 1. But yeah, Spagel leads the way now, 1.8 seconds. Van Walsting there in second place. Palomba from Ippolito. Denner from Vasile. Hiltbrand from Maragliano. Baratuka from Trefilov. Tonajani then from the likes of Torsten Simon. And he is pushing his way through nicely. Daniel Albanese out of the race in 13th place. And just, I mean, he's had a torrid weekend, has Daniel Albanese, both times with the likes of Giuseppe Palomba. This was the start. Keep an eye on Gustafsson in the background there. Oh, just drives over, and that must have been painful on the shoulder and arm there for Jean Nomblo, which is why he's come to a stop. This was the moment further back. Oh dear, and that just looked to me like, well, he was trying to get the switch over, was Palomba. And Walstein had gone down the inside. He was trying to get the cut back on the corner. Unfortunately, that does mean they slow right down. And we have seen that a couple of times into that hairpin. Of course, we saw that earlier on, I think, with some of the other drivers in KZ2 who had those moments into that braking zone at the hairpin. So again, it showcases that if someone is going for an overtake, if you're coming in fully loaded into that corner, you need to make sure you give just that little bit more room there because that's resulted in some big accidents there at that hairpin.
Absolutely has. Turn number 13 as well, I think, is a lot faster and a lot more abrupt than it might look on the camera. These drivers really are pushing hard through that penultimate corner. Like you say, Albanese is out within this race, so KR's only hopeful left for this heat is Ippolito, who has broken into the top 5 for the first time this weekend, chasing down Palomba for that P3, but has had a good position gain so far in the early stages of this race. Is up by 4 positions, really tailing round Palomba there in that Maranello. Out of turn number 11 they go. Let's not forget that Ippolito is tailing round Denner as well. These three battle on out of that final corner. But a similar story within this race so far, I would say, Anthony, to what we saw in our previous KZ heat, which is a Spagel and Van Walsteen breakaway. Down the inside goes Ippolito now then at turn number 1. Makes the move stick. That's left Palomba vulnerable because that's now allowed Emilio Denner to get in there as well. But Palomba shakes his head and said no, takes the position back side by side into sector number 2. Palomba continues to sit there then in P4, does not concede that position to Emilio Denner.
No, he certainly doesn't. And again, those two are not wasting too much time, but with those up and unders, they do lose a fair chunk of pace out of that corner, which means that Paolo Ippolito finally goes through. I've got to say, for Giuseppe Palomba, I think every time he sees a Kart Republic kart near him so far this weekend, he's been, right, I'm going to give it a bit more room now than this time around. As down the inside, through goes Emilian Denner this time, and now steps up into 4th place. Palomba now seemingly just squeezing back in the order, albeit that Denner went slightly defensive there. Scuppered his exit out of the corner. Palomba may be able to fight back on this one. Thinks against it as they head down into that chicane of 6, 7, 8 and 9. Van Walsteen, now your fastest driver out on circuit. The gap is down to 0.7 of a second. Spagel may be slowing down just a little bit too much. Is he going to be in trouble from his fellow Zonicut teammate in a few laps' time, as there is plenty of time left in this race for that fight to go on to the end, and it's now down to 0.6 of a second as we keep an eye on the Palomba, Denner, Hiltbrand and Daniel Vasile battle. For Hiltbrand, this has been his best race so far. He now steps up to 9th in the points. This is good for him because now he's still looking at some decent championship points here at the end of the qualifying heats phase.
Absolutely is. The story for both Hiltbrand and Orlov within this weekend is just try and finish off everything strongly. They don't want to take big risks for big rewards because they've already got the points on the board within these races. They need to finish just in strong positions. They don't need to go for those risky moves for race leads. They just need to finish with points on the board because both of those drivers could be heading home this weekend with European Championship titles under their belts. Hiltbrand down the inside at turn number 1. Palomba, though, gets back through. You can just see the strain on these karts on the front end as they're stopping so abruptly on those front brakes. Drivers down that main straight of 200 metres, topping out at around 140 kilometres an hour. Some serious speed being gained down the straight. And that is why you can pull off those moves, but that's also why you see the strain on the front end, why you see those nose cones just flapping up and down as the strain is experienced on the brakes. Let's see the replay then. So Hiltbrand gets the move done on the entry to turn number 1, double apex corner that is, but just doesn't pull it off enough. Can't get the run. Palomba gets those gears right and heads back out the corner and continues to go round in P5. Eyes on this one though. This is your battle for P1 and 2 between Spagel and Van Walstein. Van Walstein has taken a big chunk out of CPB teammate Spagel for that race. It is only 0.4 of a second that split these two up now on the exit of turn number 10. Van Walstein looking very strong. He had a P2 in his previous race. We obviously had that DNF moment for him earlier on with the drama with Vasile, but now looking very strong out of this final corner. We'll head down the start-finish straight. What is the gap between the two teammates now then? 0.2 of a second, well, just under 0.3 of a second. Actually, Van Walstein absolutely on the tail in this final lap.
He certainly is, but Van Walstein not wanting to go for the move just yet. Could be waiting to that very last hairpin. I mean, if he gets this overtake done, it does help him out in terms of a couple more intermediate classification points, but he's not going to gain any more positions in this. He does not need to go for this overtake. But does he want to do it just to prove that he can do it? That's the question. He stays behind right now. One major overtaking opportunity left into the hairpin, and he's not going to go for it. He's going to stay behind. It's a smart drive from both. Spurgel's going to make it to the line then. He's going to take the checker flag. He's going to take the 25 championship points ahead of the rest. Van Walstein finishes second in the points. He will gain 22 championship points to his name at the end of the qualifying heats. Emilian Denner finishes third in the points and will claim 19 points to his name, but Paolo Ippolito does take the third place in the race. A superb drive. It's Spagel from Van Walstein, Ippolito from Denner, Palomba from Hiltbrand, Vasile from Marigliano, Batuka from Trevelov, the top 10. A superb drive there for the field. Matsis Jonajani finishing in 11th place, and Torsten Simon finishing in P12, a two-place gain. The retirement, Senor Albanese, Jean Niblom and Victor Gustafsson not making it to the end of that race. In the terms of the intermediate classification as well, at the end of that one, it is Spagel, obviously with those 3 wins, with 150 points to his name. He will claim the 25 championship points. Van Walstein in second with 115. Denner in third from Nombla. In fourth, Trefelov from Marigliano. Batuka from Palomba. Pedro Hiltbrand finishes 9th in the points, and that is going to be the interesting one because he will only take away around, well, less than 10 championship points at the end of that phase, with Spagel taking 25. He closes that gap to himself and Hiltbrand in the championship with 2 more point-scoring opportunities to go this weekend. But they will have to wait until tomorrow. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. And again, Spagel dominating the starts of those. He gets off the line so quick. This time around, Palomba not doing so. This moment here, Gustafsson driving over the top of Jean Nombla. So unfortunate for them both, and hopefully Jean Nombla is okay. That moment there, Palomba trying to defend his position. All of a sudden, it gets Danilo Albanese once again colliding into the back of him, but this time coming away with significant damage to the front end. That front track rod broken on his kart, and unfortunately his race over before it really started. Rest of the racing unfolding then. Sander van Waalstein, good start of the race for him. He managed to get up to second place and held on to that one. Later closed right the way in, finished that race 0.081 of a second behind Spagel. Paolo Ippolito getting the moves up into third place. He would hold on to that one till the dying stages. Emilian Denner with this move down the inside of Giuseppe Palomba would fight his way back through. Palomba would fight that one back for the remainder of the race. He would later lose it again down in towards turn number 1. You can see the car shaking under braking and just pushing his way forward. For the other drivers as well, Hiltbrand having a very good race on this one. He managed to get that move done on Daniel Vasile, putting himself up to 9th in the intermediate classification, coming away with some championship points. He would try to get the move done on Palomba. Palomba was having none of it. He would send it back down the inside on the exit. But all the meanwhile, the two Sonys further up the road, clear by 2.8 seconds from the rest. Matej Spagel and Sander van Waalstein seemingly untouchable in those second qualifying heats. And for Matej Spagel going into tomorrow, points leader. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Anthony. Matteo, good result out there once more for you, but you were being chased down by teammates of Sander van Waalstein. Did you feel any pressure, or did you feel like maybe he would attempt an overtake?
No, honestly, I felt no pressure. I knew that he would stay behind me. So, yeah, we just did a good teamwork.
And going into tomorrow, it looks like you're going to be our pole sitter for the super finals, super heats, sorry. What's the mindset going into that? Is there any kind of game plan?
It's just like today. Hope to continue on this way, gain the maximum points, and we'll see at the end.
And of course, the story going into this weekend was that you can potentially catch up to championship leader of Pedro Hiltbrand, depending on Pedro's remaining results. When you're driving around on the circuit, is that something that's playing in the back of your mind?
No, I just try to stay focused on myself, don't make mistake, and at the end it will be okay with a little bit of chance.
Well, racing for you today is done, Matteo. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, then, we'll head back up into the commentary box. We're done with our KZs, but we'll go on to our KZ2s.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Down there, yes, just very quickly doing some mental calculations in the commentary box now. At the end of that phase, it would give Hiltbrand 202 points going into tomorrow's racing. Matej Spagel closes the gap now to a lot less now, with 173 points to his name, with those 2 more point scoring opportunities remaining. Like we're saying, KZ2 coming up next. This time we will see the likes of groups A versus C heading out onto the track, which will see the likes of Jaden Teen starting on pole position, joined by Maximilian Schleimer. 2 of the Sony Kart drivers back on that front row of the grid. Noah Wolf and Timo Jungling on that second row of the grid as well. Some very, very close racing we have seen from these drivers. But the question still remains, of course, Maxim Orlov, who will be in that next race. He is still in a very strong position to come away as champion in the KZ2 European title. But for Jaden Teen, he is not worried about that. He is thinking about taking this one all the way to the final. He is looking for a final win at the end of this weekend. Can he do that? Well, this last race of the day will say the story going into those qualifying heats tomorrow, because right now he still looks incredibly, incredibly strong in the category. Reminder of those races earlier on. Groups A versus B. Obviously, Tyne did take that win the first race as well for him, also taking the win. So he's 2 wins out of 2. For Schleimer, again, a very interesting story for him. 3rd place in his first race. His second race earlier on, he came away with a P4. So still strong results. Never been outside of that top 5. So again, he's still one to keep a very a close eye on. Same as Noah Wolf, he finished third in his first race. His second race came away with a P2, so again, never been outside of those top three. He's had a third, he's had a second. He's now looking for that P1. Could he take that one away from Jaden Teen, who is at this moment undefeated in the KZ2 category? The only driver this weekend to beat current championship leader Maxim Orlov on circuit. But Orlov will be on that next race. He'll be starting alongside Medic Scrivan, who I'm sure will also have a very close little race. Right then, engines are firing up, drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Jaden Teen and Maximilian Schleimer on row number 1. Noah Wolf and Timo Jungling go from row 2, and they will have Artapur Lane and Eli Goldstein on row 3. Simon Reckermarker and Dominic Simic go from row 4. They'll have Alvar Timotsvara and Gerasim Skulinov on row number 5. Manuel Letner and Kian Farding go from row 6. They'll have Corin Tom Rousseau and Georgia Fikowski on row 7, with the first half of the field being Jesper Sjöberg and Tom Dussel.
Part 2 of your grid on row number 9 includes Dion van Verven and Nico Lamberg. From 10, we have Valentino Fritsch with Simon Billman. And from row number 11, we have Pavo Tonteri with Eric Vess. 12, Kypros Yers with Enrico Martineze. And from 13, we have Samuel Lier with Alejandro Leoff. 14 is Eric Müller alongside Ruven Wilk. And then row number 15 is an all-German lineup with Julian Bubb and Maurice Schenk. Rounding out your 16th row of your grid for Germany on home soil is Robert Jansmuller.
Now for these drivers, let's see how this transpires for them. Long old race they've got ahead of them. Busy race as well, a full grid of drivers out there. 31 drivers all vying for a chance to be on the top, apart from Eric Müller. Unfortunately, the Mach 1 driver similarly struggling to get his machine started. Now he is eligible to get this one started, but he'll have to wait, I think, for the grid to come around. And the problem is they're not really going to come around. They're going to come around and stop on the grid, which means effectively he is starting from pit lane for this race. So he's going to have an almighty job to do there. Luckily for Eric Müller, he was only due to start on the 14th row of the grid, so he's only lost out on 3 or so places so far in this race, but still suboptimal way to get a race underway at the start of this one. Like you say, for Jaden Teen here, Nicole, 2 wins out of 2. Third one here would put him maximum points and 25 championship points. Is most he's won this season so far, but crucially, finally stopping the dominant performance from Maxim Orlov.
Absolutely. The thing is with Orlov, though, he doesn't need to pull out every single stop this weekend. He needs to race smart, he needs to race clean, because he maxed out on those points almost at Sarno. This is a game this weekend of Orlov of getting to the line, getting home, and potentially being a European champion at the end of it.
Yeah, it's certainly so. Like I say, still looking at those championship points again. You have to remember in KZ2, Maxim Orlov is clear by quite some way, 90 odd. If Marcus Kayak can score the points in this one, he might be okay. Maxim Orlov might be doing enough at the end of today, but we'll have to wait and see as the lights procedure has started. 2, 3, 4 red lights. Lights are out. We're racing in KZ2, and once again, it's a solid start for the outside row, and Jaden Teen, I think, has got his worst start of the day so far. He has tumbled in the back of the order. There is drama in the background. Some carts taken to the grass, but crucially at the front end, it is still 2 of the Sodis that lead the way, but it is Maximilian Schleimer from Timo Jungling and Noah Wolf who's there in 3rd place. But let's watch this one to the end. This is the greatest start for Timo Jungling, right at the sharp end of this one. There is Eli Goldstein at the moment pushing his way through. He's got Simon Reckenmacher for company right in front of him as they push their way out of that back straight and then in towards turn 13. But it's a solid getaway for the field and for the likes of Maximilian Schleimer, who will lead the way out of the final corner.
Watching these starts then, Anthony, I would say race after race, those anti-pole side drivers really have struggled. Jaden Teen dropped back, but now you can see him on your screen trying to pluck off those places.
once more. Makes the overtake on Goldstein through turn number 1, makes it stick, and will be picking off position. The next driver he will be thinking about is Räikkönen for that P5. Arthur Poulain looking strong once more. He's chasing round Noah Wolf, but is thinking about the 313 of Räikkönen right behind him. Jaden Teen as well, the energy driver, who so far this weekend has had some good results, has had a P6, had a P3 as well. Much better stuff from him here in Germany compared to when we were in Sarno. Out of the final corner, there we go. Teen looking strong, really trying to set something up. Can he make something work into turn number 1? Yes, he can. Beautifully done. Replicates what he did to Ellie Goldstein on that previous lap, picking off position once more, finds himself now back in the top 5.
So that kart looked really comfortable on the apex there. You see how quickly it rotated when he wanted it to, just to get it round the corner. Noah Wolf setting the fastest lap of the race here, closing in on the 2 up ahead. We are going to have, or we have got now, a 3-car battle for the lead, as now Colin Thomas under investigation for potentially cutting the track. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Wolf to the inside, looks for it at turn 13, parks it on the apex there. Beautiful move from Noah Wolf on Timo Jungling. And now we'll have to try and close up what is now an 0.8 of a second gap. But Wolf now under pressure from Jungling. Jungling sends it back through. Poulain's lost out to, I think, Jaden Teen now has pushed his way back up the order as well. Simon Reckenmarker pushing his way through. Wolf trying to get his nose back down the inside. Reckenmarker putting his nose down the inside of Wolf and gets it done robustly. Wolf going backwards now. Goldstein goes through, and once again he's off the circuit. He's discombobulated. He's all over the place now, trying to hold on to these places. And now Simic, Simitsvada, Van Verven all trying to close in and have a go.
Wolf then, I would say, was picked on a little bit there, Anthony. That move on Jungling through turn number 13 was well executed. Got the kart stopped. We've seen so many drivers overshoot it and get caught out on the switchback. He didn't do that. He parked it, pulled the move off, but once Jungling got back through on turn number 1, it just looks like it's fallen apart a little bit for Noah now, who has to settle currently for 7th place. So far today, he's had a P3, he's had a P2, but this race remains wide open. There is enough time for him to try and chase down the next driver in front of him, that is the energy driver of Poulain. Let's watch a replay then. This is further back down. I think this includes Montari then. Is that Zoe Fleresh? I don't think so, but that is further down your order then. That is one of the Birrells finding themselves out of the race. Eyes back on the front end of your field. This is when Noah Wolf got pushed out over on the grass section of turns 5 and 6. That has happened to so many drivers so far this weekend, and not only the KZs, but the KZ2s and our academy as well. It's such a tight corner. You've got to be quick on the wheel, and if you're going in too deep, you're going to end up having to cut the track. Teen now, who is back on the chase, who is back in the top 3, finds himself your purple driver out on the track. We have got Sodi 1, 2, 3 so far. The thing is with Teen at the minute though, Anthony, where he's had to push a little bit throughout heats after losing race leads, is he going to push too hard and maybe take too much out of that tyre? Is he maybe going to start to struggle now as we head into the second part of this race?
Well, not too sure on this one. Of course, Jaden Teen there in 3rd place, still leads that intermediate classification at the moment with 141 points to his name. Of course, if you can get in front here, his point score goes up just that little bit more, secures definitely that he will be starting on pole position. He's going to look to the inside here of his teammate Jungling, gets that one done. That is nicely done there into the chicane, doesn't lose out on too much time. And crucially, both of these two drivers had closed the gap into Schleimer, who is still in the lead of this one. But the gap now half a second from what was 0.8 of a second a couple of laps ago. Seeing as we're only on lap 7 of 12 right now, I feel like there is still plenty of time here for Jaden Teen to potentially come away with his 3rd final win, only if Max Schleimer allows him to do such a thing.
Completely agree with you there, Anthony, because despite making that overtake for P3, they didn't lose time at all to Schleimer. Actually, they have taken half a tenth out of him, so the gap now between Schleimer and Teen is whittling down once more. It's now only 0.3 of a second. It was 0.4 out of sector number 2. Now finds themselves 3. I think this battle is going to be on very shortly, but of course, is the team game going to maybe play into things? They don't want to trip over each other. They don't want to end up with incidents out there on the track. Out of the final, once more they go, and once more close as you like to that wall on the exit. It makes you nervous, I think, to watch how close they actually get to that barrier, as that gap then is still being taken down by Teen. It's now just over 0.2 of a second.
Well, he's caught up. It's lunch distance now. Game is very much on for the race lead. Jaden Teen made the move done here at turn number 6 on that previous lap on Timo Youngling. This time around, not doing so. Stays behind as the 3 CPV Sport drivers go absolutely wheel to wheel here at the Mulsen circuit in Germany. In towards turn 13 again, no lunge there. You can see how much speed they carry through the corner, but as soon as you make an overtake there, that's where it starts to get interesting. My goodness, Youngling got close to the wall that time around, but Teen not finding the way through just yet. Time is quickly running out here, Nicole. They have still got a couple of laps left in this race, but I'm just waiting for Teen to look for that move down the inside. He's not even put a nose to the inside yet. He's stayed on that rear bumper of Schleimer. Schleimer's not gone defensive yet either, waiting to see who kind of bounces first between the two of them.
Well, in our KZ category, of course, we had Spagel and Senna van Wolstein, who were 1 and 2. And Matteo, you know, he was confident that his teammate wasn't going to do anything silly, that he wasn't actually going to go for the move. And is this the same story within our KZ2s? Are they playing a bit of a team game with each other? Through the kink, down that start-finish straight they go, and down the inside goes Jaden Teen. Nicely set up into turn number 1. None of those drivers in your top 3 lose any time. It's not retaliated just yet, but Teen is going defensive into 3 and 4. That's going to open it up for Youngling, who jumps into P2. Schleimer then loses 2 positions within just a third of a lap. Has to settle for P3 for now, but for Jaden, stellar stuff. It looks like he could be on the charge for another win here today in Germany.
Well, certainly so. Jaden Teen looking so confident out there on his machinery. Now taking back that lead. Already has opened up a 4/10 lead from Youngling just behind. So again, showcasing that despite the fact that he had that tricky and troublesome start right at the beginning of this one, he is now starting to look way more confident that even if he goes down into the field, he can claim those places back. His pace this weekend has been superb, and for Jaden Teen, he is looking at maximum points, 25 championship points, his best scoring points opportunity so far in the 2025 season. Jaden Teen, take a bow, lad, because with only 2 more corners to go, you are going to come away with a pole position start in your Super Heats tomorrow. Jaden Teen secures the points he needs, and he knows it. Celebrates across the line. Youngling will finish in 2nd place ahead of Max Schleimer. Reckenmacher finishing in P4 ahead of Noah Wolf. Pullein from Goldstein. Simek van Verven. Simetsvara rounding out the top 10. But a solid drive there for Jaden Teen, despite the dramas at the start, him not getting off the line well, getting swallowed by the pack. He was able to fight his way back through the order and back to that P1. A deserved drive, and there'll be absolutely nothing that Maxim Orlov can do. Yes, okay, Maxim Orlov is still high there in the points and is still fighting for his own championship and is absolutely fine in that one. But he will lose out on his first maximum championship points opportunity in 2025. There's your full results. The top 10 we've gone over. Fakowski finishing in 11th place out of Tom Dussel. Jesper Scheuberg from Valentino Fritz finishing in P14. And Samuel Luye rounding out the top 15 with a 10th-place gain out there. Tiontieri from Lemberg. Then it is Rousseau from Martinez. Jers from Billman. Skulinov from Layoth. Vilk from Vess. Müller from Schenk. then it is Bub, and then the retirements, Fardin, Lettner, and then the non-starter of Jans Müller, who we've not seen out there at all so far this weekend. But for Jaden Teen, a shake of the head. There's the smile. He knows he's done well. That is job done. His best championship points score of the season. A brilliant, brilliant day of racing, and so far, a brilliant weekend for the young driver from the Netherlands. Let's have a look at the start of that one. Well, initially, you can see here the start not good at all. Goes down to about 5th place, then gets swallowed by the pack even more so. Here's the view from that one from the back of the grid, albeit, yeah, it looked like a tough start there for the drivers at the back of the field. I think Julian Bubb just not getting off the line too well there. Eric Mueller, of course, missing from that order. He would have been starting from the back of the grid. The drama's happening in the early stages of that race there. The 343 seemingly going off the circuit at turn 1. The Door Motorsport driver of Janisim Skulinov not getting the run off the line. Goldstein making good moves in the early stages, as well as Jaden Teen slowly started to push his way back through. Simon Reckenmarker, the highest one of the Door Motorsport teams, fighting alongside at that sharp end. Drama's right at the beginning of it. Unfortunately, Kian Fardin and I think Manuel Lettner, unfortunately not getting to the end of the race, and Manuel Lettner leaving the circuit, the kart shop Ampfing driver out of the race. First overtake from Noah Wolf in that one, putting himself up into P2. Very strong start for him. Later, though, would get involved in that battle. Youngling back down the inside. Jane Teen finding his way through. Then Simon Reckenmarker. This is where it started to really kick off. Wolf off the track. Reckenmarker down the inside. Wolf having to give up the position. Then you had Goldstein dive it down the inside. Then Arthur Poulain finding his way through. He would then squeeze him off the track once more. And then, of course, at that point, it was just a tough one all the way to the end. How close again could they get to the wall here at Mulsen? As again, the two teammates battling away. Youngling losing out to Jaden Teen, sending it down the inside. Later, Teen getting the move done on Max Schleimer at turn number 1. Youngling also would get that move done as well. He would step up into 2nd place. That move was done here at turn number 5 and 6. A beautiful little run there out of the corner. And to the checker flag, Jaden Teen coming away with another solid result. And he knows he's done good here. Best points scores of the season. And he goes into tomorrow leading those intermediate classifications. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Jaden, you've maxed out this weekend, pole in quali, heat wins across the board. But in that one, you know, you had a bit of a challenge on your hand when the race started. Did you start to panic at all when you dropped that far back?
No, not at all. Well, I didn't do a great start. I probably dropped to P6, P7, but I mean, the speed is unbelievable. So I stayed calm, picked them up one by one, made my way through. Well, in the end, we made it work again. So.
And the speed is unbelievable because of what? Engine, karts, the full package. Can you talk us through what has really given you that pace this weekend?
Yeah, of course. You know, when you're at the front and you're fighting for the win, everything needs to be perfect. But the car, the engine, all together is it's perfect.
And those overtakes on your teammates, I think we all know when you have to do that on a teammate, there's a bit of risk involved. You don't want to tag each other, you know, because at the end of the day, you have to go back into the same awning. So when you were overtaking both Timo and Max, what was the mindset like when pulling that off?
No, of course, I always take it easy, especially with the teammates. You know, you don't want to put any trouble into the team or whatever. But as I said, I did it nice and clean. Good pace, so yeah, let's hope we do a better start tomorrow, but we keep the pace.
Absolutely, so it looks like you're going to be on pole tomorrow for the Superheat, Jaden. Congratulations on your results today. We'll head back up then to the commentary box because we've got one more heat coming up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, one more race to go. And it is KZ2 qualifying heat B versus D that will be heading out onto the track. And this one will have the likes of Max Klivan and Maxim Orlov on the front row of the grid. Now, neither one of these drivers can start on that pole position spot. They will not lead those intermediate classification points. However, they could still find themselves up in that sharp end, and for Maxim Orlov, the job is simple. Still come away with a good result in this one, and his championship fight gets ever easier going into tomorrow's superheats and, of course, those finals where a total of 51 championship points will be available to the winning driver of that final. There is your front row on screen. Skrivan and Orlov. What can they do from the front of this one? Both of them have had pretty feisty races over the course of today, but they have certainly still delivered those results. Other drivers as well who have had those up and downs. Markus Kayak, the Estonian champion, who did take a win in his first one, then Mechanical Gremlins in his second one, dropping him out of contention. But the engines fire up, drivers make their way out into the circuit. And let's take you through that full starting lineup then for the last race of the day here in Mulsen. It is Marek Skrivan and Maxim Orlov on row number 1, Markus Kayak and Tigran Manatian on row number 2. Rasmus Andersen and Lewis Beck go from row 3. They'll have Jay Irwin and Jensen Graham on row number 4. Emmanuel Mai and Jiri Bachika go from row number 5. They'll have Matti Rittinen and Mattis Pruge on row 6. Zoe Florescu and Alessio Pacini go from row number 7. Jean Louis and Luiesa go from row 8. They'll have Jura Valtinen and Robert Kinderbatter on row 9. Jesse Kirby and Christian Decline go from row number 10. They round out the top 20. Mark Jerenskon and Alessio Lamartina go from row 11. They'll have Roman Chaparov and Maddox Verts on row 12. Rick Hartman and Luca Calea on row 13. From Matti Vanderbroek and Alexander Richter on row number 14. Mick Landgraf and Yannick Remert round out the 30-car field going from row 15. Well, for these drivers now, it's the last show for them today before a very busy day tomorrow. Superheats, of course, and finals ahead of these drivers. Very busy day indeed tomorrow. And, of course, a small risk of precipitation tomorrow in between what will be their superheats and potentially those finals. Unsure yet, but the weather still on a bit of a knife edge going into tomorrow. Nicole Sutherland will be back in the commentary box. Right now, all down to what these drivers can do here on circuit.
Absolutely is. Looks like it's going to be maybe down to Orlov as well. We've confirmed one of our pole sitters for the Superheat, Jaden Team. Stellar results across the board, unstoppable so far this weekend. Did lose out in that race start, but picked things back up and solid results. But who can match him within this race then? All drivers, they can see out of the final corner. That's Orlov, that's Scriven getting that final bit of tyre temperature into the Lacon rubber to go racing for this one. We've got also other big hitters on that second row, Markus Kayak, Tigran Banatian there as well, both of which have had good results so far today. Tigran hasn't dropped outside of the top 5. He's had a P5 and a P2. So let's see what he can achieve within this race then. Drivers getting themselves lined up within their allocated slots on the grid. Still those drivers in the back end of the field, weaving across the tarmac, trying to get that last bit of heat into the tyre. Revs are starting to raise as we see the final 2 slots into position. Are we going racing for the first time? Here we go then, drivers getting revved up. Lights on the board.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for the front row. Orlov gets once again away right at the start of this one. Scrivan has to slot into second place. Phil behind goes through. It's a little bit dicey in the background there. 1 or 2 carts going sideways. But all the meanwhile, it's still a solid start for the front row. Everyone getting through. Kayak has had a relatively decent start, but he is absolutely wheel to wheel with Tigran Banatian right now as the two of them go line astern in towards the chicane. They are there currently in 3rd and 4th right now, but still all eyes will focus on the entirety of the pack who navigate their way through, but it's a solid start once again. Maxim Orlov looking for the maximum points here at the end of this race. The Sony car driver for CPB Sport looking absolutely unstoppable out there, Nicole.
Once more, we wouldn't expect anything less after the form he's had throughout the year so far. Oh my word, and it's drama for Orlov out of turn number
Wow.
one. What happened there? But missed the corner, driver's going down the inside and then has been clipped on the exit. We were saying it, he looked unstoppable, but now parked on the exit of turn number one. That's Maxim Orlov, your championship leader for the first time this year. Major drama.
Well, that is Orlov, Banatian and Kayak out of the race. Marek Skrivan now leads the way from the rest of the field. This is absolutely unbelievable stuff down in towards turn number one, and here's how it happened. Well, Orlov has just completely outbraked himself, missed the corner, he's come back onto the circuit. Well, he didn't leave the circuit, but he came back onto the racing line, albeit while the two Formula K drivers had already started crashing into each other. So, absolute drama there for three of the top four drivers, but now Marek Skrivan has just driven away now from the rest of the field. Absolutely superb stuff, as now the rest of the field are all trying to push their way forward right now. We can see this group now battling around fourth place, still having a very close little fight. Now that still, I think, is Rasmus Andersen trying to battle his way through in the early stages of this race. But drama happening all the way throughout that one, and I've got to say, for Maxim Orlov, not the result he would want at the end of that one, but that is absolute drama. That for Maxim Orlov, that's going to drop him down to 8th in the points right now at the end of the qualifying heats phase.
This is a move into turn number one then. For the first time this weekend, we have not mentioned his name, the 307 of Alessio Piccini on that parallel, making moves almost into the top five. Strong start for Alessio, who started on that 7th row. Good stuff by him to jump up the order. Still battles going on towards that second sector. This is the pinch point of turns 10 and 11, where drivers can find themselves dropping time, making mistakes and making themselves vulnerable to the ones behind. The two Virals though on your screen heading out of the final corner in second and third. Big battle going on, I think, potentially for these two. Through turn number one, they go dropping down gears into around about second, then have to really quickly shift back up again to hit this straight, which is around about 150 meters in length, leads into then the pinch point of turns 3, 4 and 5. Many drivers this weekend getting it wrong through turn number 5, ending up cutting the grass in self-inflicted moments. It's so tight, they have to be really quick on the wheel, making sure they're not going too deep into the corner to catch it back. Makes it very difficult. Skrivan then out in the race lead by 0.6 of a second. Spec, there is your driver battling it out with Erwin for that P2, but those two drivers have got a bit of breathing room to each other for the time being. Andersen there in 4th place, Rittinen there in 5th. He's gone up by 6 places in the early stages, and like we called it earlier on, Piccini, the first time this weekend we're highlighting the driver in the parallel, has made up 8 places. I'd say was absolutely helped by that drama between Maxim Orlov, Kayak and Banatian then at turn number 1 earlier on in this race. And as we say his name, it's almost like he can hear us over the tannoy, puts in that purple lap.
Yeah, indeed, looking very quick out there, but I'm going to keep an eye on Liesa just behind him. The German driver for the Arena-E team here, based at the circuit. 9 places gained so far in this one, and is pushing through nicely. You can see him there just in the background, but down the inside, Alessio Piccini finds that gap, gets the job done through T1, and moves up ahead now of Matti Rittinen, and is on the charge through the field. So looking comfortable now, as Rasmus Andersen just ahead of that fight, sets the fastest lap of the race. If there were ever a time, Nicole, to set a fastest lap of the race, it's exactly when the drivers behind you are fighting for position, because then that gap just opens up even more from what you originally planned it to do. eyes on this one. Well, Scrivan breaking away. Speck and Owen have a really good chance here to come away with their first qualifying win of the weekend here. If they can close in and get that slipstream on Scrivan, which Speck is doing, he might be okay. Anderson, though, is on the rear bumper of Jay Owen, who is right there in third place. And this could be an almighty fight between these two drivers. Not technically on the same team or on the same equipment, but yes, I can imagine a slightly different setup. Birrell ART for, of course, Jay Owen, Rasmus Anderson for the Solgut Motorsport team as well. So they're going to having a good little scrap. And now Jay Owen will have to probably think defensive, not offensive in this situation.
Yeah, you just highlighted then, same machinery but different teams, so you can expect probably a different setup on the karts, but that's not to say that drivers within the same team don't run different setups as well. Of course, every single driver is different. Drivers have different styles in approaching corners, so even the drivers that do race within the same tents, more often than not, are actually on different setups. They might run something different on the front end or on the tyre pressures. It all depends on the driver's style. Move down the inside then. This is that change for P3. Anderson gets the jump on Jay Irwin, gets himself for the first time this weekend into your top three.
Indeed, nice little change there. Looking very strong right now, but Lewis Speck continuing that charge to Maddox Scriven. That is the fight on your screen there now as they push through. Still 0.4 of a second is the gap between the two of them. They have not been able to close that in until now, as it goes down to 0.3 of a second, as well, Pacini doing his level best now to close in on those two ahead. Also looking very strong. Let's have a little further look further back in the field. Of course, Louis is still on a good charge on a 9th place gain, the same as now Pacini on the 9 places. Robert Kindervatter looking strong as well, 7 places gain, the same as Luca Colea, also 8 places gain. Alexander Richter also on a 6th place gain, same as Yannick Remat as well, also on a 6th place gain. So the big movers out there as now Jiri Pacheco sets the fastest lap of the race, currently circulating round in P10. Time very quickly running out in this race. A couple of laps left to go here, Nicole, but again, some still great racing from here. And this one here, Alessia Pacini looking like the strongest driver out there right now, fighting for these places. And Jay Owen looks to be the next victim on his sights, but not through the turns 3, 4 and 5 this time around.
KZ2s then only have 6 gears, but within this one, Pacini just looks like he's found maybe 7th if it exists out there, because he has put in a really, really good shift throughout this race. 5th place currently, but Irwin is under pressure. Through turn number 13, they go slightly tighter line there for Pacini on the exit then. Look, whoa, my word, that was almost a moment out the final corner. And if that doesn't highlight how fast these drivers are going out of turn number 14, I don't know what is. It highlights how much Pacini was pushing, but it highlights as well how risky turn number 14 is, because he kissed that barrier there. You can see the time that he's lost, and you can probably see the nerves that he would have been experiencing.
Wow,
look
yeah,
at
indeed.
That
Absolutely.
was close.
Back of the kart stepping out, a big moment there, and that actually might have damaged the rear of that kart, because that was a full corner impact on that barrier. But seemingly unaware of all of that kicking off in the background, Maddox Scrivan will make it to the line, and he will step up to 2nd in the intermediate classifications behind Jaden Teen. Maddox Scrivan takes the win for the IPK factory team ahead of Lewis Speck with his best result of the weekend so far. Rasmus Anderson finishes in 3rd place ahead of Jay Owen. Alessio Pacini on a 9th place gain finishes in P5 ahead of Martin Ittinen. Louis Esser from Jean-Louis from Jiri Pacheco, and Emmanuel Mai, who rounds out the top 10. For Maddox Scrivan, though, a solid end to the day, and goes into the Superheats tomorrow knowing he will be on pole position for those Superheats. A brilliant end to their racing. So Jaden Teen and Marek Skrivan will be your pole sitters for the Superheats tomorrow in KZ2. Spec there in the second place spot. The top 10 we've gone over. Robert Kindervart finishing at 11th place out of Zoe Florescu. Joel Vantonen from Mattis Prus finishing at the top 14. Jensen Graham in the end of that one having a bit of a tough race, but finishing in P15 ahead of Christian Decline, Alessia Lamartina, Jesse Kirkby, then from Luca Kalea, Maddox Verts from Rick Hartmann, Alexander Richter from Roman Shaparov, Matti Vanderbroek from Yannick Remet, Mick Landgraf and Mark Jaraskorn finishing in 27th place. And the only three retirements were the three drivers who started on the front two rows of the grid, Maxim Orlov, Marcus Kayak and Tigran Banatian. Absolutely unbelievable scenes in that race. We're seeing the championship leader going off the circuit. But like we say, it's not the end of the world for him. He had such an advantage from the rest of the field that he might still, well, it'll be okay going into tomorrow. This is a look at the highlights of this one. Orlov, brilliant start of the race for Max Orlov. No worries for him whatsoever. Found himself pushing forward in those early stages and was able to break away from the rest. Eyes on the rest of the field, bit of drama in the background there. Landgraf getting a lot of damage to the rear of his kart, unfortunately, which did not see him retire, but still in a race where he finished in P26. This was the moment, the shocking moment, the two teammates colliding. Off the track was Maxim Orlov, seemingly going wide at turn number one, just bringing it back onto the racing line, and unfortunately finding two Formula K machineries there. Pacini was the man on the move in that race, a 9th place gain up into P5, lap after lap, overtake after overtake, finding his way through. The Italian on the Parolin Mondena karts, ASD machinery, looking absolutely superb. Anderson, J. Owen battling away, Martin Rittinen in the latter stages pushing his way through as well. Lewis Speck seemingly breaking away from the rest, and not able to close in, though, on Marek Skrivan, who was clear by half a second. Skrivan, dominant performance from him, checks over the shoulder and does not see any one of the drivers he was fighting with in those early stages, because they are all on that trailer heading back to Parc Ferme. But let's head down to Parc Ferme for the final time today and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Marek, good race out there for you. Clean air for pretty much the whole race. There was an incident at turn one. You were in front of it. As a driver then, when you know that the quickest drivers behind you have all taken each other out, what goes through your mind?
I'll try to keep focused and try to make a gap behind me and just win.
And this weekend, then, we've seen quite a few incidents out there on the circuit. Do you think that's actually because we're in the last round and people are starting to get impatient and a bit nervous?
I think, yeah, but also the track is really difficult to drive. So I think it's because of this.
And that, of course, was our final race of today. Tomorrow we head into Superheats and finals. Your mindset, how are you feeling going into the final day of racing for the European Championships in 2025?
I'm excited. And I'll try to be focused and try to do the best from our side, and also try to prepare everything for tomorrow.
Well, we'll see what that preparation brings you in the Superheats tomorrow. Congratulations on some good results today. That's it then for our racing here at day 2 for both our academies, our KZs and our KZ2s. We'll head back up into the commentary box to hear about what we can see, what we can expect from tomorrow's racing.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed. Today was a busy day, but it is all done. Tomorrow will be another very, very busy one, and that'll be starting at around 5 to 11 local time here with the Academy for their last 2 qualifying heats of the weekend. Then we go into the Superheats, KZ2 for Superheat 1, then 2. Then, of course, the KZ Superheat starting at 25 minutes past 12. Then we go into the finals. They start at 2:05 with the Academy Trophy, KZ2 and KZ. And at the end of those 2 KZ categories, we will have a brand new FIA Karting European Championship champion in those gearbox categories. But from myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, it is goodbye for now. We will see you bright and early tomorrow for the final round of the European Championships. Don't go anywhere.